take it in and say that it's all relative to us and how we view it.
What's relative are things that are true and things that are subject to change. Truth is something that is and doesn't change. So things that are true can change. The truth never changes.
Yeah, that's well said. I'll add to what I think is kind of telling is that the people who fight changed. They tell stories that these were just goat herders and farmers and carpenters. How would they know? Like, just ignorant people, right? Well, these ignorant people basically agreed with us and said, although the sun sets, right, of course they had to see sunsets. We know that the sun circuits above us, and it sets for these reasons, right? They didn't say, oh, wow, look at the sun setting, and then go, oh, well, we must not be in the center, and we must be rotating and tilted and all that. They didn't do that. They just trusted the Bible going, wow, we're the center, the sun circuits above us, and because it goes further away and gets higher and lower in the sky, it does this, and it. I mean, that's what we all agree upon now. I think it's amazing that there is a book out there that supports us 100%, but it's also equally amazing that even Bible believers will fight you the most, right? Like, crazy. They won't tell me that my kids should be taken away. They just will tell me that I'm wrong and crazy and whatever. There's no way it's flat because we were taught that it was a sphere so long ago. While the silence here, I'll say, if the book is an inspired word of the Creator himself, God is what I call it, the Creator, and it's true, right? It is a flat plane and everything circuits above us, and we're right. That means the Bible is also right. So whoever's not, into that, maybe should take a second look, right? And forget everything they think they were taught or know, and how the Bible's been distorted and blah, blah, blah. Just look past that and look at the overall truth that comes out of it. Of course, anyone who's trying to distort the truth can nitpick and change a word here and there and make people believe this. Look at the different translations. I think that's what's done. But when you go close to the source, it is very, very, very direct, evident, and hard to change. It takes years and years and years to get changes inputted in there to reflect the current, worldview, let's say, in the New Living Translations and all that, where the firmament in the old days is this hard structure created by this and holds the atmosphere in, God's throne sits upon it, to the New Living Translation where the firmament is the sky where the birds fly. Well, they forget that the old scripture talks about the firmament, the first layer being where the birds fly, and the other layers being all the other things, where the sun and moon make their circuits, where God's throne sits in the north, blah, blah, blah. So they wipe that out and just add that the firmament is the sky, right? That's a distortion of the truth, not the truth.
But
yep. And then they call every thing a planet that's out there, right? Pretty much, like Jupiter or whatever. If you actually go for the root word of that, which is planetus, right? And then which means wanderer, wandering star, right? Everybody knows that. But if the root word of planetus is actually planos, which actually means deceiver, imposter, corrupt, misleading, leading into error.
Why did God? Sorry. Why did God write so many different holy books?
Ask God.
Yeah, God didn't write them. Chance. Don't ask us. We're just And believe me, I know why you piped up, but you're going to have your chance. So if all this is true, you will have your chance. Don't worry. Just time will tell. You
But I
don't
mean,
seem
like,
worried at all.
What if I don't have my chance?
Well, then who cares? I mean, if it's not true and you don't get your chance, then no harm, no foul, right? Just worm dirt, not special.
Well, I mean,
Alien, whatever you believe in.
there kind of would be a little bit of harm, right? Because it would have been like a bunch of time that we spent on it, which would have like been used towards it, I guess.
Well, the good thing is, I think you can probably start to build a relationship with the creator now and ask for some discernment and possibly receive some sort of revelation within your lifetime. I think that is possible.
Yeah, I do as well. I've never heard of any person studying flat earth going, I now don't believe in the creator. What I have heard is hardcore atheists go, wow, this has opened my eyes to a new, deal, right? I'm going to look into it. I now believe, after a couple of years of studying it or doing due diligence, which everyone should do, they just shouldn't believe you or I or whatever. They've become, believers in a creator at the very least. Many of them, and I have testimony after testimony, have come and said, because of this topic alone, creation, proving the creator, and then me deciding myself to use my logic and my discernment to say, well, if it's intelligently designed, I need to put a name to that. Most people put God, but you can put whatever you want. God knows your heart, right? So that's the whole point. You don't have to get up in front of a church and profess that God is your savior and blah, blah, blah. Your heart is pure, right? It doesn't matter if you ever get the attempt, you ever go to church or read the Bible, whatever. It doesn't matter if your heart is pure. You don't have those opportunities. It's known. People can hear it. You can see it, right? Like, I struggle with, when I got into this topic, I struggled how to act. I still struggle how to act. I act so differently here than I would ever, right, in my community setting or my work setting or my religious setting, right? Where I put my faith hasn't changed, but my attitude or the way I treat people or whatever definitely was affected. But I think everyone can see over time I'm struggling through it, but I am learning how to be a better person. I think that's why I was placed here. I never was on the internet. I still don't have Facebook, but it's because I don't have 100 friends on whatever. But, I just don't do social media that much except for this. I think I was placed here for a reason, and the main reason is not to teach you. The main reason was for me to learn how to be a better person. Where I was failing miserably, right? Not in my trust of the Bible, but in my presentation of myself to my fellow man about the Bible. And, I've struggled with that. I admit it. But I'll keep trying, my best. But I will tell you, if you take second and third and fourth looks at the Bible and read it, it'll speak to you in different ways every time you do it, which is an amazing part of the book itself. Whether you believe it or not, it's an amazing book. Love it. Is there silence or is my mic going?
No, there's silence. I mean, that's a good point, Rocky. And I'm one of those people that you spoke of, right? That's kind of come to a better realization of the creator and that this place is created and that we are all special, right? We're not just
Nice.
We're not just floating in infinite space, insignificant. When we die, we're worm food, like you were saying, right? Like that has been a big eye-opening thing to me. And the best part about that is I feel like many people, whether good or bad, most of the time cracking open the scriptures and going through them, lots of times you can come in with preconceived notions as you're doing that, right? And I think just kind of coming into this topic has led me to just like no real preconceived notions as to what that story may entail, what might be being told in there, and just kind of allowing myself to go through it, right? And trying to find the discernment to be able to really gain some knowledge and understanding from the scriptures. And I think that's been beneficial for me, at least. And I think some people, even if they go to read the Bible, right, if you're coming from this like, yeah, I'll read it, but it's just a book from 2,000 years ago and it's all BS and it's just blah, blah, blah. And you go into it with that mindset, well, guess what? That's what you're going to get out of the book.
A lot. It takes that special, that spark or that one thing that puts enough doubt in your mind going, wait a minute, like this doesn't add up, right? I'm a smart man. I can figure this out. I've been taught this, and I believed it for so many years, but that doesn't make it true, right? Try and Bible lies to you. You're going to struggle, right? Like it talks about the good and the bad, but that is our reality, right? There's good and evil in all of us, in everything, in all of our surroundings and all that. But when you go to creation, it is tough to deny, right? It is tough to deny, especially if you go out there and just open your mind and study it in a way that, you don't have those preconceived notions. You don't just blindly trust that man up on stage or in front of your classroom or the book that you put so much, power in that because you purchased it. It's so thick and it's written by all these smart men, so it must be true. No, that's not correct. I mean, that is not correct by a long shot. So, and then to turn around and say that, well, science doesn't prove anything, but I trust it fully, right? That's where I put my faith. It's smart people and blah, blah, blah. But when it's proven wrong, I just move on to the next thing, right? That is just a strange way to be. But, to each our own. Everybody is in their own time frame of their walk towards reality, right? Towards the Creator. I believe, right? I put my faith where every man, not just me, not just you or whoever, the perfect man or whatever, there's no such thing. It's going to stand before the Creator and have to, give an account. I truly believe that. So the person who has the biggest doubt and goes against, all of this truth that I believe in to be true to me, wholeheartedly and, hey, with all the passion he wants, I think he's going to stand in front of the same Creator and have to give an account for that. So, I don't want that for you. So if I'm wrong, no big deal, right? Again, we're just one there. But if you're wrong, wow, people around you, your wife, your kids, you're affecting everyone in a negative way.
I like to say you got a lot of explaining to do if you're wrong. Because that's what it boils down to at the end of it. It's like, how did you justify your stance on this when you had so many other warning signs that said, nuh-uh, go the other way, go the other way?
Yeah, maybe so. I think some people get filled so heavily with the evil side, I would call it, but the opposite side of good, right? Whatever you want to call it, that they can't see it or can't hear it or whatever. So when they stand there and give their account, they're going to be dumbfounded, right? Like, I don't know. I can't believe I missed it, because that's how I was about this topic. Like, how in the world did I not think about this? Like, wow, man, I know how water flows. I know, this, that, and the other. I know that seemed strange to me or didn't seem right, or I didn't, I don't trust that, right? It's the opposite of the Bible. Why would I ever believe in that? Especially if there's any doubt whatsoever. Just push it aside for a little while. See what happens. But I'll say one more thing that just popped into my mind. The sphere model, right, the thing that we were all sold, doesn't improve my life, like doesn't improve my faith at all. But if the Bible is true and the Earth is flat and things like that, your life can be improved drastically. Like it can take a 90-degree turn in a split second right now, right? Like that's what it promises.
But does the Bible specifically say that the Earth is flat?
In so many ways, it gives us a face. It tells us that the water is bounded by land. It tells us that the Earth, is actually the land. So underneath the water is land, right? The bottom of the sea is land, and it's covered with water. There's waters above and waters below. It talks about that very specifically. It creates a container, as it would, on day 2 of the creation story in the Bible. The whole entire day out of 6 is to create this container or firmament or rakia, whatever you want to call it, which gives it validity, right? It makes it important. So it tells us about the sky being its handiwork and things like that. Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, what do you feel about the contradictory sayings in the Bible that point to it being, a globe? Well, how do you feel about that?
Name one.
Name one.
I'll go and look them up, I guess. I don't have them in front of me.
No problem. But I get what you're saying.
Circle and a ball are two different things.
You should have came with it.
It's
Yeah,
here.
I got no problem.
I mean, it's here. I don't. It's,
Circle and a ball.
Whatever.
Yeah, but you understand that there is a difference between a circle and a ball. And if you're trying to use a specific scripture, even within that chapter, the author uses the term for ball and he uses the term for circle.
all right. So here, Isaiah 40:22, Isaiah 10:20 through 23.
What is 40:22? What does that say?
God sits above the earth, the round ball of earth.
No,
it doesn't say round ball. It says circle, sits upon and looks down the circle, down upon the circle of the earth like we're grasshoppers. And it also mentions where he's looking down from, which is the firmament where his throne sits upon. It tells us it's a hard structure. It's beat out like metal. It's made of a crystal-like substance, blah, blah, blah. Like it describes it all through the Bible by different authors. You're just hard-pressed. Like you have to make a stretch where maybe 1 or 2 scriptures can be stretched. If you use ball instead of circle, it makes the sphere and all this. You really have to take every author and every scripture into an account and then just go back to Genesis and see what it says. But it talks about the face, it talks about boundaries, stretching a line, across to measure, things like that aren't necessarily 100% proofs of, flat plane, but I don't believe it's a flat plane either. Earth is not flat.
And that's a huge stretch to say that he said ball, that they misplaced that to ball, because there is a chapter that he wrote that he does says ball, so he knows the difference.
Yeah, it's in the next. I think it's Koof or something like that, but it's 2 different words that mean circle and ball. So, I don't know why it's. I mean, it's your guess against mine why it just doesn't come out and say, you live on a flat plane. But if you believe in the total story, not just taking one scripture and turning it around, there's this person called Jesus that walked the earth, had disciples and did miracles and things like that. If you believe in the Bible, that's true. Well, if everyone on earth was deceived by 1 word or 2, he would have straightened that out. There's no mention of that. It seems like everyone back then was earth-centered. Again, the very first thing is that the Bible, if you believe it, right, it's your choice, free will, says that the earth is the land only. So just think about that right there. It talks about the sun, the earth being the center where we live, right, and have dominion over the animals, and the sun, moon, and stars circuit above us, right, in the firmament. Okay, he actually stopped the sun, so which means the sun is what? Moving, because he stopped it. he turned it back 15 degrees in another instance. So also tells you that it's moving in a 15 degree, whatever you want to call it, circuit around us, time period. But then he moved it back. There's all types of things that really dig into it. There's no denying it, right? You can deny that the Bible is true, but you can't deny that it tells you that the sun, moon, and stars are up above you circuiting at a certain degree, blah, 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 and that the earth is a flat plane. It doesn't mean that the earth is flat, right? It means that the overall thing is a flat plane. It has elevation changes, of course, like mountains and hills. But those mountains and hills create elevation changes where the water flows. It's a cycle. All the waters are bounded just like you see. I mean, you go out to any pond, lake, ocean, you go in any direction, you're going to hit land. That land is higher than the water you're moving on. Pretty simple. Only when you get into the other model, the one that tries to teach you the opposite, I think, to try and hide the Bible being true, therefore hiding creation and the Creator himself, that's the only reason I can see they would do it, right? If that's true, then of course they would say these opposite things.
But haven't there been like a massive quantity of holy books like in the past? Like, why would they specifically want to hide the Bible?
Well, I don't think they're trying to specifically hide the Bible by itself. I just think they're trying to hide Creator. So they do that with creation. What better way? The Bible is just a small piece of their, tool that they use, and they can infiltrate even the churches, right? Of course they're going to infiltrate the churches. And, my church doesn't teach flat earth. It teaches space. They talk about how the schools are teaching their kids space and how the rockets blasted off and we went to the moon and all that, right? Of course they would infiltrate the churches and try and get in that way. I mean, if I was the enemy trying to hide the Creator, that's what I would do. I'm not very smart. Well, that was one scripture that I think we kind of misinterpreted or used the wrong word. Is there another? I've heard a couple, but they've all been kind of stretches.
Yeah, there are some other ones. I already closed the tab. I can pull it back up here.
I mean, you don't have to go very far to find mistranslations of the Bible. The New Living Translations, to me, just dealing with the firmament, saying that it's the sky only, is troublesome to me. Because when you get close to the source and look at all the manuscripts, it not only doesn't say that, it actually, gets into saying the opposite. It's way more than just the sky. That's only the first little bit of it, right? And that's what we see. We see the sky. We see the birds, and the things fly around and planes and stuff like that. But then you get into where you see the sun and the moon, and it talks about that. Lo and behold, wow, that's amazing. How did these people know? Right? Like, if they were such dumb goat herders, then how would they know that the sun and moon were set in a different layer of the firmament, right? I guess good imaginations or whatever. But it's not just one person writing this. Many different writers and many different times.
You're roboting a little bit.
like time periods and places like separated by seas, where so they didn't ever meet each other and say or. Is my mic back on?
Yep, you're good.
I didn't mean to kill it. We can go to another topic. I know this is a tough one.
The road to hell is paved with good intentions. You unfortunately did kill it, but at the same time, Peach is back to say hello and to maybe revive it. Hello, my friends. How you doing?
Nice, Pete. Hello.
If we can change topics, I would like to find out if anyone's looked into Viktor Grabenikov's research with the anti-gravity and the little beetles, the way their wings are formed. Why it's anti-gravity? Have you guys heard of Viktor Grabenikov?
I have, my friend. I have, in case you're asking, but I have to delve back into memory. But yes, I have heard the name, and I have a vague recollection of the area he is sort of investigated.
Yeah, it's very interesting. The formation of the wings, like the probably honeycomb shape to an extent, and he created that anti-gravity platform, and it appears to have worked. And there's a few people that have done little experiments themselves, taking the wings, and they bounce right off each other. It's a very interesting topic.
Yeah, it's the vibrational sort of frequency. It comes back to the ether, which is a big divide within people who are considering flat Earth and beyond. Some people hate it to the extent that they they can't even get angry at the mere mention of the word. But yes, if there's if the vibration all prevailing, and things react differently, us ourselves react differently than what we've been taught, right? Or taught. Well, then, yeah, that brings focus and emphasis, and Victor has done that, hasn't he? Focus and emphasis.
and I'm not the smartest guy, so I know Witsit looks into the gravity alternative discussion. So I did DM him some information early on regarding it. If he does look at it, that'll be fantastic, because I think it's something
I don't
that
like
may
the I
help
don't
his
like the way you said you're not the smartest guy. What do you think other people can understand easily what you can't? But you are the smartest guy. We've just
uh,
been discombobulated. We've just been put in a different sort of sense. The smartest guy now is the Einstein sitting at his desk, or the Stephen Hawkins who is sitting in his wheelchair. You are the smartest guy, bud.
not
That.
necessarily that way. I struggle to articulate my research and recall information on the spot.
But you,
So in that sense, I'm not the smartest
but you
guy.
still have developed notions, is what you're saying, and because you struggle in that way, it doesn't mean you don't have a greater understanding. So yeah, I will just say, nice one, bud. I think frequency vibration. Um, this is at the core of our new flat Earth and beyond consideration, isn't it? How do we exist as material forms? Is there prevailing energy? I would say yes. That's the ether, as opposed to luminiferous ether, right? So everything is possibly inverted. Luminiferous ether, as considered by all the great minds of the past, the smartest, are well, that is the stationary, static medium. Charge, if you want, medium through which all the material reality pervades, which is ball earth and beyond. You know what I'm saying? So luminous ether debunked. But what about the ether? As opposed to luminous ether, now it is the ether is encompassed, and as opposed to luminous ether as well, it's also the ether is in motion. So yeah, that's what I would say for consideration. And all these dickheads who we deem to be smart are actors put in place to deliver the opposing aspect as best they can. You know what I'm saying? After being fed their lines. And can I just say this? If we put Einstein was my hero to begin with growing up, I didn't know any better. But I'm glad of it now in a sense. But has anyone here ever heard Einstein giving a lecture or talking about his greater famous endeavors? I haven't. We're putting up on pedestals here, and who we selling short. That's all I'll say there. I'll cut it short. So yeah, you're as smart as any man, as far as I reckon, bud. I barely know you. All right, go ahead. Thank you, Gio. Good to be back. What do? Please continue, my friend. Please continue. What about? What do you have to? What are your own thoughts on these? What are you going to say? I guess I'm not sure about what circumstances the man was representing. You know what I mean? Was he a spinning ball earther? But he did these demonstrations regarding motion. And electricity, I guess, in a sense. I mean, what do you make of that, and what do you think how it applies, especially to a flat Earth setting? That's my question. Yeah.
Yeah, so regardless of the shape of the Earth, I don't think his experiments had much to do with that aspect. However, what I find interesting is with the guys that are using sound to levitate objects, and it appears that Victor has proven that it's possible and that we
Right.
see it in nature itself. And he took that information and built a device to do that on a larger scale. Um, yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm just surprised it doesn't get brought up in this Discord, or well, it probably does. Maybe I just haven't heard it, but
Right.
that's why
But
I
here's
was.
what I would say to
You can go ahead.
you know what I'm saying? This is not.
No,
This
you
is
cut out for a
redelivered,
second, Happy.
repackaged information under a different light. You know, so the people in play, the powers in at a B, they already know this ability to move material matter with sort of frequency. They already know that. You know what I'm saying? They already knew
So,
it.
sorry, Beerman, are you talking about Viktor Schallberger?
Viktor Grebennikov.
Oh, Grebennikov. Ah, levitation. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
This is, can I just say, according to some sort of official sort of validation in a sense, age-old mystery, how can a bumblebee fly? Wait, it doesn't add up, right? Scientific evaluation, and also a program on the BBC examining how they did it. I don't know. I am suspicious of everything, but anyway, declaration was they examined how a bumblebee flew through at 30 miles an hour at an angle, 45-degree angle, through a crosswind of 30 miles, right? So that was how did they explain that? It's a mystery. The science can't explain shit, but at the same time maybe they hint at a different thing. So if we're talking about sort of frequencies, vibrations within a medium, a new old medium, do you know what I'm saying? The reality of the earth is the reality. So we just got to figure out as the individual investigator who fucking knows what. Sorry about that now for my passion. But yes, the BBC themselves did a documentary on the impossibility. First of all, the bee could fly. And second of all, the bee could fly a 45-degree angle through a crosswind of 30 miles per hour at 30 miles per hour and maintain a steady course. Well, you know what I mean? It's known. What I'm trying to say to summate it is it's known information. It's known information. People like Tesla, especially we're hearing Tesla now, or Victor, it's the same thing. The information is already there. We're just revealing it as a sort of contrast against, well, what we've been told is the nature of, well, physical reality. You know what I'm saying?
I think the material that these beetle insects are made out of has a lot to do with how they fly as well, which is with the resonance or something like that. Like I said, that's why I asked, has anyone else that's smarter than me looked into this sort of thing?
Why do you keep saying smarter than you? Don't sell yourself short. It's
Dude,
a simple nature to reality.
I'm not trying to prove myself to anyone or anything, so I share the little bit of information that I can, and I don't believe I'm that smart to be able to present these sort of things. Yeah, that's for me. That's fine. So I leave it up. I sort of leave it up to you guys to try.
What I would say to that is we're told that Tesla, right? So Tesla's name now has become sort of predominant, right? So, okay, forgetting about that and forgetting about, I guess, your flat earth and beyond view of history, I will just say back in the day, or what's attributed to these people's sort of evaluations, groundbreaking, and maybe the conspiracy story is that the greater cabal took over. But the point is, when we look back now, as far as I know, Tesla was a ball earther, accepted the basis of heliocentrism in a sense. So immediately now, me as a flat earther, my antenna is up and saying, well, this fucking genius, excuse my language now, or excuse my passion if you don't not familiar with me, but this genius couldn't work out what it took me fucking short time to work out. Most flat earthers to be flat earthers, he couldn't work it out. That makes me question then not the validity of what he's saying in a different sense, but the character himself. Because who these historical characters are overt about talking about the stationary and a flat earth enclosed expansive surface. None of them are. Therefore, let me just tell you my bottom line. These are fabricated characters, but they are delivering core truths about our reality. And I think it might be the same thing with Victor, he's whatever his surname is. Might be the same thing. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking of when you mentioned the name. And didn't he apply electric current to a beetle's wings? And he showed other things in levitation as well. So if there's an ether in motion, right, this is what I'm talking about in flat earth reckoning. What is electricity? What is the energy that pervades? What is the ultimate cause of vibration, frequency, energy, motivation? Are we just dead things? The ball earther will tell us that we are, I don't know what they'll tell us actually. It seems so strange to me at this stage. As far as I'm concerned though, let me tell you this. I think that we are the spirit incorporating the body, and the activation energy is the ether beyond, which is the connection to God. That's what I think. It's a mysterious, metaphysical world. But yes, and I think all of these different characters and all of the different tales that we as the individual here are adding to your greater understanding. So don't ever sell yourself short, and don't ever think that anyone is smarter than you, my friend. I'm just saying people might be able to, that's the last thing, Witsit might be able to express himself better than you. Someone might be able to run 100 meters faster than you. But yeah, that doesn't summate you, right? That doesn't summate you. Anyway, sorry for that outburst. I'm happy to be back. I have great love for lots of great people here. Well, thank you, Gio, and they're just my brief thoughts anyway, but I'll go into more detail if you want. But yeah, absolutely true. What you're saying.
All good. Thanks, man.
Where do we go from there then is the question for the flat earther. That's what I'm talking about, the bravery of the flat earther. You know what I'm saying? Got to take all of these stories from the past and put them in a proper context. Not adorn the hero, not put Jesus up on the pedestal, not put Tesla or Einstein up on the pedestal, but represent or understand that it is a representation in the sense of the greater truth that applies to all humanity. Unless you're going to say that you're greater than a child, or Tesla is, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So putting it in the proper flat earth and beyond context applies, well, a much more up close and personal, universal setting. Last thing I will just say this, because I mean it really, the universal oppositional setting to our own existence and consideration. Because remember, the ball earther, the heliocentrist, the the galactician, I guess, the big banger, they have ultimately separated us from, well, everything. So I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there without overtaking the mic. And by the way, that's why the Beatles. Why do you think the Beatles were called the Beatles? Scarab beetle and its significance in Egyptian mythology, I guess, is telling us the same thing. I think the same story is told throughout. We just got to get, the angles right. You know what I'm saying? The proper context for thinking, and then the truth reveals itself. Then we understand that it was there all along, and you can justify how you know you're on the truthful path because you look back now at everything that was presented to you, and you can see it in that different, well, light, different light. Beware the false light. Remember, false light is the sort of educational system, in a sense, but that's only based on the true light. But that's what I would say about that. Just as advanced flat earthers and beyond. You know what I'm saying? I think maybe time is possibly short, so every man is an onus to share your truth as best you can. Once again, I'll stop there. Thank you, Gio. I know well enough why I'm considered to sort of be dominant, predominant, dominating. But yeah, okay. Thank you. Um, please speak up when you want to. But I will just say, it just occurred to me that Victor, doesn't his surname begin with a Y? Victory.
No,
Victory. I
Victor.
think gravity is such a key factor here, and us coming to terms as the, what are we going to call ourselves? The thinker. I think, Gio. I think we are the thinker. You are the man with his knuckles on his chin, pondering. Victory over what? Over gravity.
His name
Right?
is
What is gravity? That's okay. I'll just put that question to all of us here, the ball earthers to the flat earthers and to the beyond, I guess. Well, what is gravity? It's obviously significant.
his name is Victor Grubenikov.
Right. So Victor and why it begins is so victory. He talks about defeating gravity, right? Gravity is the oppressing force, and if you think about it, where we
Yeah, so if you guys aren't aware of his work, as far as I understand, the way he came about the whole anti gravity, or the way he came on this discovery, is he took the two wings, and when he laid the one wing on the other, it just like shot up in the air, or moved away from it, and then he thought maybe it was electrostatics, or something else that caused it. Yeah, I might get this wrong. This is what I mean. I'm not the smartest guys, because I might have these sort of things wrong. But go look at it yourself. It's a very interesting stuff, and yeah, you can test it yourself. There's other people that have done this experiment themselves. They take the wings, they put it there, and then yeah, lo and behold, they actually defy gravity. It's actually quite insane.
If you just do, like, you can just think about like a airplane wing or a propeller or a rotor from a helicopter. When it's slicing through the air, it's creating static electricity. So the buildup, I guess, could be used. I'm not sure how that equates to the bumblebee, but it's flapping its wings in the air. It might be building up a charge that it can use. I'm not sure, but I know airplanes and helicopters do it.
No. This has got nothing to do with like lift, in the sense of a wing that's pressing against something else, or moving up or down. These are dead static wings, pulled off the beetle, for instance, and being literally with a tweezer being put on top of the other one, and it shoots off it before it hits off, like or it hovers above the other wing. With no force, and as far as I understand as well, it's got to do with the frequency that this wing is giving off. Like you can levitate little foam balls in midair with sound waves. I think it's doing the same thing like that, where the wing is actually giving this frequency off, not even moving. It's just there. It's quite insane. Like I say, if you haven't seen it, look at it.
I was talking about the bumblebee flying, like flapping its wings, but the same wings, when still, might have a buildup of charge. So when you put them next to each other, positive, negative, or however it's working, it might fly up or levitate or whatever. But I was basically basing what I was saying based on how the bumblebee is not supposed to fly due to its weight, size of its wings ratio or whatever they say. That as it flaps its wing, it builds up a static charge, either in it or around around it or whatever it does.
Yeah, I think the bumblebee's wings, or actually, after looking into the Victor's research, it almost appears that these insects use their wings as directional um, for direction, not actual flight itself as a whole. I think they're using the frequency or the vibrations of themselves for the actual as the propellant, if you want to call it that, the to defy gravity, and then the wings, I think, is what they use for direction. But yeah, I'm still
Oh, I
early in the
got you.
research.
They're flapping of the wings, which don't seem to be just directional. It seems to be lift oriented, and so bumblebees are doing the same type of motion. But I would think because they do defy gravity a little bit, they would have to be using what I would call the static charge. Who knows?
But Rakia, if you haven't looked into Victor's work, definitely check it out. I can DM you some links as well to get you started.
Yeah, I like all.
Oh yeah,
I looked into before I got into researching flat Earth or even anything to do with this topic. I got into researching kind of where all the helium went. It led me to the superfluid, thing. I don't know. I think ether and superfluid have something to do with each other, maybe, or one and the same at different levels. Different pressure and temperature, they act different, but transfer energy and information or whatever the same.
well, yeah, I sent you some 3 videos. It won't be too long. I shouldn't waste too much of your time if you might find it wasteful. So, but it might be half an hour of very valuable information for you. So, yeah.
All right, nice. Thank
Yeah, it's actually 20 minutes total. There's 2 short ones and one 10-minute video there. But they basically show some of his personal work, and then there's another short lecture on his work. But yeah, dude, it's absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, so I heard you guys talk about the bee.
Yeah, Rakia was speaking about the bumblebee.
Yeah, and yeah, I was under the same impression that the bumblebee cannot create lift, as the story goes, right? And electromagnetic and this and that, right? Yeah, but I just want to put this out there. I read an article where they said that was based on the miscalculation. I'm not saying I believe this or not. I'm just putting it out there. That was based on the miscalculation of one guy who um, calculated the force of the lift, but based it on just the up and down motion, like birds do. But apparently the bee produces thrust with the up and the down motion, the way they angle their wings, whatever they were explaining it. So yeah, so that's out there. So now with this new calculation, apparently the bumblebee can fly. I'm not saying it's true or not. I just remembered that.
ASE, if there's space right now. Question for you. Can you use level to prove flat?
Level to prove flat.
Or argue? No, let me read what's in text.
Yes.
But you can't use level to argue flat.
Yes, you can.
Please elaborate.
Can a vertical wall be flat?
That's different. That's a contour. He is asked questioning whether you can prove level with flat, or excuse me, prove flat with level, or prove curve with level. And you can do both with level.
No, I'm reading the exact text by Flat Reality at 54 after the hour, stating, but you can't use level to argue flat.
You can.
And that's my point.
Yeah.
My original statement to him in the text chat was the aspect, and I hope he's listening, is the idea that we have these multitudes of cities that all are within countries. And all of these buildings are built using building science. Now, within building science, they talk about the laws of nature, and in buildings that are to be built, observing nature, in order for those buildings to work, they have to observe the laws of, quote, nature, which is fine. Now, the idea of level and how you build a multi-story building, not observing level, doesn't make any sense. They would put a level down
Hold on.
each of those levels. Please, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I didn't mean to interrupt. Let's have some clarification. Do you think flat is an orientation?
Myself personally, Jesse?
Yeah. Well, both of you guys, like, just to get some clarity.
I don't think it's an orientation. Level's an orientation. Flat isn't.
Well, it can be. I mean, words have multiple meanings. Like you can have a flat beer that doesn't have very much carbonation. So there's a lot of different ways to use the words flat. But yeah, if you were to say, like, let's say you're moving a painting or something, or you're moving something, you say, hey man, just lay that painting down flat. Or if you were to say you're lying down flat when you lay down horizontally. So yeah, it can be an orientation. Doesn't mean it's the only usage of the word, but it can be.
And when you lie down flat, you are level, so your body can rest. So if you're not, that's the other thing, is if you're not lying flat, your body in its entirety doesn't rest.
Yeah, but can a wall be vertical and flat also?
Yeah, I would say that you can describe a wall as being flat. Like if you install strapping to that wall and it's not even, you'll get an undulation, like a waffling in the wall. So the wall wouldn't be flat.
Yeah, but it can be both flat and vertical, is my point, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the wild thing about the word flat. Yeah, it's like you could have that of like horizontally level. There's that definition of it, meaning it's horizontally sort of positioned and level in that sense. And then there's which is kind of connected to the like lying down flat kind of thing, like lying horizontally type thing. But then it also could be like the surface feature where you know, like where there's like without an unevenness of the surface, you know, where the surface is generally has a lack of variation, at least at some zoom level. Because you could take a flat piece of glass, and if you're just looking at it, you say, oh yeah, it's real flat, you know, but then if you zoom into it, there's going to be little pits and valleys, you know, so. But yeah, you could have a vertical, I would say you could have a vertical thing that would also could be defined as flat if it's like a flat sheet of paper or something that you're going to stick on the wall or something.
Or like pizza dough, if you take a round bit of dough and you take the roller and you flatten it out. You're taking that ball of dough and making it flat.
Yeah, as long as the takeaway is that flat is not an orientation like some people think. That's
Who thinks
you can think of it.
Right, but I'm saying it can be an orientation. Like
you can, I guess,
Well, like this definition, I have it pulled up here. Lying horizontally and at full length as a person. So like if a person lies down flat, they're laying horizontally. They're orientation is of a horizontal nature. Obviously, their body is not. I mean, their body has, arms and legs, so it's got undulations in it. So they're not trying to use it. It's not trying to be said in that sense of it, but it is an orientation in terms of that usage of it.
Well, I'll ask him this: if a body is lying flat on a hill, does that change anything?
Flat to a hill, maybe might be a better way of using that word.
Well, I guess the key is horizontal.
Yeah.
Like the orientation part of
Yeah,
lying flat
exactly.
is the horizontal orientation, which, it's horizontal, which connects into like horizontally level, like that. I mean, that's the first definition of flat, is horizontally level.
All right, if there's
But I'm just saying, a lot of people.
No, go ahead, Odysee, please.
No, I was just gonna say a lot of people confuse it with an orientation.
I think we introduced the orientation aspect of those two terms with regard to level. Level being an orientation perpendicular to plumb. I don't think anyone's really confused flat with an orientation, because people think they know what you mean when you say the earth is flat, or this table is flat, or the wall is flat. People understand what the context of that word means.
No, I thought that when I told a group of people that the earth was flat, they thought I thought it was like a tabletop. Like, no, like I was missing the hills and elevation thing. Seriously.
No, we know we're not talking about elevations and mountains. We're talking about the surface overall with regard to some other data point.
You might have missed what I said. When you're not in this group every day, what I'm saying, you might miss it. And this person actually did. I don't know how many other people in the group missed it, but she definitely missed it for months and months, thinking, right, that I thought the earth itself was flat. No mountains, no hills, no valleys. Like, how crazy she must have thought I was, right? She thought that's what flat Earth was all about.
Good point, Rookie.
It's one of the reasons I'm not a big fan of the term flat, because it's just not nuanced enough. It's not detailed. There's not enough geometric explanation of it, in terms of it. It's like a surface feature that can be understood in multiple ways. And of course, most people would understand what is being talked about when you say flat Earth, meaning topographical planar surface, and etc. But yeah, I know what you mean. There's some who may have like very little background on even that term flat Earth or what that even means. They could maybe think that
maybe it means horizontal, or maybe it means a better description, horizontal Earth.
Yeah, the normal person really doesn't know that. I like it now. Like, when they tell me I'm a flat earther, I'm like, nah, I do not think the earth is flat. Like, that is ludicrous. It's very easily measured not to be flat. Right? I mean, seriously.
That's like saying we wouldn't like to use the word. That's like saying we wouldn't like to use the word round Earth, because round would say it's like a perfect circle and doesn't have elevation changes. But round as compared with flat, that is a good comparison, and it accurately describes the debate, regardless of elevation changes on the surface.
Yeah, I don't think it's round either. I actually think it's square.
Yeah, you think it's square?
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
sure.
Four corners of the earth. Four
corners. Yeah.
Pillars. Now the inner part may be round, like the basin may be round, but the outer edges, I believe, to be square.
Yeah, like a square within a circle within a square.
Correct.
In Scripture, it's described, I think, like a Hebrewic tent or a Hebrew tent. You guys ever heard that?
I have. They describe it as a tent, meaning the firmament above you.
Exactly.
The tent roof is the firmament.
Exactly.
So is it a square within a circle or a circle within a square? I just posted a little layout that shows the circle on the outer, square on the inner, but you could also have the circle on the inner, square on the outer.
Well, you know me and the moon map, so I'm firmly going with the idea of the moon shows the outer, call it circumference of the realm itself. But in terms of how the four corners interact with a circular, like a hula hoop configuration, if you will, I have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, you have to get to the extremities to even begin to even consider, getting to a beyond just speculation or philosophy. Yeah, to really know.
Again, there's a book out there that says it is like it has these outer boundaries, four corners, but it's like a footstool. So when you start looking at what footstools look like, that's a description that it uses. Metaphor.
Now imagine there's people in this world that has this information, right? Like you have to think the military, right, has gone up high enough to see what the hell's going on, right? More or less.
Bro, talk about
And
it.
they're keeping that info from us, bro.
I'm not sure about that. I think there's limits to how we can go. And I'm not. If those limits are low enough where you couldn't tell, you know what I'm saying? How would I know? I think we are bounded, though. How far we can go down and how far
Good
we can
point.
go up.
Good point. I never thought of that. Maybe there's a cap. Can't go further. Yeah.
Well, that's what we saw with
Well, it sure seems to be,
Falcon.
right? Even people just climbing the peaks, right, are having trouble. I don't know if my mic was bad, but like even going up to the peaks, right, Mount Everest or some of the other peaks there, having trouble breathing, and a lot of people die. You have to be in an airplane under pressurization to go to 30,000, 40, 50,000 feet. So what about 90,000 feet? I mean, you get these balloons that go to 120 and then they pop, right? They bust because of the expansion. What I'm saying? How strong does the pump have to be to pressurize an airplane so it doesn't explode?
Oh yeah, I put plenty of thought into that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I think water is the key to that, because just go buy you a pump at Home Depot and try and pump water up 12 feet or 30 feet. Good luck.
33 would be your max. Yep.
Yeah, but even that, you have to have special, just go buy a normal pump. They're all going to be different. Me and my dad used to build water wheels. And the hardest thing is when we would build a water wheel that's like 6 feet tall, is getting the water up to the top. You have to have a special pump and things like that. And then I think, like you do, 33 feet is a limit where, we get the cavitation and things like that, where it's, you have to have stages. That's why in big buildings you have these huge pumps that pump water up to a stage, and then you have another pump that pumps it up even further, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm. Isn't it funny the Masons use that number for their highest goal achievement?
How would they know?
I think that's probably a coincidence, right? Yeah.
What do we think?
But we're not taught these things, right? Even I'll go back to the second day creation, the firmament. All through my life, I went through catechism with Catholics, CCD, Baptist stuff like, Bible study and all that. And never, ever was taught the day 2 creation. What day 2 was all about. I'm still not taught it. And when I bring it up, it's taboo almost, like snake oil. Weird.
What is it? Now you got me intrigued.
Day 2 is all in the 6-day creation story. Day 2 is the creation of the firmament, the rakia.
Oh. Is that the metal? The metal that was shaped?
beaten out. I mean, if you believe in the Creator, He took the whole day out of 6 days of creation to create what He called, what is called the firmament or the rakia, depending on what language.
The barrier is important. James Cameron found it when he went to the depths of the ocean, an impassable barrier. And then there's video footage of the Falcon 9 rocket launch back March, I think, 2016. You can find it on YouTube, where a rocket is launched to altitude. And it appears, I mean, people say it's gas banding out the rocket or something. I don't know. But it appears to me like the rocket is interacting with some kind of a medium type.
I agree.
Creates a wake-like, sorry, quick sec. It makes like a wake-like pattern, much like you would see in the ocean when a boat's going across the ocean. And then at the end of it, the finale, to be dramatic, you have ripples being formed in the sky. Now, I don't think we can ever see gas making ripples in the sky from some kind of gas escaping or whatever the explanation is that y'all have for that. Sorry, please do go ahead.
Yeah, same thing in the depths of the ocean. They hit this barrier, which seemed to be waters below, waters above type thing, as above, so below, and it created these ripples effect that they couldn't, and they couldn't penetrate it. It seemed to be some type of I don't know what to say, some type of water inside the water that was creating a barrier. I truly believe in that. I mean, I don't know. If it is clear, get like gas is clear, you can't really see it. So if you're looking up at this clear substance that, it just looks like a glass feature, but you can't actually see it. Just know it logically needs to be there to have atmosphere and, contain what we live in, which I believe is a bubble.
Well, you look at the sky.
We have proof of that. The water in the water. We have a video of exactly that. We have a beach that's underwater with waves and everything, and the submersible that tried to get in there bounced right off. I'm sure everybody knows what I'm talking about, right?
James Cameron event that we're talking about. Right,
See,
James Cameron.
Is it James Cameron? That puts a freaking damper on it, though. But it was him, though. Yeah,
he was the dude in the submarine that went to the depths, and he hit the barrier. As far so.
But there were Alex Picard and his son, I believe, or his brother, I forget, also did the same thing. They wrote about it. We just don't know what they're talking about. But they're talking about the exact same thing. They even made a commercial about it. I think Hennessy had played it during the Super Bowl, which showed the waters above, right? Alex Picard was the scientist who launched himself with a balloon way up into the atmosphere and reached this level that no man had reached before. He also went deep into the oceans and found the same thing, these barriers that he believes, or I believe, that no man has gone beyond since or can go beyond. I don't think there's a matter if we're going back to the moon. I don't ever think that we went to the moon, and I don't think it's possible to be able to go to the moon because of these reasons. So, but there are vaults, vaults of the heavens, vaults of the deep that created this worldwide flood. They were opened up, I believe, in the rain. They say 40 days, but no one taught me either during my Bible study that there was vaults of the heavens and vaults of the deep that were opened up. So this would explain where all the water came from and where all it went, how the earth breathes, kind of like filters itself with these vaults, creates currents, tides, you name it. All of it can be explained just by that.
Yeah, I've thought about that now. If you're the creator, right, and you wanted to keep your flock, your creation, within a certain area, but you didn't want to make them feel that they were in a jail, right? Well, you can create natural barriers. If you go that way, you'll freeze. If you go out in the water, you'll die because you can't make the water salty. If you go down, too much pressure, you're going to die. If you go up, too much pressure, right? Now, if you try to dig, right? There's also seems to be a barrier there around 8 miles. So it seems like all corners are covered, right? You can't go up, you can't go down, you can't go this way, you can't go that way. Almost like an ant farm.
Yep. But it's big enough where you're comfortable, right? Even in the United States, if you're not comfortable in the state you live, guess what? Pack your shit up, drive 4, 5, 6 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours, and live somewhere else. Just in the United States. And it's the climate, the environment, the people, the way people talk, the way they act are totally different. The laws, right? Like, it's huge. Just the United States.
Oh yeah, nice big. The zoo is huge. Definitely. Like, we're definitely not gorillas that we have a certain limit. We can travel, but we do have a limit.
Yeah.
Do have a limit. Going up, going down. Yeah.
Some of these animals don't get along. Like, for instance, I limit myself on how far I go north because I don't want to run into Canadians. I might get angry.
Exactly. And I don't want to go too far down south you're into these swampy, in the mud.
I don't want to become crawfish natives, Nah, I love y'all snowbirds. Y'all come down in the wintertime and fill up our condos. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll give you guys money. Yeah, huh? The snowbirds.
No, but this place is amazing, right? Created by an amazing creator. We should give glory to that. But cycles seems to be the key, They talk about it even in science, the water and gas cycles, but I think it's more than that. I think it's the cycle of life, right? Like, the water and gas cycles are just a part of the cycle of life. You see it in every community. You see it in animals, packs, how they survive and eat or don't survive. You see it in the weather. You see it in, everything you do is basically a cycle.
Yeah, it is freaky, man. If you look at it, look, our water gets filtered, right? It goes up clouds, falls down to the ground, goes through the ground, gets filtered. Food is plentiful. Seeds, a tree makes another tree, makes another tree. An animal makes another animal. It's like, if that's not a design, man, I don't know what is.
Well, it sure doesn't seem like a random accident created by some type of energy expulsion in all directions. It definitely, I really don't even understand how one person, can find logic in that. When they really look around or see a baby born, or, just think about the cycle of just water or how the trees exist, anything, right? Like, I don't get that part. And how you can't differentiate from a tree next to a man-made sign telling you to go 55 miles an hour, which was made by what, right? And then say maybe the sign is actually could be made by a random act if you give it enough time. That's when you know you got them, right? Because in reality, for a fact that a man, you might even know the man that made the sign, right? That tells you to go 55 miles an hour. But the tree next to it, maybe or maybe not. Everybody, the individual walk, who created that? What thing, person, man, whatever. But either way, you should want to build a relationship with the person that created and designed the tree and makes it live for this long. More so than giving glory to the guy who made the street sign. I hope that makes sense. We often give glory to the wrong person, right? To that star athlete or Elon Musk who can do all these things, which to me seems almost made up, like fantasy, right? Many people give glory to them, wear their t-shirts and posters on the wall and all that, but have no respect for the entity that made the tree or the sky itself that Elon flies his so-called rocket. I hope that makes sense because that's profound.
Yeah, I hear you, bro. I hear you. You're taking it to like a man that has no clue of all this stuff, right? Me, I take it in not like that kind of a biblical or a praise kind of thing, right? I say like, wow, man, what the heck did this, right? Whatever it is, man, it's way beyond our comprehension, right? And it's definitely not a random act. So yeah, it boggles my mind, to be honest with you.
Well, give me enough time, right? Which is what they say you all. That's all you need. I can build a rocket. What I can do, no matter how much time you give me, is build a tree, create dirt. You understand what I'm saying? The elements that make up
Yeah,
where we
never
live.
mind that.
Man,
I challenge the greatest mind on the world. Make a tomato seed. Right? Make a seed.
yeah, good luck. Yeah, but instead we give glory to the, to the person who makes this cell phone, or what I'm saying. We just glorify that person over and over again, and deny glory to the whatever made everything else, the natural substance.
Yeah, for me, it's hard to argue against the creator. I mean, that's just me. Like evolution is like there's absolutely no evidence, no proof whatsoever. Like zero, nothing.
I stopped entertaining things like that because I think it brings you down. It's basically time wasted. So I pointed that out several times, but maybe it's not maybe other people need to hear it enough to realize that it is a waste of time. It's the same argument over and over again. So I just, leave or, stand behind, go behind, it's just time wasters coming in here to say the same thing they did 6 years ago to the same group of people. I mean, the exact word for word, I promise you. A certain person comes in here right now, he's going to tell you to go do it yourself. He's not here to teach you. Same exact words over and over again.
Yeah. And funny, I know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah.
You know how smart you have to be a multi-engine jet pilot for the Air Force and retire from that, like as an officer? How jaded you have to be to go into a group, claim that, and then act like that. Like I get it because I've done the same thing, but jaded. I was jaded, right? Like, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't add up. The story doesn't add up. So most of y'all know I play poker. I'm headed to play poker right now. So what makes me make a call rather than a fold is when the story doesn't add up. So if you're trying to tell me a story from this position with this amount of chips and these cards on the board and blah, 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 you're trying to tell me a story and I think it doesn't add up, I'm going to call you. Does that make sense? So I don't mind going with my gut. It's been right a lot. That's why I can call people out. Maybe I shouldn't call people out, and I've stopped doing it. But, it just comes natural. I mean, I don't know what it is. Don't lie to me, man. I know you're lying. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not truthful. Something's stretched. Something's not right. Something doesn't add up. I think you missed that flush draw, right? You might have wanted to be an Air Force pilot. You understand what I'm saying? But you never were. That sort of thing. I called. So why would I listen to anything else?
Who's an Air Force pilot?
There's many of them.
No, like in here right now.
Nobody that I know of.
Anybody claiming it?
Not in here, I don't think.
All right.
think Xanax a pilot. Blue Marble said he was a pilot. There's been a couple pilots in here. Being a pilot is like, my niece is a pilot.
Left lane.
Yeah.
Left
Yeah,
lane is a pilot.
I hadn't heard of him from him in a while. He's got a CDL as truck driver across the country and is getting his pilot's license. That's cool as shit. I have my CDL and captain's license, but I don't have my pilot's license.
Isn't Jazza also a pilot, a helicopter pilot or something?
Yeah, there's been many pilots come through here. Like I said, it's not that part of being a single engine or even a twin engine pilot, fixed wing, or where your wheels don't retract and things like that is not very difficult. Like, I'm not taking away from them because they might be something different, better pilots, whatever. But it's not that hard. Like, my niece got her pilot's license. She's not the brightest color in the box, and she's a good pilot. But when you
my
get
ex-girlfriend got her pilot's license.
Yeah, but when you get into the single engine, like jet fighters or the multi-engine carriers or, things like that, that is a different story. Right?
Commercial pilot.
A different breed, yeah. These are smart people. I have a nephew that was a jet pilot and a helicopter pilot for the Navy. And when he got out, he wanted to be a trainer, but he couldn't because he didn't have any training in a twin engine, right? It's totally different, just that.
Yeah, my uncle's buddy's neighbor flew a plane once. Sorry to do it. Jake, you in here?
Oh, it's check. Start today. I think he made it onto FED. And this other dude, Dicelo, I don't know if you heard of him.
Guy, this dude. Jake got his ass whooped on FED today.
Yeah.
Talk to me.
He
What
got
happened?
treated like a Palestinian.
Like a redheaded stepchild? Hey, so what happened? Tell me. Tell me details. Examples.
You can't just leave us hanging.
What the fuck was Jake saying? Oh God. I don't know, bro. You'd have to go back and watch it. It was it was a catastrophe. He was fun demuting, so he got put in his place.
You got to give us deep details. It's like saying SC Montreal got embarrassed and then just leaving it there. We got to know more.
Well, I kind of came in a little late, like towards the tail end of Chike getting fucking reprimanded, but and then it was this other guy. I think he calls himself New Moon or something. Sounded like he had like a Indian accent, like Eastern Indian accent, which is pretty funny in itself. I don't know. It's just the typical Oakley show. You know how it goes, man. They were talking about, he was talking about a downward bias, i.e. gravity, and then Nathan invoked a helium balloon, and he said, well, why doesn't my helium balloon go up then when I let it go? And then the other guy brought up a vacuum chamber, and then Nathan stopped him in the middle of his tracks and said, no, we do science here. i.e., natural observed phenomena. And then I kind of chimed in over top and said, well, where do we see helium balloons in nature? And he fucking wigged out on that. And then they were talking about gas pressure going in all directions. And he said,
But mostly
so which
down.
direction? He said, so which direction is the gas pressure going in my helium balloon? And then tried to answer his own question by saying all directions. And I said, well, isn't there a gradient inside your helium balloon? And if so, where does that gradient reside? Would it be towards the bottom? And he lost the shit again. And
Why didn't you tell him about the all directions, but the higher velocities downward? He'll freak out on that too.
Yeah.
Play into his little game. All directions, but it's going faster downward. Little fundy bun.
Yeah.
Bubbles of oxygen.
And then
all directions.
And then QE fucking came in and he's all, die slow. Why don't you tell us about nothing versus no thing? So I did like a little quick jaunt on that.
Chips?
Yeah. You gotta love QE's insults, man. It's some of the best.
Funny.
Definitely has some of the best insults out there.
Have another bowl of lead paint chips.
I don't usually listen. As a matter of fact, I don't listen at all to FED, but I listened today because I wanted to hear like the after effect, the proof thing. But to my surprise, there comes Chaiki. And Chaiki, you know how Chaiki is, right? He brought in, I was on the floor. What did you bring in, Chaiki? Jupiter?
Oh, yeah.
You varied the variable. I was on the floor. Like, oh man, this is easy for Nathan. Like, these guys, like, they deserve it. That was too funny.
Yeah, that's when I came in. Like, I heard him talking about, I never heard Chike say Jupiter, but I heard them, like, just bashing it over his head. It was pretty cool.
Chaiki, Jupiter? Seriously? You went to Jupiter, Chaiki. That was your game plan.
Yeah,
I hope Chaiki's okay. It's the first time I hear him not speak. Like, are you okay, Chaiki?
I think he's praying to the east at the moment, isn't it? Like, isn't it that hour?
What, Chaiki's not Muslim? What are you talking about?
Jew, Muslim, same shit.
No, he's not even religious, I don't think. I think he said he's Israeli, but I don't think he's religious. I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong.
Yeah. I don't think it's an option in Israel.
No, but when he said Jupiter, I go, oh my God. Okay, now I know why I'm listening. It's comedy hour.
Yeah, it was pretty fucking good. They lost their shit over that, didn't they?
I must admit, when I heard you, I go, oh shit, we're gonna have some action now. But no, it didn't really work out.
No, I was pulling up to my next stop. I told him that. I said, "Hey, man, I'm working. I'll give you a quick little rendition of the no thing versus nothing, and then I'm on my way." And I did that. QB had a couple laughs out of me, and yeah, they went on to something else pretty quickly. I was pretty impressed too.
I go, okay, we're gonna ether convo now. This should be good. But hey, maybe not.
No, I don't think I'll ever try to get into the ether discussion with those guys because there's nothing good coming from that talk. I only went in there because nobody was in
to
here.
quantum foam and stuff, right?
What's that?
You get to quantum foam, right? Ether, quantum foam, 0 point energy.
Yeah,
All that
I
stuff is
mentioned.
basically different people saying the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I
Kind
mentioned all
of.
that shit before.
You can lead an atomist to the ether, but you can't make them think. Is that kind of the idea?
I'm not even sure which side. To me, yeah, the bouncing balls is ridiculous to me, right? But I'm not so sure about the ether either, right?
Well,
So
think of it this way: if you're looking
I
at both
choose
sides,
epohe on this one.
yeah, if you're looking at both sides and you have these ideas of fields and quantum foam and their definitions of fields, which are mathematical constructs utilized to um, have some sort of framework for measuring energy at specified points within different vectors and tensors and all that shit, right? A mathematical framework. But then they say that the fields interact with one another. So how can mathematical frameworks interact with one another in some sort of physical way, right? So that's where their shit kind of breaks down, at least in my opinion, right?
No, 100%.
Yeah, it's
So to
math.
say that,
Yeah, definitely.
yeah, so the ether would be like, and this is just very crude, and don't take this as exactly on its face. But if you want to think of all of those fields combined as just being different um, octaves of the ether that allow for the manifestation or a specific modality of the ether to arise, then you have the physicality that's needed that they lack within a lot of their shit. So
Yeah,
Yeah, their
a lot of
stuff.
their,
Yeah, their stuff starts to get spooky when.
it's
Just
super
gonna
a lot.
say their stuff starts to look spooky when they start giving charges and electricity points and values and you know. Yeah. But the ether is kind of like the same thing, right? It's something there that one gets excited. Bottom line, you know what I think? Bottom line, both explanations, uh, to me, at the base, have to do with vibrations, movement, right? One says the ether gets excited, and the other one says electrons and atoms and get excited and change charge and this and that. It's kind of like the same thing, man. If you think
We
about
don't
it.
we don't really say that. I mean, I know you've heard a great deal about the ether, but you'd have to be able to concisely steelman it in order to be able to deny it or find something of it. I might not be the
Okay,
best.
where did I get it? Where did I get it wrong?
I mean, you're talking about
Isn't the ether all permit? Go
what's
on,
that?
bro.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, what's your perception of the ether? What is ether to you?
Well, I heard you guys talk about it, right? It's like I've heard you guys say it's like light is everywhere. So the ether is like light. It's there everywhere, and when it gets excited, then it presents itself. From what I understood you guys saying, and they say the same thing. It's things pop in and out of existence. I also heard you guys talk about counter space, right? That it comes from counter space from another dimension. I've heard stuff like that. So it's kind
Yeah,
of like the same thing, man. I'm sorry, bro.
yeah, no, in that regard for sure. Because even the materialists say things pop into and out of existence, and the ether guys kind of say the same stuff. When, like you said, you start getting into counter space because it's non-dimensional, right? So it's a little triggering and hard to wrap your mind around. But if you follow the trail of logic, it all adds up, in my opinion. But again, like, in order to prove it or validate it or quantify it, I mean, good luck with that, right? Because this is something that's unquantifiable, being it doesn't have a Cartesianal value or presence to be had when we're dealing with this end of the ether. Because you've got two ends of ether. You've got the counterspatial side, which refers to the dielectric field, and then you've got the magnetic side, which does have a Cartesianal presence and can be quantified. So
Yeah, if you wanted to quantify in reality, like the square root of -1, what would you have?
Is that even a question?
Hmm.
Okay, I'm interested. What would you have?
You would have an existence within counter space.
Right.
But the problem is
Now somehow that makes sense.
What the
yeah.
heck?
No, seriously, it's not an antagonistic question, but what does that mean exactly?
Yeah. There's a counter spatial element to our existence, to our realm, to what we live in. The
Okay.
problem is we live in the spatial dimension, right? So all of our perceptions and ways of thinking all revolve around the spatial dimension.
Do you just mean non-spatial? Because I can understand that, but why the word specifically counter space?
Yeah, call it non-space if you want to. I mean, the concept's still the same.
call it 0-point energy. I mean, there's a lot of words you can choose to apply to that framework. Counterspatial is obviously very triggering for a lot of people. But yeah, whatever word you want to apply to it, I mean, it's up to you.
Because I'm with you on like
It's not triggering, bro. It doesn't make sense. It's not that it's triggering. It's not logical. What is counter space? What does that mean?
What are the spaces in between? Like, if you had a ruler and you have all the lines on a ruler identifying each and every segment of that ruler in sequence, what about the space between those lines? So if you're going to measure something, you're going to put it up to that specific line on that ruler. But what about all of that void between those points on that ruler? What would you call that?
more space.
Exactly.
And what is space?
Well, in my worldview, it means it's an arbitrary designation by God, basically.
Okay, so we're going to go into the metaphysical realm.
Space is the distance between objects.
No,
Right. Yeah, it's the volume between objects. Right.
If there were no objects, you could still have space. That's the thing. So it's mathematical fundamentally in nature.
It's like you're talking about
There's
a
no
not
distance
that.
between the object. The space would
So
be
you have
outside.
If you had no objects but you had space, how would you measure the space?
It would be noted mathematically. It would be a mathematical arbitration.
Empty space.
You need, first of all, in order to have that space, you need to start adding things to it. You need to add one and then add the second thing, right? So then you get two, and between the one and the two, you have the space. Between the one and the one that equals two, you have a space.
To demarcate it, yes, but to specify it, you could specify that with a definition.
How can you demarcate space without any demarcation?
No,
how would you define space without boundary?
I agree that you can't demarcate space without an object, but you could specify space with a definition, just like in a computer program.
So what are the properties of space? Is space a thing?
Absence of everything.
Well,
Right.
not in your
It's
worldview. Like it's some sort of
privation of
breakup
matter, right? Yeah, it's privation of
In
matter.
neither worldview,
It's the volume
none of
between
you could
matter.
say space is nothing.
Yeah.
Space isn't nothing. It's not a thing.
I think space is a definition. I think everything in reality is a definition from metaphysics.
I just can't understand how you guys fail to see the similarities with ether and the quantum thing.
Let me ask you this.
We don't fail. I talk
Let me ask you this.
with Jace about it all the time.
Am I coming
Oh,
through?
cool. Okay. Yeah.
Seems like with the quantum thing anyway, just because they're similar isn't really a problem. It just means that they may have hijacked some truths about reality into their materialist paradigm.
Or the quantum ether.
I can say so.
Go ahead, Dysel. You're just kind of cutting out a bit.
So, do you agree in atoms exist, SE?
Oh no, most definitely.
Okay. And do you agree that an atom is 99.9999% empty space?
No, I don't even know what an atom is. How could I said I don't agree to it.
Oh, you don't agree.
They don't agree to it.
Okay. Well, no, I mean,
Yeah.
ether doesn't.
I don't agree
Ether
to
doesn't
it.
say. Yeah, ether doesn't say that the atom doesn't exist. We debate the model of the atom, but we don't deny, or at least I don't deny the atom. So I mean, if you're going to deny atoms, I mean, I don't know what to say. You might be in a camp on your own, but
I'm there. I cannot deny.
Well, what is an atom? You got to defy an atom,
Yeah.
right? Like,
how?
I believe there's the smallest piece of existence, right? Like, sure, there's like the smallest piece that you can, manipulate, right? But this atom thing that they talk about, that has a nucleus with a proton and a neutron and an electron. First, it was an orbital thing, and now it's a cloud probability. I think that's all made up.
Yeah, I'm with you, bro. I'm with you on that. So you're not alone.
so what's the smallest matter we have that you can agree on?
That's a good question, bro. I don't know.
I mean,
I haven't really thought of that.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have a position, like, because if you don't have a position or something to assert, like, you're just falling into the Nathan Oakley camp of never having a claim while simultaneously refuting everyone else's. Like, that's just an antagonistic approach that's never getting to a fulfillment of anything. Like, it's.
So what is the actual exact experiment that they use to determine all this stuff about the supposed atom? The actual experiment. What did they actually do without any metaphor or heuristic?
Yeah, but I wasn't refuting, right? Dyslo, I was just showing you the similarities of both y'all's belief, as you say, down south.
Yeah. No, I get
That's
that.
what I was doing.
There's definitely a lot of similarities, but I think a lot of those similarities come from the hijacking of the ether, being that the ether was a prominent thought figure in 90% of the scientific community originally, and then quickly got hijacked into something different. So there's going to be similarities based on that fact.
So how did they supposedly discover an atom? Like, what empirical test measurement? How did they do it? How do they know that it has all these parts? But how much of it was calculation and speculation?
Zanuck will tell you that they've got pictures of the atom with the the electron microscope.
Again,
still in here?
How did they do that?
That's a good question.
And how do they know that what they saw necessarily meant that there are these small balls at the bottom of reality? I mean, again, it depends on when they're talking about it. Sometimes it's a probability cloud, sometimes it's a ball. So like very convenient.
Well, just to finish my original point, like, if you agree with the atoms, which it sounds like somebody did in here, I can't remember who, but and you agree that the atom is 99.9% empty, then I would have to ask you if emptiness or nothing is even a possibility. Because I think fundamentally we would agree that it's impossible. It's more of a concept than anything. So if it's a concept, then what is within the void of the atom? It has to be something, since nothingness is merely a concept and a logical one at best. So what side of the table are you on? Are you on the side of nothingness, i.e., 99.9% empty space in an atom, or are you on the side of there being something to sustain that atom, not being necessarily empty?
What if there was a third option?
Yeah.
Not just those two options.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be great. I think a lot of people have been waiting for that to happen, but it's yet to happen.
That's a true dichotomy, though. There's either something or nothing. There's no in between. If there's any in between, it immediately becomes something. So.
No, I didn't mean that. I'm why? Because we're talking about ether, or basically vacuum quantum energy here.
Okay, yeah. The specific
so why can't it be electromagnetic? Which if you ask me, I would say it's electromagnetic. What?
Okay, but the electromagnetic.
I would steer to the electromagnetic side.
But the electromagnetic waves have to be traveling through something, because they're not particular in nature. So that's what the quantum field is saying, that they're discrete. I mean, they just switch back and forth, but they'd say it's discrete particles or probability clouds. It's all over the place with them. But if you have a wave, it has to be waving in something. So then you call it what you want, I suppose. I suppose they're calling.
I never. Oh yeah. Sorry.
I don't know what is.
I was just gonna say I never seen ether. I never seen quantum field, 0 point energy things popping in and out of existence. But I have seen. Well, I won't say I have seen, but I understand electromagnetic. I understand if you take a magnet, wrap copper wire and spin it, you're gonna get this thing called electricity. Whatever it is, it's a charge, right? I could understand that. I could understand that our brain uses electricity to work. So that's something that is, viable in the real world. Now, I'd rather go with that third option. How about that?
I know, but we have to then. So even with stuff, even there, you've also assumed certain invisible things like charge, right? So just because something is invisible doesn't mean it can't exist. Obviously, and obviously, I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm just saying you'll never even theoretically see a charge. It's not like air or something where you can't visualize it because of some instrumental limitation. It's theoretically not visible. It is a metaphysical thing.
Yeah, agreed. But if you stick your hand in an electric circuit, you're gonna understand whatever that thing we call charge or whatever it is. I can demonstrate that to you, right? You can't demonstrate ether to me or 0 point energy. Can you?
I mean, you can't even demonstrate charge directly. You can demonstrate something, and then you have a model. I mean, in this case, it's very quickly the model maps very, very, very neatly with what you're seeing. So you can have this thing. All these are two different things, and they have two different sides called charge, like poles, and they have a different charge, and then that seems to almost perfectly map onto what you see. But you can't see any of these things like charges. Nor would you ever be able to demonstrate. You can demonstrate that the model. But last point, you would demonstrate that the model maps almost 1-to-1 with it. You won't actually demonstrate it. It's a similar thing with
but I'm not talking about models.
I mean, as rudimentary as it is, to say something has a charge is a model.
Well, if you look at it that way, but what I'm saying is I can demonstrate what I'm talking about, right? I can take out a compass and say, look, whatever the heck this thing is that we're on, right? Look, it seems to have this thing. Now, this thing, whatever it is, right? It always points that way. Now, I can take a magnet, right? And I can put next to it and I can change that thing. So I can show that it's got to be something magnetic doing that, right? So I can I can talk, I can describe, I can show this thing. You can't show me, or you can't show me 0-point energy.
I'm
So
just
if
saying.
I was a betting man, I'd go with option 3.
Are you sure
If I
about
was a
that?
betting man.
You sure that
Well, as sure as
that we
you
can
are
show you?
about the ether, I guess.
Well, then what would be your explanation on the Casimir effect? Because as far as I'm aware, that's 0-point energy right there before your eyes. See, you got to remember that.
Why can't it be electrical? Why can't it be static electricity?
Well, I mean, you would have to be able to define all these things. You'd have to be able to define static electricity, magnetism, electromagnetism, and as far as I'm aware, there's no branch of science that's ever done that concisely, logically, soundly. This is the problem. But when you listen to the ether explanation on these things, it all starts to make sense and add up and has validity and logic and rationality.
I mean, the charge thing, or a pole. Like you take two poles of a magnet. Someone says, "Look, there are two different. Like I see two things. If I turn it one way, it sticks. If I turn it the other way, it repels." And someone says, "Look, I have this model. Like poles repel, opposite poles attract. And there's something about this side and that side." Okay, that's a model. Yeah, you can demonstrate 1-to-1. The model maps very quickly onto reality. But the same thing with the ether. The ether is saying if there are some waves traveling through reality called electromagnetic waves, then they must be waving in something. That's a logical deduction. What the nature of that is up for further exploration. But that there is something in which they are waving, that is deductively necessary.
Right. Yeah, you can never have a wave without something to be acted upon, such as a medium or an object. Because it's not a thing of itself. It's the motion of something. So, but going back to 0-point energy. What's that?
Isn't a wave.
What'd you say?
No, go on. Go on.
No.
I said, what if light isn't a wave?
Yeah, light's not a wave.
I said, what if? Yeah.
Yeah, light is not a wave, nor is it a particle, nor is it a particle-wave duality.
Yeah,
that's new. Oh, I was under the assumption that light was also part of the electromagnetic spectrum, so it was a wave. Could be wrong. I've never really. I see light as like a linear ray from a source, so I've not seen the waving aspect.
Well, we can reproduce light, right? We can reproduce light. Now we can do it chemically, or we can do it electromagnetically, right?
Well, even chemically, you're going to have electricity involved, you know. So like what QE said this morning about fire and glow sticks, you know, it's like, bro, is there no voltage in fire? Is there no voltage in a chemical reaction?
So light is not a wave. What is it then if it's not a wave? I'm genuinely open.
No, I don't know. I'm open to the idea that it could be a wave because it's we can reproduce it electromagnetically, right?
Yeah, but if you say it's a wave is what something does. It's not what something is.
Sure, fair enough.
That's true too. Yeah.
Sure.
So the ether explanation says that light essentially is a coaxial circuit, not a material emanation or projection, rather a shear induction containing 2 axial and 1 longitudinal radial components. So by true definition, the very nature of electromagnetism is a split wheel, kind of like a vortex antenna, as well as the coaxial geometry of the light. So you have a spatial electrical and magnetic components which induce each other via the dielectric center axial and the radial point.
This is too big brain to understand verbally.
It's essentially you have 2 phenomena manifesting perpendicular to one another, analogous to dropping a stone in water, where you've got the radial waves of the water and what rises out in line of the propagation, which is the drop. And the water drop is what the atomists conflate in their ignorance as being the photon. So it's literally just the intersection of these two fields interplaying off of one another.
Okay, so but the field still has to have some medium to exist, even if it's not a wave.
No, well, no, that's the thing is the field. The field is not comprised of particles.
Sure.
There's no particle associated with the field.
Sure. That would make it even more necessary for it to have some sort of a background in which it exists.
Right. Exactly. It's a background medium rather than a particle interaction.
I mean, just on philosophical grounds, everything can't be made of particles because there's space between them, and they're still interacting. Then there has to be something that's mediating that interaction. There's no way around that.
Right.
So either way, there's always something there in the background.
Right. Right. And the materialists think that Mother Nature's like some cross-eyed hooker with hairy armpits and a calculator directing traffic.
Exactly. I came to a lot of this stuff through biology. It's from a young age I realized it made no sense because I was like, oh, you have this genetic a similar problem. They're like, oh, there are these sequence of molecules called DNA, and somehow because of that now you have a specific form of your fingers and arms. I'm like, okay, then how do these non-sentient random sequences of molecules direct things into like macroscopic structures that they have no awareness of? Are we panpsychists? The same thing, I suppose, like you said, the directing traffic, but there's something sitting around like moving everything into position.
Right. Which totally violates natural order, right? And logic and many other things.
I'll give you another similarity, Dicelo and the Ether guys. Who was it? Cyrus that dropped a paper from this guy JJ. I forgot his other name.
Thompson.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Now,
yeah, but you got to remember.
He's talking about the ether.
Yeah, you got to remember though. J.J. Thompson was persuaded prior to receiving that Nobel Prize award to change his position, but prior to all of that, he had a whole different take on it. So it's a little sus. But go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. I was just reading the beginning of it. I didn't even get to the meat of it, right? But he was explaining ether. In other words, he was saying everything is like, what did he say? 1/8 ether or 1/80th ether? It was late at night. I can't remember. Don't quote me on the numbers, right? But everything is part ether, and when whatever that object is moves, it gains mass. When stationary or when moving, it has 3 times the mass when stationary. And I'm like, what? This sounds like the quantum stuff. So I don't know if you read that or heard about that.
No, I haven't, and no, I didn't. But do consider the fact that there's a multitude of variances as to what the ether is. Like there's like at least 200 proposals throughout history as to what the ether is or isn't. So being that they not everybody's in agreement, kind of creates a little bit of confusion and can easily cause somebody to dismiss this viable option due to the fact of misinformation or bad info. So
no, I ain't dismissing it at all. I mean, yeah, Tesla brought it up, so trust me, I'm not dismissing it at all. I just haven't figured out what it is as of yet, if it's anything.
Tesla had a really good quote. He said, light is a sound wave in the ether.
Yeah, I love that.
And yeah, that's a pretty good quote. You know, because as we all know, sound doesn't travel, right? It's not an emission either. It's a disturbance of the field, which sets off a propagation. So if light's the same thing, then he's essentially saying that it's not a particle. It's a vibrational disturbance.
Which could be thought of as a wave.
In regards to visible,
Right?
to visible light, in regards to visible light, not light in its full spectrum. That's the difference you need to make.
Correct. I mean, think of it this way: there's no sound particle, right? So why are we trying to particleize light?
There is. It's called the sound ton.
That's a good point.
It's a probability field of audio wave.
Yeah.
The cloud of sound probability.
Well, then you go into the vacuum, right? How does light travel in a vacuum? And of course, we'll have to say, well, there's no such thing as a vacuum, right? I mean, light. Did I say sound? I meant light. Sorry.
Yeah, you're not removing the ether from the vacuum.
Yeah, that's the whole point. You might be removing the material. Yeah. You might be, removing the material, but there's still something to sustain the propagation of the electromagnetic field, which should tell you that the magnetic field is not comprised of particles.
Yeah, and the quantum boys say exactly the same thing in different words. Well, yeah, we take all whatever, but they're still in the vacuum. They even called it vacuum energy. They even
but remember that's a bastardized hijacking of our analysis that they've strawmanned into, this ad hoc position of materialism. Like, so there's going to be similarities due to that fact, right? But the thing that I was trying to get out earlier about 0 point energy is it's implosive rather than explosive, and currently humanity is is under the assumption that energy is or the release of energy is in this explosive or discharging format, but that's only one way. The other side of that.
Dysel, are you familiar with Keely's work?
Nope. I've heard the name, but nope.
Ooh, sympathetic vibratory frequencies, Keely, implosive energy. Oh, I gotta send you a lecture if you want to listen to a person with a dry voice for a few hours. It's fucking gravy.
Yeah, fuck yeah, I'll check it out. Let me ask you this, SE. Do you think that we're in a enclosed system here on Earth?
To be honest with you, yeah, I can't see any other way.
And what's the mechanism of this enclosed system? Can you describe the fascia or the containment?
Pure speculation.
Right. It's logically accepted,
If
right?
you ask me to speculate,
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
well, I can speculate if you like. Yeah. Um, containment, yeah. How the containment? That's a tricky one, right? The
Is
only
it
thing I can
physical?
think of is semi
Physical in the sense of
physical.
tangibility
And I
or
was,
materially, physically containing
yeah,
it.
yeah. It's definitely material. Yeah. Now the best thing
So,
I've come up with is go on.
so are you implying like a firmament from like the quintessential version of it being like the sky dome essentially?
You can think of it as, I don't know what shape it is, if it's a dome or I don't know what it is, but the way I see it, we have Atmos, right? It has to be contained, whatever this is, right? So
Hmm.
if it's a thing, it has to have shape. If it has shape, it has to have boundaries, right? So now, how does it end? Now, the only logical thing, I can only work with what we have, right? So we have helium that goes up. We know it goes up. So could it be helium turning into superfluid, which then turns into super solid? How about that? That's the best I've come up with. And like,
Yeah, I mean
I'm not saying
that's
that's what it
fine.
is. It's just
Yeah, no,
shooting in
I'm
the
not
air,
holding
like,
you.
shooting
Yeah.
the breeze. Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. But the main point you made was that you're following a logical path, right? To induce something that you can't necessarily test or validate on, right? Like, I don't think either one of us in our lifetimes is going to get far enough away from the surface to actually touch this containment, right? If it's material or whatnot. So my point is at some point you have to rely on logic, right? Logical deductions to make a proper analysis on the matter, which you did, right? Like we've asserted that gas pressure requires containment. Um, so with that being said, you've come to accept that we're in a contained system due to that fact, without ever having verified this firmament to begin with. So how are you able to come to that acceptance following your reason of logic? But when it comes to the ether, you just want to like throw in the towel all quick like and say, well, counter space is doesn't exist, which it doesn't. But then go on to say, therefore, it's nonsense and
I didn't
dismiss
say
all
it's
the
not.
logical.
Maybe I did say in the beginning, but it's illogical. Let's put it that way. It's illogical.
Right, illogical. That's kind of what you're summing it up to be. When somebody could easily just say, yeah, it's illogical to assert that we've got, a physical containment over top of us. Although we know gas pressure requires containment, we don't see it. There's no sign of it. It's only a logical deduction that we, expect this system to be enclosed by. It's no different than that.
So what do you think is in? Okay, what do you think? You think ether is somehow enclosing our system? I'll put the question to you. Well,
I
how do
think,
you think? Where do you think we're at?
yeah, I envision it as being more of a field or lack thereof, and I'm leaning closer to the lack thereof, meaning that I think a field has boundaries, and that field is what's containing our system here. And as I've already told you, the field isn't particles or material. So that right there gives us containment without physicality.
Yeah, but a field of what?
A magnetic field.
Magnetic. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
magnetic, dielectric, maybe the combination between the two. Hard to say, but either way, I think of
Okay,
it more
that's
of like,
something. That's something. Yeah.
right. I think of it more of like a force field or lack thereof. And like I said, I lean closer to the lack thereof. Like I consider it the outer extremity, the boundary of the field.
Lack thereof? That doesn't make any sense. What do you mean lack
Yeah.
thereof?
So a magnetic field doesn't go on to infinity and beyond, as the Globers like to tell you. A magnetic field has an endpoint to it. So like if you had a magnet, the field around the magnet is only going to carry on so far away from that magnet. Outside of that magnetic field, is a boundary. There's a boundary there where the magnetic field ends and leaves off. And that's how I envision our enclosed system to be contained.
So the boundary contains the is that what you're saying? Am I steel manning you good or not?
It's just the end of the field essentially. And everything exists within the field, not outside the field.
Okay. Okay, I guess yeah. What? At least it's something, right? You didn't tell me it's a counter space or it's a this or that. You're saying it's an actual magnetic field that's keeping the atmos in. Okay,
Right.
I can see that happening, I guess. A little tough, but
Yeah. I mean, it's it's speculation, right? No different than what you provided, but that's that's my point. Is like at some point, like we have to understand, like that's the best we have to go off of, unless you plan on leaving the surface to get far enough away to test this stuff out, or because outside of that, that's all we can do is just make logical assertions and deductions to kind of reach a point. So
yeah, that's why we started this off with. We're just shooting, wind, like, stuff in the air, like it's not concrete. We're just guessing. We're just speculating.
right. So yeah, I mean, there's some things that we might not be able to validate empirically, if it can even be empirically validated. Some things require logical assertions or deductions to make heads or tails of what's going on until we have better evidence or answers. So for now, that's where I'm at.
But then you still have to trust that your logic is correct, though. Right?
Right. Yeah, I've got to continuously put that to the test. Otherwise, I fall right back into a belief system.
And it is a belief system. I mean, you just believe that your logic is correct.
Yeah, I'm using the logic to support the belief, and without that, it's faith based and might as well be religion.
That's where we have to humiliate ourselves and know where to draw the line. That's why I call it God territory. Call it creator territory. Choose your, choose
Right.
your creator.
Exactly. But remember, God is logical, is he not?
You meant humble, right? I see. You said humiliate. You meant humble.
Oh, did I? Oh, shit, did I say that? Yes. Thank you. How the hell did I say that?
I think you meant humility.
Thank you. I meant humble. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's. I think
humble,
that's what I was going
humility.
for, but I messed that up. Well, I've been humbled by my humility.
Well, Daiso, you said it. Did you say is God logical? But if God
Well,
creates if God creates logic and lack of logic, wouldn't it be both on some on some level that it would be expressing both?
well, I mean, that's if you mean that illogicalness is actually a thing rather than just the loss of logic. Like, I don't think you have to create illogicalness to have it. Like, I think it's just something that exists on its own.
Oh.
Yeah, like why didn't God make us with all the answers, right? Like, I get it. I don't know. I don't have answers for that, man. My only point was that it's logical
Well,
to
that's
assert
simple.
God.
That's simple, bro. That question is simple.
Oh, go ahead.
You know what the answer is?
Let's hear it.
Yeah, he didn't want you to know. Obviously.
Right, and that's kind of why I just stopped right there because it's gonna fall into a paradox.
Or how about wants you to figure it out or rediscover it? You know, to go on a journey. Like,
well, that's kind of the
test.
That's the point we were making earlier. Is the more you discover, the more you realize how little you know. Like, I don't know if there's ever a point which we're gonna know the entirety of this realm. Like, I think I'm with SC on this. It was devised in such a way to where it's like you're not to know everything. It's not humanly possible.
And some things you have to take on faith.
Yeah, and that's why I say faith is very important as a human to have and possess. Like, but have it based on logic, you know. Like, having faith in unicorns is isn't going to be too fruitful. Whereas having faith in a creator, an ultimate creator, could be, you know, it could definitely lead you to many other things and answers and whatnots. I don't even know if I'm making any sense right now.
Well, I mean, you don't have to have faith in in a creator. That can be deduced. What his nature is, then you can have faith in that. And those things need faith. That's something that created it. Everything exists. You don't need to have faith in that.
Well, it's more or less the unseen that it's pertaining to rather than the seen, I think.
even just to take it to a simple level, if somebody handed you a Nintendo and a game cartridge along with a TV and controllers, gave that all to you and plugged it all in, you start playing the game. Is there any way you could think that someone didn't create that game? There's some way you could just think, this all just popped out of nowhere. Like, you would absolutely be able to logically deduce that somebody designed that game. Somebody made the game.
Right. That's why I said, like, months ago, like, if natural order and like the creation of things could just spontaneously come about, then like why aren't we seeing Rolexes flying through space or just anything for that matter that requires some sort of like intelligent design behind it? Like, we don't see that. We see complexities, but not in the sense of, you know, in working order.
But the bottle disagrees and says if you put all these pieces in a jar and you shake it up, there's 1 in a million chance that it can actually all come together. But
Yeah. With enough logic, with enough multiverses and enough luck.
Yeah, yeah, that's pretty far fetched and insane to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what is been talked about is that God is good. All of those things are like completely a matter of faith. That He's all these things that people attribute to Him, religious people, like perfection, all this stuff.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of insanity from both ends for sure.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's insanity, but it's faith. You have to have faith that God is good. I mean, I think that's really a question that more people should like think about.
Yeah, I think religions just kind of get way out there when it starts trying to answer the questions that are almost unanswerable. Like you just got to know where to draw the line, you know? Like counter space. Like I don't know what the fuck to tell you, man. Like we only know things through material, so like
if you're calling counter space non-space, then it makes perfect sense to me, because like there are things which have magnitude, but you can't draw any distinctions. Like, for example, pain, and there's clearly a magnitude there, but you can't actually like quantize it. So that's not a problem. Non-consciousness,
right.
Consciousness exists clearly, and it's non-spatial. It's not in
That's
your.
a good one.
So I'm not opposed to like non-spatial things existing. They clearly exist, but counter
Or how
space
about love?
very specific connotation, and it may just like whenever no offense, but like when people like when I know you're probably saying something really profound with like what you were saying, the two fields perpendicular to each other, and then that, but it sounds exactly the same to the uninitiated like me, that like all these like scientism worshippers say when they say like the probability field and this and that, it's all this. It just doesn't. I would have to go step by step to really understand like what's being said there, because it all seems so specific and it's like hard to like process.
I mean,
You sound like you're in a
why are they
bathroom
not?
connected.
They're not quantifiable. I mean, aren't those chemical reactions in your body?
Yeah, I'm sure you can measure like the brain waves or something on some kind of scanning device or whatever, but I think the point is like what he's saying is like a lot of it's subjective. Like I don't think there really is a way to gauge it from a 1 to 10 or 1 to 100 scale. It's like there's nothing to be measured other than maybe some brainwave activity or something.
Yeah, and that would be a mapping or a correlation. You wouldn't be actually measuring the phenomena or the qualia of the pain itself.
Right. which goes back to even like love, right? We know love exists as long as you're not some kind of like weirdo or something. But how do you measure that?
Exactly.
And we know that we love things differently, right? Like there is clearly a value of love, but
yeah, that there's a degree, there's a magnitude even to love. Yeah, to all these non-spatial things, there is some degree, but you can't quantize it.
right.
What would you say if I told you emotions could be manipulated chemically?
Well, that would just say that they're bound or mapped onto something physical. But by definition, just empirically speaking, the emotion is not the chemicals. Otherwise, you wouldn't be feeling an emotion. Just by definition.
Right. Right. It takes
I agree
something
with
to
you.
modulate the signal, i.e., the chemical, and to interpret it. But and also it requires experience, right? Like, because even if you did like synthetically induce whatever it was, as some sort of an emotion, like what's the emotion without the experience, right? It's kind of purposeless, and
Well, yeah,
void
you need
of
the
really anything.
computer, you need the software, the brain. But we have like another thing. We have a chemical. We have chemical emotions, right? Our thyroid, our pituitary gland. Those things play a big role. Yeah, and we need electricity too, right? The brain works on electricity, right? So we're like a
Well,
freaking machine and a half.
that was interesting what Sirius said yesterday, talking about he was talking about pulse electricity or something versus the other forms of electricity, and being that the body utilizes this pulse electricity for sorry for lack of better words, or maybe I misunderstood completely, but could have swore he said that. I don't know if anyone else was listening, but
No, he
I thought
did.
that was
He
interesting.
did. I was listening. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I should have said it then, but I'll say it now. There's even an organ in the heart that's responsible for that. It's like a little node or something that does that, that creates that electricity that our brain uses. Yeah, it's freaked out, bro. It's truly freaked out.
Yeah.
Have you guys looked into the fact that the heart is not a pump?
Yeah, I heard it more described as a magnet.
Yeah, I mean it's something, but you can just like with the flat Earth, you can rule out that it's not a pump. You can rule things out easily, but you can't really figure out what the fuck it actually is.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we've yet to realize from the mainstream perspective, at least. And just think of like when these things do get realized and actualized and put into practice somehow or some way, like the benefits of that, and how, like, I don't know, man, like technology is something. If it doesn't end up being the demise of us, right? Like, I don't know how you guys feel about the whole AI thing. I know a lot of people don't ever think that it could be sentient, and that's just really far fetched idea. But
You mean that whether it could have?
I don't know.
If AI gets consciousness, that means God Himself has decided to like airdrop consciousness on this thing. Because in and of itself, all it's doing is following the laws of physics. It's the same thing, it's just transistors and electric current. No matter how convoluted the arrangement of what's happening on it is, it's the same shit. So God would have to basically look down and say, "Oh, you know what? Fair play. Let's give this thing consciousness for it to be conscious."
I saw some new information about that whole forget her name, but that whole plane flight freak out with that first chick. I'm sure some of you guys saw that.
Motherfucker.
But 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 yeah, basically some new video footage came out from like the police cams and stuff that showed up, and there's just all the contradicting misinformation going on that's getting like constantly fucking debunked. And it's just like, which makes it more like weirder. Like, why would people go through this much trouble to like totally fuck the story up?
So can I share with you the peace and comfort that I got, the information that I learned from the vibratory physics, and combining like some of the information that I learned from that with their like experiments as far as trying to identify consciousness in the brain and where it manifests. So the high frequency that's and also with the mind energy research that they're doing at the Dale Ponder Research Center. So looking in, I don't know if this will give anyone else any comfort, and I don't know if it's like a false sense of peace or comfort about AI becoming sentient or not. Maybe it is. I don't know. It kind of helped me to come to the conclusion that it's not achievable digitally, right? Because what the mind energy, the high frequency that they laid out in their understanding of which octave and the high frequency that's required for mind energy cannot be achieved with a square wave, and digitally that's what's produced is a square wave. And also when they were looking into the consciousness in the brain, it was like, I don't know, I think 613 terahertz. That was the frequency at which they could get it to light up. Doesn't necessarily mean that's indicative of consciousness, but that's when they got it to light up. However, the fact that you cannot achieve the high frequency that's required for mind energy, the square wave, and that's what you get digitally is a square wave. I don't know, to me, that kind of gave me a little bit of comfort. Like, no matter how hard they try, not going to be able to achieve it. And
Well,
that may be
just think about
fallacious.
that. Think about that then in itself. Like with all the fucking latest and greatest advancements in technology and whatnots, like we're so far away from being able to ever create consciousness, let alone life in itself, even in like the most simplistic form, being like a bacteria or something. They still can't replicate that, which just goes to show, like, you know, the impossibility of this whole spontaneous cosmic fart that we spawned from, supposedly. Like, just puts it right in the bucket.
I think what they're missing and what they continue to want to ignore is the one thing that they can't calculate, they can't computate, they can't recreate, and they can't utilize it in any way because it's got its own, like, it's its own thing, right? The life ether, the four ethers you have, the life ether, the thermal, the light, the chemical, or air. But anyway, the life ether is I mean, it's out of their reach, right? It's there. It does its own thing. It's out of their reach, but they know it's there. You can see it interact things. You can see. Like, I think that's probably a new perspective gets into the microzemas. That's essentially what those things thrive off of. Like, they draw. You know how you can find different sources within different mediums, like magnetic, dielectric, and so forth. You have sound and light. Well, these microzemas, this is what I'm postulating and I'm theorizing. Like, I'm speculating heavily on this. Those things are like dependent only and interact only with life energy as far as energy goes of life ether. I don't want to get too far into that. That's kind of bogging the whole conversation down some. Just something to think about.
Yep. Yeah, that's all good points.
I think that's why they don't want us looking at it, right? That they don't want us to know that they don't understand everything and they don't have a good grasp on, because they can't control it, they can't regulate it, they can't, you know. But anyway, so I'll hush for a while. I'm enjoying the convo, listening to you guys.
Yeah, it's been pretty chill. Where the hell's Chike at?
Hold on. So there's more than one ether?
Apparently. I mean, we've only touched on, reality in the sense of the science of it, but we hardly ever really get into the metaphysical rather than the physical. So, in terms of sciencing the metaphysical, which would
It's
require a philosophical. It's a lot of philosophical stuff, I guess. But
for as far as they
it,
could understand it when they were like they broke it down into the ether. If you spell it with an A, that's like the ether as a whole. Then that ether starts with an A, or for ethers that start with an E. I don't know, maybe, but each it's just different energetic fields that make up the ether. So they're different ones, but all of them together as a whole make up the ether, which is spelled with an A. So there is a distinguishment between ether spelled with an A and ether spelled with an E. Some people spell it either way, and I don't. And most don't even myself up until a little while ago didn't even realize that there is a reason why one is spelled with A and one is spelled with E.
hmm. What's going on with Trump? On the channels I follow, it says he dropped some kind of a bombshell. I didn't watch the video yet.
I haven't checked.
Thank God it's Friday. Is DMOC still on mute?
I've unleashed the demon.
Who let the dogs out? DMOC, you there? Probably washing dishes or something.
Yeah, I'm here. I was thinking about the ether. The aether. Aether is A like alcohol. Ether is eternal in your soul. The E.
All right,
The energy.
put him back on mute.
Etherical. Yeah, put him way back on mute because we don't want to talk about the A and the E. No, she asked. That was my opinion. The A is for like alcoholic aether they used to drink, and then the ether is electrical. So the E. But I mean, that's just my opinion. Could be wrong. I could always be wrong every day.
It's pretty rare though, right?
No, no. It's not a rare thing to be wrong. I think a lot of people are wrong and just don't realize it. I was sitting there trying to freestyle about ether and then reefer and then either and then some stuff, and then you were like, Democ, are you there? He's like, but I did have a couple questions that I was like, or a couple ponderations, I guess you would call it. What about are you guys off of the gravity thing yet? Are you off the helium balloon thing?
Yeah, we've fucking been off that for a minute. But you talking about the FED show this morning or what?
Just in general, like, just remember that everything has its conduction, right? So everything's being conducted, right, by the great conductor, right? If that even makes sense, I guess. So everything has its form or like way that it like turns or has its attribute of what it does. All these gases and stuff, right? So when they say the offset of burning something or like to get a spark or something is light, then they tell you an offset of gas or burning something like can be ether, right? Or I mean helium. I'm sorry, helium. So they can too many things to think about. So the helium, right? While it's converted or made by man or an offset of natural gas, also while it's in the helium balloon, the whole time you put it in a balloon and do any other thing to it, you're adding more process to it. The whole time it's in that process being put down here where you're forcing it and you got to let it, put it in a container, then you like let it go and it goes up at its rate. The whole time it's being conducted into whatever it has to be to get up there anyway. Like it's always going through a conduction rate, if that makes sense. Just like humidity and conduction of like the moisture in the air and all that shit. There's always a fucking rate of change. Just because you put nitrogen in a lighter doesn't mean it's going to stay not, as soon as you hit that button or whatever for your butane or whatever, you know what I mean? Whatever you put in there, as soon as you hit that button, it's another conduction rate. And then it opens up into the medium and another conduction. So it's transforming itself into what it needs to be. Instead of thinking of like a dome or any of this other shit, like these things are conducting themselves into the equilibrium they need to be, which would make a firm layer of stuff. That's what makes the layer. Does that offer?
I don't know, bro. You said a lot of shit, bro. It's like I'm like my mind is like thinking about other stuff. My bad.
Just pay attention to helium. When they make helium, it's all, even though it's in a balloon and rising up, the whole time it's rising up through every bit of distance that it partakes in the medium we live in, or like these layers, it's becoming more of those layers as it goes up. Does that make sense? Like it's converting itself the whole time. We're not the only ones that convert things. Nature does that.
Oh, it's like transgender helium. Got
So yeah, we got like air, water, whatever, and they're all separated forms of each other, right? And they reside upon each other just like water resides upon the dirt, the air resides upon the water. There doesn't have to be a firmament above. It doesn't, like, stuff can just build upon itself. Like if I put a brick on a brick on a brick on a brick, I don't need a top brick to hold them down. I don't need no top brick. They're already holding themselves. Like you don't have to have a top brick.
I don't know, man. I think I would have to call you Scarface or something, man.
Well, I mean, to not argue with nature would be the right thing to do, right? When you guys argue with nature, you're like, no, that's not happening in nature. You know what I mean? Just like Globers. No, water's sticking to a ball. It's not doing what you see right here. No, what we see right here is what I explained. Mediums that don't need a containment from a top. We don't need a roof. Not that I know of. When you got a roof, shit falls down in it, like rain. Shit ain't trying to, like, I don't know, man. I think it's the opposite. I don't think you need a roof. I don't think you need gravity either. You don't need containment. It's just in your mind you need containment for it for some reason. I don't understand why.
Yeah, we don't need no stinking roof. Light that motherfucker on fire.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you're talking containment and we put a man-made balloon there, yeah, that's containment. But do we see a man-made thing up there? Did nature make us a fucking top? I mean, that's the question, right? Did nature make us a fucking force field dome? Or no? That's the only question I could say, like.
I don't know. Kosho's mom gives good force field dome.
Every once in a while, you're pretty funny with those guys, slow.
Poor Kosho.
No, but like as for speaking proof and shit like that, yeah, I could literally go in front of a group of people like Congress or whoever or the National Society of Science, and I wouldn't have to talk much about anything. I'd actually do what I was I'd just do it. And I'd say, do you understand the attributes of what's happening here? And if they said no, then that would be their problem, not mine. You know what I mean? I wouldn't have to talk to them about anything if you're talking science and proof and demonstration. Like you're like Demont. Can you prove a globe over flat? Yeah, I could. It wouldn't have to do with talking. See, that was the problem. Like talking isn't what does it. So like me conversing back with Geo back and forth isn't going to help Geo do anything or me, right? He's going to say, I don't understand you. And I'm going to say, I don't understand him. But at the end of the day, if a bum walking, it doesn't matter what Geo or I understood, right? I mean, if you see the shit happen, it doesn't matter what you comprehend about it. It's fucking happening, right? And that's what I'm saying. So, yeah, just an altimeter is the real thing that happens everywhere. Yeah, so left to right, you would have to have something doing anything other than a horizontal line for elevation. You have to have anything but that. That's what you're looking for physically. You're not looking for words. You're not looking for Demok to say words. You're looking for anything from left to right to deviate from horizontal while that fucking object is staying the same altitude. That's, I mean, there's no other way to put this. You need not horizontal. You need arcing elevation. All we have is horizontal elevation. Last time I checked. I've never met an airplane that goes down any kilometers of 1,000.
Did you ever get any crypto, Demo? Demo, you there? Around?
A diagonal line, if I take a diagonal line and run it across the ball, a diagonal from the top down where you stand, diagonal line at 33 degrees, guess what? That diagonal line's supposed to stay the same altitude too. Isn't that fucking cheesy breezy, beautiful cover girls? So a horizontal isn't a diagonal in elevation. It isn't a dropping elevation. It isn't a dropping increase. It isn't a dropping staying the same. A horizontal is what happens over flat Earth. Anything other than that needs to be demonstrated for us to even ever try to even think about a ball. And there's a million more things you can do too. Like I said, pop your hand out of water. Like there's a billion of them. The blinds that you fold up so the cops can't see through your window, or neighbors can't see in there, and you pull the blinds down. Well, you set the blinds right, a certain angle, push the blind away. You see the picture. You're on a globe or a flat Earth. There's like a billion ways to prove it 100% with physical objects, and not just saying a boat. I see boat. No, an actual attribute of something that you see the tilt of. Or you have it blocked out of your view like a blind at 33 degrees to where the blind is covering the picture. Every square of the blind is covering your sight. You push it straight away from you, that's all it's ever going to do is stay what it is, as the blind covering the picture. If you're on a globe and that picture tilts 1 fucking degree, I mean the blind, the whole image, the whole thing, it tilts 1 degree, those blinds lift up from the tilt 1 degree, and you'll see the picture. Don't go for the extreme. Go for the minuscule, the most, like, make the observation the most minuscule thing it can be to make it the most it can be at the end. So you start it with the least you can have, and you put the smallest amount of space you can have to be able to see through. And if this fucking thing tilts back 1 fucking, just an inkling of anything, if it just moves back a fucking hair, you'll be able to see more of the image, and like it'll pop up to you like, oh, I see the picture now. And that'll just be a little deviation from a horizontal. But it wouldn't be horizontal. Do you understand? So not horizontal is globe. Horizontal is flat Earth.
Liar.
There's all kinds of ways you can do this.
Liar.
No such thing.
Liar. What's up, Damak? How are you, man?
I'm all right.
All right, man. I was totally just poking the bear, buddy. Hope all is well, man.
There ain't really no such thing as poking the bear. I just speak my mind. I mean, I don't know. But I'm good. I mean, is there anything else you guys want to talk about?
Yeah, man. Let me ask you. So, when you're at grade, right? You're on the ground. Let's say you have the advantage of a helicopter, and you jump in that helicopter, and the pilot just pulls back on the controls, and you rise up. Now, if you're observing the horizon, can you explain to me what happens as we observe that situation unfold?
As we observe, which horizon are we looking at? The one in reality?
Yeah,
Or are we
for
imagining?
sure. Like how we would actually see it IRL. Yeah.
All right. So we'd go up, and it wouldn't exactly rise. That's not really what it's doing. It's not rising anywhere. It's proceeding to go forward. It's always going to include itself forward, more and 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 more, outward, 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 outward. Not necessarily rising to your eye level, right? But extending the more you go up. That's what we see in reality in the helicopter when we go up. We see an extension of the dirt, which cannot happen if you were on a ball, because in reality, it extends. So you could draw that mark like Zenik and them do and say, oh, well, it's not rising to eye level. Well, it doesn't have to be. That's not what it's doing anyway. It's extending more and more and more per degree. Every amount you go up that matches you with that amount of degree of outwardness. And that's what's happening.
All right. So I just posted up an image at 59 minutes past the hour, and it's a dude standing in what you would appear to be a ball. So we call this thing the azimuthal dome of vision, or whatever pretty name you want to come up with it for it. Anyways, question being, as you were just describing, you go up in the helicopter further out, and then that eyesight line, the point of the circumference, the node of the circumference of that ball, the leading edge, the crown of that ball, if you will, that line gets further extended out. This is what you're saying, correct?
No. You asked me about reality. In reality, the dirt and water, like when we go up, in reality, the land proceeds in front of us more and more and more and more. It proceeds. It keeps getting further and further and further in front of us more. In reality, now that image you have right there for a ball, that's not what would happen. You would go up and you'd see a little bit of land more for the area that's encompassed you, so many feet or whatever around your person. And then after you hit that point, the horizon of a spherical thing would stay what the fuck it is. And it would have to go down from you and stay there. So at a point, the horizon on a globe would have to stop right the fuck where it is as you rose. It would never further and increase and increase and increase and in front of you, because it's down around below behind you coming to your back.
I'm gonna double back with an image in a minute. I'll be back.
Yeah. So to reiterate, the ball would not precede itself everywhere as you got up in the air forever. That couldn't happen. That would never happen. Only on the reality we live in. Like a trampoline, the side of itself becomes predominant as you lift up, then you see the green yard. The edge of the trampoline stays what the fuck it is. It doesn't keep going out further and further and further to trick you like, oh, I'm a globe stretching and just growing and growing and growing. No, the globe has a definite size. It isn't so big. It's fucking actually so small. As a matter of fact, it's small as fuck, the idea of their globe. It isn't even big enough to do what they claim. But regardless, a flat earth precedes itself. It keeps extending everywhere. Not necessarily rising to your eye level, 100%, but extending in every direction, north, south, east, and west. A globe, you could see an extension to a point, and then it would stop. And that'd be it. And then you'd see past the globe. The globe would have to present itself. Its circumference would have to present itself. Like, I mean, from what we see as a human, when we look down, we've never been to space to see no black space everywhere. We see Earth. Like, truthfully, that's all we can see. So do you think a ball would extend into infinity, or the flat Earth never-ending idea of flat Earth? Or does flat Earth end at the same circumference as the ball? These are the three questions you have to ask yourself, because there's three different versions of flat Earth globers too. You know, they all have different ideas. Like Chike's a glober, but he's not a glober. But he's not a flat earther.
He
So,
proudly says I never claimed globe.
well, I mean, when someone says there's something but not something, but then they're like, what? Huh?
Yeah, what are you saying,
I'm
dog?
what reality. Yeah, I'm what reality dictates, man. If this motherfucking reality somehow shows me, somehow, other than what I've come to my conclusions of logically, of my logic, to be a flat earth, then I would say it wasn't. I would have to. You know? So to have a presupposition of it is this or that before you would know would be stupid. Now, flat earthers, I don't think have ever done that. I think they looked into a lot of shit for a long time and they were like, what the hell? This is what I'm left with. This is the reality we're left with. It's horizontal, stationary, you know. And the word weight. How do you get your weight without waiting on a scale to weigh your weight? You have to wait a minute, sir, for me to weigh you. Because if you move, I can't get your weight. Did you understand that?
100% AIT versus EIGHC. Question being, is weight a force?
No. My point was movement. You have to wait stationary to be weighed, to get your weight of your body. And if you move, i.e. globe, spin, you'll never be able to calculate your fucking weight. But go ahead, what were you asking?
Just if you would describe weight as a force.
I describe any action or reaction as a force. I think temperature's a force. Hot and cold are the force. Actually, the conductors of everything beyond intelligence. Intelligence is the thing that gets you hot and cold, high to low, positive to negative, and everything we try to describe in words, right? It's an intellectual thing. Whether it's electricity, action, reaction, however we want to explain these fucking things and separate them into our little special categories, it's all memory and intelligence working inside of itself. That's what I believe. I believe the energy that can't be created or destroyed is intelligence itself. Yeah, weight's a force. You press down on the spring's a force back at you, and you're a force down on it. Yes, sir. That's how you get your weight. Two things resisting each other in stationary, while stationary. You get a reference frame.
Interesting.
Because if you move something, you don't have a reference. You can't put a scale on a moving thing and get your weight. Because it wouldn't be weighted. It wouldn't be weighting. It would be in motion. It wouldn't be stationary or still or static.
And it would be doing work, because work is defined as doing work is defined as movement.
Yeah, the globe is supposed to be doing all kinds of work right now, but where's it at?
Nicely stated.
Right? Yeah, the globe is the workingest motherfucker I ever seen do nothing. The globe is the laziest, best worker I've ever seen.
Yeah, it creates gravity out of thin air.
Well, yeah. Well, how does it create gravity from nothing? You have space and time. So space and time are going to pull space and time to pull shapeless energy. How can you have a shapeless thing when something's shaping it called gravity into a shape called a sphere? None of this shit makes any sense.
Well, my whole thing with gravity is like you have to do something to the item in order to observe gravity start working. I got to pick it up to watch it drop and say, wow, there's gravity.
Would you say the globe's lazier to Forrest Whitaker's left eye?
Say again?
You said the globe's lazier to Forrest Whitaker's left eye?
Oh, shit. Yes. I just caught that. Yeah. I would say so. Some lazy vision.
It sure lets those rockets climb to orbit somehow, right? By falling into the ground. It's funny how a rocket's the only thing that can fall into space, isn't it?
Well, rockets all seem to
when
have
the rate of fall is supposed to be
curve,
the same.
though. Rockets all seem to have a parabolic curve, though.
No, I know, but you're missing the point of gravity being the same rate, 9.8 meters per second square for all objects. So if a rocket can only fall at 9.8, why the fuck can't my biscuit brownie or my little rock out of my hand? Why aren't they free falling to space?
Well, that is just an average, they say. 9.8 meters per second squared. It's just an average.
I know. That's why I'm still manning that shit. I know it's not true at all to any form for reality, but in their model, a rocket can drop at the same rate as a feather and go to space. Isn't that weird?
Slightly.
I mean, if you believe a rocket and a feather are going to fall at the same rate in Brian Cox's chamber, which we know that's not true, but just in their model. See, and when I still man their model, people look at me weird. I'm just still manning their model. They're the ones that say you can drop stuff and it falls to space somewhere off the edge of this earth that we can't never find, but somehow a rocket can find it, but no human can get there. So we can't go stand on the dirt and watch the rocket fall in front of us. Like, there it goes. Something ain't right.
Yeah, that would be the explanation. But we don't see it.
The only way I can...
Go ahead.
Yeah. The only way I can say it is get a building as big as you want, and then show me how big the building has to be for me not to get to the edge of it ever, or for stuff to magically start working like a ball. You know what I mean? For stuff to be this but not that, but do this but not that, and like all this other crap. Like, how big would a mall or a building have to be? For me to never be able to walk to the edge of it. I don't care if I was a fucking amoeba in the mall. An amoeba that can go in our body or whatever that, an imaginary thing, right? An imaginary little bitty thing that's alive. Even it would find the edge of that fucking mall.
Got to get there sometime.
And I wasn't trying to cut you off. My speaker was just going low. I'm sorry.
No, you're totally good, dude.
And then what about the displacement thing? Like, what is that? What is Andy hold my Andy? What do you hold my beer? What are you talking about? What do you mean the velocity? I haven't lost any V's. Velocity. How absurd.
Okay, settle down, Denmark, please, bro.
That was a
Just
joke,
relax.
Jeremy.
Just relax. You smoke weed, Denmark.
I'm smoking weed right now. It was a joke, Jeremy. Velocity. You didn't like that word? Velocity, velocity, V, the vector, right?
I know, I got it.
When they
I
were
know, I
telling
got
you.
the joke. I got it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, just in general, like, let's relax a little bit. We all gotta relax, bro. This shit gets way too intense. Everyone
D-Mark, I
needs to
think you
start
and
smoking
Pete
more
Shea.
weed.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No,
I
go
was
ahead,
just
Nick.
gonna.
I just want to get.
I was just gonna suggest a D-Mock and Pete Shea podcast, 3 hours a day, every day. I think it would be
At least.
fantastic.
If it's not 5 hours, it's
No, no, I wouldn't be caught dead with Pete Shea on a podcast.
that's your boy. Somebody said Pete was your boy.
Well, they lied. They were probably talking for you. They was probably saying he's your brother, not my boy. I don't know him. Never met him. Don't want to. I don't care for any Pete Sheas. I like to mock.
Me and Pete's in a prosthetic posse. Look, I posted mass citations about shit being in Pacific Rim.
My posse told.
Nah, that was a good one. Just swearing. Seriously, I posted all this shit about Rutgers, University of Iowa, all talking about things in a Pacific Indian Ocean. We're not talking about things being in the green. When you start talking about it like now everything's in every reference. Or you go.
I couldn't hear you that good. Did you guys hear him?
I'm in the woods right now.
The speaker on my phone is kind of messed up too a little bit. So it might only be me that can't hear you. I don't know.
Aliens giving a presentation here any minute, so everyone fucking stay tuned.
45 minutes, baby. 45 minutes. Putting on the final touches. Proud to report it for anybody who likes numbers. I did 33 slides with 3 bonus slides. I've got 11 video clips ranging from 1 to 3 minutes in length. all medical doctors with their own testimony on the passion of Yeshua ben Joseph. Thank you so very much, guys. Appreciate you.
That's right.
Isn't the globe supposed to be moving with the sun and all that shit through the space that way horizontally, like east to west or whatever, like not up and down? So they say quality fall up and down. And they tell you what the helium's doing. Why did it negate the whole time it's supposed to be going around the sun? Like if the Earth is moving that way, would helium show that effect? I mean, if helium moves in the rate ahead of the rate in which you move, in the direction in which you move, right? So if I move forward, east or west, whatever direction I go, the helium should chase me or race in front of me. So if a planet is a spinning fucking object with containment, like the car analogy, driving around the fucking real fast around the track around the sun in the middle, that helium balloon should be in the front of the windshield of this fucking globe, not up top. It shouldn't be going vertical. It should be chasing the planet the direction it goes around the sun. 100%. And then with them saying we're losing velocity because of like what that doesn't even make any sense. Like, what are they trying to do? What are they trying to say? We're standing upside down? Is that really what they're trying to say? That's what I'm getting out of it. The Earth is moving. You're moving. It's doing this. You're like upside down or something. Check, check.
It's not working.
Okay.
You're all good, dude.
You can hear it good?
No. I'm kidding. No, you're good, dude. You're good. You're good.
Oh my God. I never know that. I just bought them. So
I'm like trying to get some mental messery with Damok. Time to Damok.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Kind of raspy, but it's not like.
Hey, gotta be done.
Okay, maybe the audio is not good. You got to be like really speaking towards the mic. It would appear, or
Okay.
sound like it should be.
Check, 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 check.
Check, 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 check.
Well, I can hear Jeremy better now with this thing because my actual phone is that much info.
It's a good question, actually. Let me ask: can Globers steal man reality?
That's what I'm talking about.
Because I don't want to say, can Globers steal man the flat model? Because we don't have a model, and as I said earlier in chat, we make zero claims. But the thing that we can say is that the Earth is observably and measures flat. And when I said that from a standpoint of all the buildings that are built upon this place are all built observing level. It's a building science fact, which is based on nature. And it's not so much that it's this continual observance of a big building over a large enough spread. No. It's like death by 1,000 cuts. You have all these multiple points of instances all over this realm that are all built observing level, which seems to be a relationship that is held right across the board. Otherwise, over a cityscape, maybe 100-mile spread, you'd be looking at a 1.25 mile drop over that 100-mile spread. You'd see an axial relationship start to develop between those buildings. But that's not something that we actually observe. Thanks.
Well, when you say steel man reality, to them, you would just have to say, steel man, any proof you have or anything that actually could follow a real attribute of what you claim for a globe in reality. Because all they're going to do is say, here's our ball pump, or here's math. You know what I mean? Literally. They're going to show you some Euclidean geometry, show you a circle with 2D or a ball, and be like, okay. But the thing is, they can't steel man anything of their own stuff. They can't steel man what they consider their reality. And then make it match our reality.
Okay, let's run with this for a quick second. Bendy Light just said, Earth measures flat is a claim that requires an actual measurement. Now, again, I'm basing my statement that the Earth measures flat from observing level. Again, multiple points all over this realm that are all built observing level. This is the point. I'm not talking about a measurement. I'm talking about you're taking a big, it could be an 8-foot level, it could be a 12-inch level, and you're putting that thing on top of your local countertop, whatever, and you're literally observing how that medium engages with the container that it's within, the bubble finding its sweet spot between the black lines. And what I'm saying is no matter who's on this call in this room right now chatting, they can all go get a level, put it on their countertop, and they'll all put up their hands if they're being intellectually honest and say, I observe level. And that is something that we all have in common. So then the burden gets flipped to the globers to say, where does the curve show up? This is why I'm saying we can make that statement without having to appeal to anything. We don't need a measurement at that point. This is not we're not measuring anything. My foot is a measure. My height is a measure. Saying level is not a measurement. Observing level connected to flat is a fair observance, in my opinion.
Yep. The same way objects would work on that. If you have square buildings lined up on a flat plane, they're all going to meet up perfectly, like two pieces of bread making a sandwich, right? But if you're on a globe, you can't have the two cubes meet up. The top of the cubes will never meet in the bottom corner on a globe. Nowhere. No, too big, none of that bullshit. Like, there's no ball, there's no demonstration that you could actually get physically in any production. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, if I could, I would have. I've already produced balls in my backyard. I can't do it. I can't go find a ball where I can put two squares and sit them down on it. Two houses or a mall, all the buildings next to each other, or a long thing with all the buildings that you go buy something from like a mall setup, a strip mall. All those buildings are square and lined up, wall to wall, corner to corner. It can't happen on a ball. It just can't. Especially on water. Now, you could be able to survey the dirt. Don't get me wrong. Level the dirt out, pop some shit on there straight. Now, if you're on water, there's no way you can put two floating cubes that are wood and they can touch the sides together perfectly. It doesn't happen.
Well, it would appear that the globe is giving us another Christmas present that we get to make fun of and poke at. Again, the line being built in Saudi Arabia, 110 miles in length, 170 kilometers. So over that distance, based on the globe model, we would expect a 1.25 mile drop over that 100-mile spread. Now, Bandy Light keeps talking about the presupposition level is flat over distance, and he also stated now you have to just prove level is flat. So taking something like a plumb bob, which will orient down for you, we can be very cavemanish, if you will, with this observance and take a tree line, throw it over a branch, put a weight on the end, and we know that that's down. 90 degrees to that, perpendicular to that, becomes flat, becomes level. That is something that is consistent, and it also seems to match up perfectly with the horizon. And this is something that you can go to any tree, throw a cord over that branch, put a weight on the end, and you'll observe plumb.
Plumb, baby.
And this is consistent everywhere. So again, the question is, where does the curve show up?
Are you seriously asking this
10
question?
million miles
Oh,
away.
it's you. What's happening, Mr. Shill?
Is that a serious question, or are you poeing that one?
Oh, you heard exactly what I said.
Well, then you're a Poe. Either that or
insult my intelligence, whatever you need to do with your attacks. But please, you heard what I said. Now come with your intelligence and defend your ego, Mr. Shill.
Well, I mean, you either lack intelligence or you're a
It's
Poe.
not me. I'm telling you very plain as day what I observe. I'm asking you to speak about the observation versus me.
Then you don't understand the direction of down very well. Perhaps you should ask a 2-year-old what down is. And
Again, explain to me how you observe down in multiple points of instances that proves an axial relationship between those observance points, please.
Hey, NASA Shield, just to let you know, you were warned about this yesterday. You can't just come in with insults and degrading people and just assuming that people don't know, right? You were warned about this yesterday. So if you're going to continue to do that today, this is going to be your verbal warning.
Batter up.
Well, I'm sorry, he muted me. Apparently,
Because
see, the
you're
thing
being
is,
warned for your behavior.
well, the thing about it is, I wasn't. This wasn't attacking you because, this was attacking you because your observations are less than rigorous.
Explain to me, my friend.
Well,
Again, I'll ask you, how do you observe multiple instances of plumb down as I described, hang it over a tree branch, illustrate down with a weight on the end of that line? How does an axial relationship start to show up between all of those observation points, please?
Well, see, you're just assuming that they're all parallel. See, that's your problem right there. Is your assumptions are incorrect. You're assuming they're all parallel, and they are not.
Again, that is a hand wave.
No, that's
Simply
not a
you
hand wave.
stating that it's not is simply just a
But that's your
So
assumption.
again,
Wait a minute,
let
hold
me
on.
ask you, if I take a tree branch, throw a line over it, and I have the observation of down, how does that axial relationship between every single point of those observations start to show up? Because they're all showing up as level everywhere.
So you assume they're all parallel.
Not an assumption,
It
it's
is an
based on an observation. Do you understand the difference between an assumption and an observation?
Yes, I do. But when you would take so you take one tree branch plumb bob, you walk 60 miles, and you take another tree branch plumb bob. What do you assume between the two?
That they are all illustrating down.
I agree with you. They're illustrating down. Okay, so far we're together. Now, what else can we get from these two?
Again, this is where the burden of proof comes to you,
No,
and
no.
you have to prove
No, this is
how
yours now.
that 60-mile spread, how that axial relationship starts to show up on that 60-mile spread. Based on your model, we would expect to see approximately a 0.75 mile drop over a 60-mile spread.
Well, see, all you have is a plumb bob, and from those two things, all we've done is establish that there is a direction we call down at both of these points. No further information can be gathered from this data set.
You haven't established where down is at. You definitely haven't.
Demok, you definitely don't know where down is. Please be quiet.
You definitely haven't established your center down. You've established a horizontal plane down. Now, can you demonstrate where versus the horizontal plumb, right? Versus it, can you show the one that's not it, that doesn't do what it does, and goes to the
Demok, all
center of
we've
something?
done so far is measure two downs. Sorry, no more information can be gathered between these two.
Yeah, flathead downs, and the plumb bobs aren't touching each other. That means no center of gravity. Do you understand that? So now the burden would be on you to demonstrate where they're going to touch everywhere after a certain point.
Well, you see, how long is the plumb bob? Like 2 feet? Yeah, that's not going to do anything. See now the radius is 3959.
Whatever you need for your imagination to come true, you do it.
Damok, unless you can add to this conversation, please refrain from it.
Well, a globe is your imagination, and your explanation of down is an imagination unless you can demonstrate
My
something
direction of down agrees
other
with
than flat Earth
his.
down.
A plumb bob is the
No,
direction
your
we
down
call
is
down.
diagonal. Your
No,
down is diagonal.
listen, at this point in time for Mr. Shill, I will gladly take a 60-mile distance, both observing down. That's perfectly fine with me. Demok, please go ahead.
Yes, so
That's
far
fine with
we
me.
have two observation points with down and wing, and so far we both agree. We have determined down at 2 points that are 60 miles apart from one another.
No, vertical down is a flat Earth. You need the non-vertical down
No,
versus the vertical
no,
down.
no, no, no. Stop.
You need the
Down is
diagonal.
down. If you don't know
You
what
don't
down is,
understand
please
what
ask your
down?
2-year-old kids.
Yeah, on the inside of a ball, it's diagonal.
We're not on the inside of a ball.
We're not on a ball? Okay.
We're on the inside of a ball.
No, your gravity is supposed to be inside of a ball, pulling the plumb bobs down to each other to make a V, which doesn't happen. You guys.
Gravity is all over the place.
Yeah, that's a cool story, but you can't demonstrate it nowhere.
Actually,
It's everywhere, but
gravity all
nowhere.
the time.
Yeah, with the flat Earth plumb. We know.
Cavendish shows gravity exists everywhere.
Yeah, that's another thing that's not making a V. How cool.
All right, so Shill, what's where are you at? You're in the States, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So you can observe level, right?
Level, yes.
Fantastic. So my follow-up question to you is, because you started talking about spread 60 miles. Do you think our friends in Australia are also observing level?
Yeah, sure. You're absolutely observing the direction we call down. I've
Level.
been there. You? Have you been?
Pardon me?
Have you been to Australia?
No, I've not. I haven't had the pleasure
I
of
have.
flying there. Okay,
I have.
awesome.
It's pretty much like being here. You couldn't really tell the difference, except they
Oh.
spoke with the silly accent.
Interesting observation. I like that observation that you've laid out on the table. It's much like here.
Yeah.
You say that referring to here as in like North America here, right?
Yeah, well, it's more like I don't know, Utah, or at least a section I was.
Utah. Okay. I guess that would be the inference of a dry type of weather.
Yeah, it was a pretty dry place where I was.
Gotcha. Okay. Appreciate the conversation, man. It's been a slice.
Yeah. I still don't see what that's going to prove, but go ahead.
I want to know how
just,
you have them
cruising around
down.
having fun right now.
Yeah, you keep asking us what down is, or inferring that you have some different down than a vertical compared to a perpendicular horizontal. So we have a plumb bob that we hang over vertical.
The plumb bob
That's a
determines
vertical
down.
plumb.
Is correct.
No, horizontal does.
No, the plumb bob determines down. You determine down first, then you
Oh,
determine
the horizontal line.
No, stop. You
You don't use
determine
an arc line, do you?
vertical
You
first,
put an arc
then
line
you
under your
determine
plumb.
horizontal from vertical.
Let me see it. No, you don't. You determine
you do.
curve. You don't have a horizontal on a ball.
Oh, there is horizontal on the
You
ball.
determine a curved horizontal. Horizontal, remember.
Horizontals are not curved.
You don't have a horizontal, buddy. There's no such thing. You don't know what horizontal is, do you?
You obviously don't, since you don't think
It's not a curve. I know that much, buddy.
horizontal is not curved.
You think it's a curve. Well, how are you on a
No one
ball
ever
with all
says horizontal is
horizontal?
curved.
When is your plumb not based on a horizontal plumb?
No, stop. You've determined plumb first, you determine down, you determine vertical, then you determine horizontal from plumb.
No, I do it the other way.
Well,
I
then
say,
you do
here's
it
my
backwards.
horizontal line.
Of
And then
course,
I get my
you do
plumb
it
bob.
backwards.
I say, look at my plumb bob. My plumb bob is going down perfectly 90 degrees. It's not going diagonal anywhere. It's not meeting a mountain. Not hugging a tree. It's going straight down.
Yep.
It's never going diagonal. How many do I got to put to go diagonal to prove you're on the ball?
You see, wherever you're standing, though, it will always appear to you that down is down.
Diagonal, right?
No, down. Down is always down toward your feet.
Diagonal to the inside of a
Unless
ball.
you're
Right,
standing on
up,
your
down,
head,
diagonal, left, around, every direction.
unless you're standing on your head, and then down would be toward your head.
So you don't know down is every direction.
Down is? Well, we mean down is every direction.
Down is every direction inside your Godstopper ball, right?
Not from your
down is the inside of your ball.
Not from your frame
right?
of reference. No, down. No, see, this is the
What
problem.
does
You don't know
that
what
mean?
down is.
So down's not into the inside of a ball. Is
No,
it
you
to
don't
the
know what
inside of
down
a
is.
ball or not?
No, down is towards the center of
If
the
you're
earth.
standing on a ball, holy fuck, you can't even fucking say
Down
anything
is
about
to
your
the
ball,
center.
right?
Down is to the center
To
of
the
the
center.
master
Now,
cube.
what's that look like compared to a flat earth? Where's the one that doesn't look like a flat
There
earth?
is no center to the flat earth.
That's not what I asked you. I said, where is the non-flat earth plumb I'm holding in front of my face? All these right here? Which one
I have
points to
no
the center of something?
I really have no idea how the plumb bob works on the flat earth because
How
it's
do you
just
demonstrate the center of the globe and which plumb points to it? Show us that.
all plums point to it.
No, clearly they don't.
Clearly they do.
Hold on a
You
second.
hey,
Can
you
I
show
oh,
us your plumb bob experiment.
Yeah, I was gonna say, paid NASA. How are you gonna say that you don't know how a plumb bob works on the flat
I
realm,
have
dude?
no idea how the plumb bob works on the flat earth.
But you literally just walked us through an observation one point, walking out a 60-mile spread, observing another point, right? We just talked about making one, throwing a line over a tree branch, illustrating down. That is a caveman's version of a plumb bob. Do you understand that?
Well, okay, I'm assuming that it works. How it works is he was asking how it works. I have no
But
idea how.
dude, no, but I mean, I think a caveman could even explain it because he would do that. He would put the weight on the end and he'd go, down.
Right, but Damok was asking how the plumb bob works on the flat Earth, and that I can't explain.
Man, wow.
No, I
thought
didn't.
I thought we were
how.
getting off to a good foot, but I guess not.
Yeah.
One step forward, 10
mean,
No,
steps back.
NASA's right on a flat Earth model. How would a plumb bob work? I mean, where's the center of the flat Earth? Plumb bobs
That's
work
the
like
only way they work. What are you guys talking about? Your plumb bobs hang away from each other, perpendicular to each other. You crazy bastard.
Where's
Wait.
the
Hold
where's the
on a
center
minute.
of the
Whoa,
flat
whoa,
Earth?
whoa, whoa.
Where's the center of the
Rob,
is on a horizontal flat Earth.
Rob Noxious, are you really invoking a center point on a flat Earth, like a donut?
No, I'm asking you, where is the center of a flat Earth? Like,
There
where would-
is no center, my guy.
So you can have no.
We don't
plumb bob.
have one. We
It's
don't have
just
a
a
gravity.
big
I know,
giant, and I'm
and
gonna
that's
be,
why
I'm gonna
NASA
be,
says
I'm
you
gonna,
can't-
I'm gonna be a real like jerk about it right now and take it back to, I don't know, like 2016 or whenever this fight's been going on, and say, think of like a pizza, right? I'm not saying it's a flying pizza disc in space or anything like that, but I'm just saying to invoke the idea of a flat, right, motionless, stationary plane. There is no center. Everywhere you can have a tree planted is where you can throw a line over that tree branch and put a weight on the end and observe down.
I understand.
Everywhere.
I understand, but our whole point is that plumb bobs will not work like that. That's not how they work. They work off going towards the center of the mass of the planet. So your plumb bob.
Well, you'd have to show that with your plumb bees. You'd have to have bee plumb bobs from every tree touching each other going to the center somewhere. Where does this happen? Your plumb bob cannot be mistaken for a flat Earth plumb bob ever. So stop making that goofy ass claim. That is literally the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. That's insanity. Keep talking about we don't have a center. Every straight horizontal fucking there's no center of Earth. They're not pointing to a center. They don't make a V on flat Earth. Yours is supposed to make V, right?
Think of the
Your plumb bob.
horizon and a string of plumb bobs way out in front of you, and just think of the horizon being horizontal. Like, because I'm trying to figure out if y'all live on a 4-dimensional cylinder. Like, no matter what, if I look out, it's always going to be level and horizontal, left to right. But no matter what direction I turn, straight forward, the plumb bobs are going to reciprocate and deviate from each other. So what is it? What do y'all live on? Like a 4-dimensional cylinder? Because just think of plumb bobs out on the horizon, a big 10-mile string of them. They're all going to be perpendicular to the horizon. That's reality.
And to counter to back that up as well, guys, we know that there's cities all over this place, right? And these cities are all built upon a principle of observing level, which is the same idea. Have we lost our minds? This inability to comprehend that every single building that's built can put their hand up again and say, "I'm built observing level."
They think the top floors are slightly bigger than the bottom floors of skyscrapers. They think the top floors, and they think the foundations are curved. Like even of the pyramids, like they think if they use water levels for the pyramids, they think the foundations are curved. Not much, but curved nonetheless.
This guy doofus is okay, guys. For the record, this guy doofus. So I said we make 0 claims. Again, it is observably and measures flat. Is there anything wrong with what I said?
Yeah, you said it measures flat. You have measurements for a flat Earth.
The only way
Did you ask me how?
No.
Again, observing level.
I asked you
right?
if you had measurements. You said you had measurements. You had measurements for the flat Earth.
We're using lasers or auto levels. That's the only way to measure it is with horizontal frames of reference, right?
Yep, and that measures a curve.
No, the
Do you have
ground
any?
don't matter. The ground doesn't matter. What matters is your straight line that you extend whatever direction and however far. Then you start talking about the ground afterwards. The ground is never going to be perfectly flat. It's going to go up and down and whatever. And if it goes higher than the crosshairs or the laser, then we know that it's getting lower. If the crosshairs or the laser goes lower, we know the ground's coming up. That's
So
how we measure. If you want to apply R, if you want to like apply a model to it after the real world measurements, that's up to you. Y'all done that. That's fine. But as far as real world measurements are based on horizontals and higher and lower than
So
the horizontal.
you're conflating elevation change and curvature again. Got it.
Okay, then how are you going to lay me out a horizontal line 5 miles? Let's say you got a device that's highly accurate, 50 feet a shot. How are you going to lay me out a level line? Explain that to me. In fact, just go 100 meters. Give me a 3-mile line. I'll give you 100 meters per shot with an auto level. How are you going to give me a level line, a straight line, whatever model we're on, just a straight line? I'm not even going to call it level. I'm going to be neutral. Describe to me how you're going to lay out a straight line.
Well, why don't you talk to people who actually do this for a living and survey?
That's what I
Geodesic
do.
surveyors.
Okay, that's what
You
I
do not. You
do.
are not a geodesic
I
surveyor.
lay
You
out
are a
straight
job
lines. I
layer.
never said I was. Geodetic surveyors
How
don't.
far do you survey?
Geodetic surveyors don't deal in vertical datums. Okay.
Talk to a bridge builder.
The only time they get involved is maybe some hard to reach places that don't really matter. But no, we're talking about. I'm just asking you a simple question. Since you're so skilled with these plumb bobs in real world, I'm asking you how would I lay out a straight line in reality?
A
That's
bridge.
what I do for a living.
A bridge.
Yeah, except that you measure. How far have you measured? What's the biggest thing you've ever made? Like 1,000 feet, maybe?
I've done like miles and miles of curb, probably enough to go from here to the Pontchartrain Bridge.
Yeah, let's take a look at a bridge. It's all flat. It's all same height, like
We
a
use
concrete
rise
bridge.
over run. I usually do, a few miles would be a big project for that given time, but we're using rise over run. We're using horizontals, man. Like I said, if you're so good at quit obfuscating, how would I lay out a straight line? Are you saying that's impossible, or do you have an idea how you might do it? I'm all ears.
No, you're not all ears. That's the problem.
I'm genuinely curious on how your brain works, how we would lay out a straight line.
If you connect one straight line to another straight line, is it still a straight line?
That's for y'all to discuss. That's why I'm asking. How would I lay out a 3-mile straight line?
Well, you wouldn't do it with a 3-mile tape measure. You'd have to do it
I've done
probably.
it. I mean, I've done it, portions of it, but 3 miles was the extent of it. But I mean, I've literally done smaller stretches. That's what I do. I'm just asking, how would y'all lay out a straight line? I mean, do you even have the concept in your mind? Because if you're so sure these plumb bobs are deviating from each other, so what I want to know is, how would we lay out a straight line if we needed to, or wanted to? You couldn't. The only way I could think to do it is if we lived on a globe, which I know we don't. We do it in reality, rise over run, and that's what dictates where the water goes in reality. But if we did want to do it, and say if I lived on a globe, I would literally have to divide the increments of every shot and try and keep them equal. It wouldn't have to be perfect, but pretty equal. And then I'd literally have to add earth curve progressively with each shot. So I'd have to make a transition, and I'd have to divide the amount of shots. If I went 100 meters at a time, then I'd have to divide how many 100-meter increments are in 3 miles, and get a good transition going and literally add earth curve to the horizontal that I'm already laying out.
No,
That's
maybe
fucking ridiculous.
if you're building a road on the ocean.
Well, if you got a better way, I'm all ears.
No, I'm not talking about a better way. I'm just saying that only makes no sense. I mean, if you're building on the ground, you're going over landscape. You know what I'm saying?
The ground doesn't have nothing. When we're laying out these levels, the ground is what we gauge to what we lay out. The ground is going to be up and down and fucking everywhere. You know,
Yeah,
what
but
our
that's
job,
still the
what our
ground. You're
job
going
is
level off that ground, though, man. That's the ground you're
no, we're
going
not.
level off of.
We're not going
Rob,
level
hold
with
on.
the ground. The ground's going level to what we lay out. See, that's where you're wrong. The ground is going to be up and down, and in fact, we don't know what the ground's doing until we lay it out, until we lay out our horizontals, and then we can manipulate what the ground does. And like I said, that's how we determine our drain. Like with the curb, there's going to be a minimum
Yeah,
feet per
exactly. No
second.
matter what that road you're putting in is going in level, right?
That's why I asked how would I lay out a straight line? How would I lay out a straight 3-mile line then I could do whatever I wanted with the ground afterwards. You know, I'd have options. I could do whatever, but to be able to do that, how would I lay out a 3-mile stretch, straight stretch?
You have a starting point and an ending point, and you connect them.
How?
Work towards
Very
it.
carefully. Listen, but Rob, when you said on the land versus the water, is there a floating water bridge, or are all the bridges connected to the dirt underneath the water to the land?
I'm just saying, yeah, I was just speaking for his roadway that he was saying is going to go off level and have to compensate for curvature. Why would you have to?
Right, meaning all bridges are built the foundation from cement into the fucking core of dirt of earth, right?
No,
Like they're built from a foundation,
very
not water.
very long bridges adjust for curvature. Why would a road adjust for curvature? You're literally building on the ground. You don't have to adjust for it. You just keep building. Go straight.
No. I mean, I
bridge
give
is
you
the same way.
what I
A
would have
bridge
to
is
do.
built in the dirt too, guys.
What I would
God
literally have
damn it,
to
Rob.
do to lay out a straight line, I just told you what I would have to do. If the Earth is a globe, that's what I would have to do. And then if they change the length of it, it'd be a logistical nightmare. Like it literally fucking, I'd have to start back over. If they added a half mile to it, I'd literally have to start back over. I mean, unless there's a better way. I'm just telling. If I'm wrong, tell me a better way to do it. All we have is horizontal level lines of reference to go by. That's all we got. And like I said, we're gonna.
That's not true at all. That's not true at all. It's all done with lasers and computers now. What are you talking about?
The laser. That's what I said. In my scenario, the laser can stretch 100 meters, which I wouldn't go that far. I might go that far with a laser, but with auto level, which is probably more accurate, let's say 50 meters. No, we'll say 100 meters. So the laser, to keep millimeter accuracy, we're gonna keep it within 100 meters. Okay, and whether you're using a laser or an auto level, it's still going to be a straight reference frame.
And honestly, what does a straight road even mean? If I see a road, and okay, hold on. Let me get this out, please. If I have a 1 mile stretch of road, picture a 1 mile stretch of road and a giant cube. It's just in a landscape. You have no reference to anything. If I'm looking at that road, who's to say where the road's going that's straight? It could be on a diagonal, right?
Yeah, I'm not talking about the road. The road, we don't know what the road or whatever we're going to build is doing until we lay out our straight line. That's why I'm asking a straight line first. And this is a
That's
very
not true
genuine
at all.
question.
The whole road's planned out before the first shovels even hit the ground.
The ground is not how you. Oh my God, dude! Listen, I'll try and say this. Maybe I didn't word it right. Okay, to figure out what the ground is, we want the ground to do. We use straight lines of reference. Okay, horizontal lines of reference. Okay, and in this case, we're going to do 100 meters a pop or 100 yards, whatever you want to call it. We're going to use an auto level or a laser. What we're going to do is stretch out straight lines, and we're going to extend them. In your scenario, we might be
Yeah, I'm
Then
sorry.
you're
That's not how they build roads, man. I'm sorry, dude. I'm not trying to be a dick, but that's just not how I do
You
it,
don't
dude.
know how they.
Bro,
I'm
oh,
asking you
I do.
how did
Trust
I
me,
lay
I
out?
do. They don't just go. You don't just build a road straight. I mean, what roads are straight? Show me where these straight roads that go for miles and miles.
Roads, bro. I'm talking about a straight line to build whatever we want. I'm asking you how do we
Okay,
lay
they
out
don't
a
do
three
that.
A
They
mile
don't.
line
They
of
don't. They
reference,
don't
Rob.
draw a line on the ground before they start digging. This is so like elementary.
Yes, we do.
This is ridiculous,
We
dude.
do. That's the first
No,
thing we
you
do is
don't.
lay
They
out a.
start the fucking road and they build towards the end point,
I'm not
and they
talking
keep
about
and they
roads.
keep online with GPS, dude. This is so ridiculous. I know. I know. I know. What you're saying. You're just rambling. You're not saying anything.
This guy's trolling, dude. This guy's trolling. I'm not talking about roads. For the 50th time, I'm asking you how could we lay out in your world. This is what I do, okay? I'm asking you, how could, if I lived on a ball, which you say we do, you say plumb bobs are deviating. I'm asking you not to build a road. I'm asking you, how can I lay out a 3-mile straight line? No roads. Quit saying roads. That's dishonest.
A 3 mile straight line to where? What's your reference point from point to point? What's your idea of straight? What do you mean straight? If I go out of my house right now, I'm looking down the street. Is that straight? Or if I turn my eyes to the other way, is that straight? Which way is straight? What do you? You're not, because you're not making any sense. You're honestly, you're just like just talking nonsense. It's make no sense. A
You
vertical
don't know
line.
what straight means? You don't know what straight means, Rob?
Yeah, I do know what straight means, but he's not understanding the reference that's needed to understand what he wants straight. You can't just say
A
straight line.
horizontal reference frame with no deviation from A to B. A horizontal line, which is a straight line. He wants to know how you can produce a straight line that doesn't follow the curve of the earth. That's what he's asking you. You get it? A straight horizontal line, whether it's a real line or a line concept, he's asking you, how the fuck do you make it? Either way, conceptual or in reality, he wants to know how you make the real fucking straight line, not follow the curve of the earth. You understand that?
Make it out of what? I mean, I could draw it on paper. You always want me to draw or get like a can of spray paint and walk the street. Make it out of what?
You got auto level or laser? I'm just asking for a concept.
All right, yeah, get a laser and shoot it down at the mirror. Boom, straight line.
So I'd go 100 meters. Let's say I start off with a benchmark 5 foot above the ground. Okay, 5 foot above the ground there. The ground's undulating. Okay, and we're not sure what we're going to build with this, but we know we need a 3-mile straight line. So we take the laser and we check it with an auto level, and we go 100 meters, and so we'll go a 5 foot benchmark. So we mark 5 foot, 100 yards ahead of us. Okay, now we pick up our station, we move there, then what do we do? To continue it on straight, what do we do?
You just
Start the event. Let's go. Yo, guys, what's going on? Thanks for popping in. Closing comments on your topic. We're going to launch this presentation. Please go ahead.
You just continue your process and rinse and repeat until you're at the destination you want it to be. And you accommodate over landscapes and terrains as needed with curves, tilted roads, angled roads. There are all kinds of roads, up and down roads. That's what I'm saying. It's just a bad thing, man. It's just a bad thing. It's a bad idea.
Still talking about roads. I don't think he gets it, Brian. Killian, yeah, feel free to take over. Just to let the room know, Killian's going to be doing a presentation. So if everybody can remain muted or open your mic with relevant topics to what Killian's going to be presented, that would be awesome. So yeah, awesome. Take it
Greatly
away, Killian.
appreciate it, Napalm. Thank you so very much. I'll be launching into this momentarily. I'm going to be streaming on my channel as well. The only thing I'll ask for is please don't interrupt during any of the clips. But other than that, feel free to engage with questions. Do the subject matter. I ask you guys to please keep it obviously respectful. But if you do have any questions, clarification questions, please feel free. Welcome to another stream. I am your host, Killian, here on YouTube, Book of Killian, back at it again, and over on Discord as well, hanging out with the Earth Awakenings crew. Thank you so very much for allowing me into the community, to share this information, this presentation I put together with you guys. Let me just get everything set up here, and we will get going. If I can just get it confirmed, you guys are good on the viewing end. Yeah, we're good. Cool. Awesome. So yeah, this presentation is called "The Passion of Yeshua ben Joseph," specifically the Passion of Christ. It's a medical analysis of the crucifixion, the trials and tribulation of Christ, his journey from the Last Supper to where he breathed his last on the cross. Hey, Cal, over on YouTube. Thank you so very much for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you again. So this is in fact studied by Watson, myself, and friends. 33 slides with 3 bonus slides, 11 video clips ranging from 1 to 3 minutes in range. Took this shot this morning from the rooftop of outside of the gym. Sorry.
No past medical history presenting with acute blood loss and hypovolemic shock. History.
I'm just going to back it up and restart that. Apologies, guys.
"33-year-old male from a city of Nazareth with no past medical history presenting with acute blood loss and hypovolemic shock. History obtained from eyewitnesses on the scene. Patient was reportedly beaten several times, flogged on his back 39 times with a metal whip, and maintained without any food or water intake for approximately 12 hours. Prior to arrival, a crown of thorns was placed on his head with subsequent scalp hemorrhage. On examination, patient is hypotensive with a thready pulse. Patient is in severe distress and agony. Pain score 10 out of 10. He is pale, weak, and dehydrated. Mouth and tongue are extremely dry. Cardiopulmonary examination, notable for rapid breathing with deep labored inspirations. Skin examination, notable for multiple deep skin lacerations with active bleeding along the face, torso, and back. Fully penetrating puncture wounds are noted in patient's bilateral wrists and feet. Assessment: 33-year-old male admitted with mixed cardiogenic and hemorrhagic shock in the setting of acute blood loss, anemia due to torture complicated with severe dehydration and extreme pain. Jesus of Nazareth is dying. No medical treatment available at this time.
The Passion of Jesus Christ. Thursday night, after the Last Supper, the prayer in Gethsemane took place 9 p.m. to midnight. Again, after the Last Supper, Jesus and his followers went to Gethsemane over here, where he prayed from 9 p.m. until midnight. He was taken to Annas' house at 1 a.m., transferred to Caiaphas. 2 to 5 a.m. was the trial. He was beaten. Pontius Pilate visit was at 6 a.m. Herod visit. Then he went to return to Pilate, caned, beaten by a company of soldiers, scourged prior to execution, delivered to crucifixion on the cross, 9 a.m., expired at 3 p.m. So this is a map of the area where Jesus and his followers traveled from Thursday night after the Last Supper over to eventually where Golgotha and his tomb where he was laid to rest. The approximate total distance that he walked throughout that time was about 5 to 6 kilometers from the Last Supper to when he made it to the cross. Luke chapter 22 verse 44 states, "In his anguish he prayed more earnestly, and his sweat became like drops of blood falling to the ground." This is something called hematidrosis, which is basically sweating blood. There's been 76 reported cases, and as you can see from the rest of the statistics, basically the skin at that point becomes hypersensitive. Bonus slide. Kiss of Judas. The Kiss of Judas redirects here from the film Kiss of Judas. I took this from Wikipedia. I apologize for reading that portion, which wasn't needed. The kiss of Judas, also known as the betrayal of Christ, is the act with which Judas identified Jesus to the multitude with swords and clubs who had come from the chief priests and elders of the people to arrest him, according to the Synoptic Gospels. This kiss, given by Judas in the Garden of Gethsemane after the Last Supper, and leads directly to the arrest of Jesus by the police force of Sanhedrin. Now, something to think about is the skin is the largest organ in the body. The skin and its derivatives, hair, nails, sweat, and oil glands, make up basically the system. So if you can imagine the largest organ in the body bleeding at this point, and this man is going to come up and betray you with a kiss to your basically exposed organ at this point, because it is in fact bleeding. So you can imagine how much that kiss stung. Bonus slide being the crowning of the thorns. When the crowning of the thorns took place, I have further testimony from medical doctors on this, but this was in fact the Syrian Christ thorn plant. This was the branches that were woven together and placed upon Christ's head. As you can see from the drawing, the rendering on the left-hand side, it's how the facial nerve interacts beneath the skin with the human skull. So if you could imagine with that crown of thorns being placed upon his head, at that point, the type of radiating pain that would take place. Just the visual, it's not, again, a crown where it's woven around just a ring, if you will, but more of like a helmet, as pictured here. Obviously not as dramatic with the thorns in that size. The scourging at the pillar, and Jesus would have been basically tied to a pillar, and the Roman soldiers, there was two of them, would have held this thing called the flagrum, and they would have delivered 39 lashes to Yeshua, Jesus, at this pillar. Again, the scourging at the pillar, going from the base of his neck down to his ankles. Isaiah 52:14 states, just as there were many who were appalled at him, his appearance was so disfigured beyond that of any man, and his form marred beyond human likeness. Isaiah 56, I offered my back to those who beat me, my cheeks to those who pulled out my beard. I did not hide my face from mocking and spitting. 39 lashes, and this is accounted for in the Shroud of Turin, which I've covered in prior episodes. Status update. Notes being the blood loss at this point is between 1 to 2 liters between the placing of the thorns, the crown of the thorns, scourging at the pillar. He's dehydrated, no food or water for at least 12 to 20 hours prior, and no sleep the night before, Thursday after the Last Supper. Again, after the Last Supper, he was praying, and then he was taken into custody after the kiss. Here's Dr. Haney with an objective view on the crucifixion.
Crucifixion. Crucifixion began among the Persians and perfected by the Romans, used as a form of torture and capital punishment, designed to produce a slow death with maximal pain and suffering. It was the most disgraceful and cruelest method of being punished. The cross usually has an upright post that is placed in the ground. Horizontal crossbar, called the patubulum, The cross usually weighs between 75 and 125 pounds. Its height 5 to 6 feet long. Usually the condemned man carries his patubulum from the place of flogging to the place of crucifixion. There is a small piece of wood called the saddle where the condemned man rests his feet during the time of crucifixion. On the top of the cross, there is a place where the name of the condemned man is written, called the titulus. And in Jesus' time, it was written in many.
Dr. Haney, are we good out there, guys? Or anybody have any questions, comments at this point?
I had a quick question, man. Did
Yeah.
Judas? Judas is the guy who turned him in, and he knew it. Did Judas witness any miracles? I never did.
I'd have to go through scripture, and I believe that he was part of his team, so to speak, part of the disciples, and he would have been part of his ministry prior to him being taken in, and he would have betrayed him based on what he knew of him. So I would fully anticipate that he knew of his works, his miracles.
That first slab was pretty intense.
Thanks, man.
Was Judas his brother?
That I don't know. We'll get into that stuff after. We're going to continue in with the presentation itself. Next slide. No.
Crucifixion.
There we go. Sorry. And here's Dr. Rainey with a subjective view on Yeshua carrying his cross.
They all shout, crucify him, and so he gives the order for him to be crucified. And at this point, what happens? He is now given the task of carrying a cross. Now, an adult male in his early 30s, given the task of carrying this cross, is going to be difficult for anyone. But you would imagine somebody who is as fit and physically in such a good shape as our Lord was, that he would be able to do it without any issue. However, we notice at this point that he is struggling heavily to carry this cross, to the point where we notice that he falls. And we note that it falls at least 3 times. He's having so much trouble to carry the cross that they even have to bring someone else to help. And why is it that he's having so much trouble carrying this cross at this time, even though he doesn't have any kind of medical condition coming up to this point? It's because he's been dehydrated. He's going on no food, no sleep. He's lost so much blood. And because he's lost so much blood, he's not having enough oxygen go to his muscles. And anytime you're doing any kind of heavy lifting, you need to have lots of oxygen going to those muscles, or else what's going to start to happen is the muscles are not going to have enough energy to do the work that is required. And so this is why our Lord falls once, twice, 3 times as he's carrying the cross several kilometers to get to the destination of
And we've got Dr. Haney with an objective view on myrrh and wine, gall. This was a big teaching point for me. I didn't realize that the myrrh and the wine that he refused when he said, "I thirst," and they offered him this thing on the sponge. I didn't realize it was what it was. Please listen to this. I loved it.
The cross. As part of the crucifixion, the prisoner is usually given a combination of myrrh and wine. It's a very old type of anesthetic. It's meant to help the soldiers to really manipulate the prisoner so he does not fight them. More than likely, our Lord was subjected to this twice. One before crucifixion, and the second one right before his death, when he refused to drink. although he said, I thirst.
Now, the next question up is once Jesus has been taken to the place where he's going to be mounted to the cross, the question comes about, how does the body in fact get affixed to the cross? So as you can see here from these two pictures, there's actually a spot in the wrist where a 7-inch long nail can actually penetrate. So you can see from the I guess the longitudinal view would be it. That would be the penetration point there. And then you can see from the full front-on view, that would be the space where the nail would go through. This, in fact, structurally will, in fact, hold the weight of a human body without ripping apart any major issues. I do, in fact, have more testimony coming up from another doctor with respect to the ulnar nerve, the two major nerves that run through this area, and what it actually feels like to have anything messing with those nerves. There's Dr. John with an objective view on the nailing of the wrists.
These nerves, one of them called the median nerve, which is coming in the middle, and the other one is the ulnar nerve, which comes inside. And as we see here, it forms like a tunnel. Anything go between these two nerves will be rubbing through the nerve and friction with it, do a friction force with it, will be eliciting a fiery pain. These nerves is not only for the sensation of our hand, but also for the micro movement of our hand. So here beside the nail spot, a vessel called ulnar artery. The ulnar artery is one of the arteries that the physician can see the pulse from. In order to see how the nail goes through these arteries and the nerves. See, so the nail goes through this space without fracturing any bone and will injure the ulnar artery, ulnar nerve, and
And we've got Dr. Haney, excuse me, with an objective view on the nailing of the feet.
As far as the feet, more than likely, the 2 feet of our Lord were placed on top of each other, and one nail went between the second and the third metatarsal bone. And as you can imagine, he is not pulling, but rather pushing. There will be no rupture of any of these tissues. Unfortunately, the placement of these nails on the feet or the hand are not done in a surgical way. So it will cause severe pain, lots of bleeding. And when a person tries to pull and push in and out to breathe, the nail comes in friction with the nerve, and excruciating pain occurs, sending fiery bolts along.
So the thing with the crucifixion, and again, this took place over 6 hours from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. in the afternoon, is like in order for you to breathe in that compromised position, so your hands are outstretched to the side and your knees have a slight bend to them, you literally have to ride the cross up and down. So you've got to push with your feet, pull up with your wrists in order for your lungs to not fill with air, but to deflate so that you can properly breathe. Otherwise, you would potentially suffocate. But this is something that can go on for, the Romans would crucify people for some guys would last 2 to 3 days. As we'll learn further on, one of the things they did was the breaking of the, I think it's the tibia, bone in the leg, so that they would basically fall and not be able to breathe. So this picture here is showing a section of the feet between the second and third metatarsals identify the 2 white bones in the middle picture. Now you've got the shrouded Turin picture on the right hand side, which shows the right leg. That was the imprint that was left on the cloth. Again, I spoke about that in prior episodes. You got the nail the elevation view of the nail going through the foot on the bottom right hand corner, and then the black and white drawing on the left hand side, kind of showing a cross-sectional view of how the nail would actually interact with the foot. And further pictures, close-up of the prior. And here we got Dr. Haney with a subjective view of the importance of the breath.
On top of that, we realize that essential to the body's function is having the ability to oxygenate. Our Lord has already lost at this point so much blood volume, so much hemoglobin that carries oxygen throughout his body. But not just has he lost so much oxygen, but he's also losing the ability to use the muscles that he has in his body because of the lack of oxygen that's being transported across. And also because he's unable to take as deep a breath as he should take. The concept that many of us have is that it is a diaphragm that moves our lungs open. However, it's not just the diaphragm that moves our lungs open, but we have so many accessory muscles in our rib cage. And as we take those deep breaths, we use not just the diaphragm, but all these extra muscles in our rib cage. Our Lord was not able to use all those extra muscles. A very good example is if somebody is very tired and exhausted and is trying to take a deep breath after maybe running for some time, they would put their hand on a table and take a deep breath like that. And being able to push down like that helps open up the rib cage and helps people to breathe a little bit better because it's all the extra muscles that now they can use. But our Lord did not have that option because his hands were up and his feet were tied, and in order to breathe he had to push up and his back would rub up against the cross. And let me tell you, that in and of itself can cause lots of pain. But again, we're talking about somebody who's having so much trouble breathing that the amount of oxygen circulating throughout his body is not adequate. And as the oxygen is not going to the muscles and he's using all these muscles to try to breathe as much as he can, you have a buildup of lactic acid in the muscles. And as you have a buildup of acid in the body, you start to go into hypovolemic shock, and on top of that you have acidotic shock, on top of the fact that he might have neurogenic shock because of all the pain that he is undergoing. On top.
And now we got Dr. Haney with an objective view. Not a bone will be broken. Crowd participation question before we launch into this is, any guesses as to why traditionally the legs are broken? I gave away the answer earlier if you guys were paying attention. All right, cool. We'll move on. Thanks for being here, guys.
This you may now imagine why they break the legs for them to die. As we read in the Gospel of John, because it was the preparation day that the bodies should not remain on the cross of the Sabbath, for that Sabbath was a high day, the Jews asked Pilate that their legs might be broken and they might be taken away. Then the soldiers came and broke the legs of the first and the other who was crucified with him. But when they came to Jesus, they saw that he was already dead. They did not break his legs. I would like now to describe a phenomenon called crucifracture. I just explained to you that the prisoner, for him to breathe, they push against the nail on the feet and pull with the nail on the hands. How do they kill them? They break the tibia, which is the bone of the leg. They cannot breathe after that, because once they break the legs, they cannot push, and eventually they take 1 or 2 breaths, they die of suffocation, called crucifracture. This did not happen to our Lord Jesus Christ, who was already dead before they broke his legs, to have the prophecy fulfilled that none of his bones was
be broken. Crowd participation at this point. Come on, guys. Anybody out there want to give me a potential cause of death at this point?
I was gonna say, like, so the breaking of the legs was would have been an act of mercy, but so it was forewritten, had no bones were broken, so he was already dead.
Yep. Yeah, when they got to him, they saw that he was already dead, and then they pierced him.
I mean, how he died was what, blood out?
Well, that's what we're gonna throw around. Like, what do you guys think? What do we have for potential causes of death? So we got heartbreak from Blaze in the chat. I see that.
How long was he?
Oh, that's sad. Blaze.
How long was it?
How long was it? Well, he hadn't eaten since Thursday.
I'm asking the exact minute. I'm asking, do we have a general time frame of when he was declared dead? From the time he
It was 6 hours on the cross.
You're asking, what do you know, or
Oh, we're definitely gonna get into it. It's just a question of like, what do you guys think at this point in time? Because like, here's the thing. So
bled out.
You bled out. Okay, so it could be loss of blood. It could be heartbreak, heart attack, right? It could be asphyxiation. You could have died from literally like strangled, loss of breath. Because that's one of the things that's written in scripture. He breathed his last, right? That's written in scripture. So we do have that, but we don't know again what the cause of him breathing his last was. But yeah, drowned is another. Fluid in the lungs, all potentials. All right, appreciate you guys. Thanks for the participation. So here's the full list with references published on the right hand side. So we've got cardiac rupture, so the heart actually blew a valve, heart failure, hypovolemic shock, syncope, acidosis, which is basically like an infection of the bloodstream, asphyxia, so strangulation, arrhythmia plus asphyxia, which is I believe strangulation and to do with your heart as well, pulmonary embolism, so that would have been a brain bleed, I think, voluntary surrender of life, so he just gave over his life voluntarily, which is beyond my mind. I can't comprehend how you could just evacuate your spirit at your command, but we are talking about the Son of God. And then we have he didn't actually die, which is an interesting.
That's what I was gonna say, man. I was gonna say that, but I didn't want to sound like a smart ass.
No, dude,
it was actually a choice up there.
Appreciate it, man. No, there's no egos here, man. There's no offense that can be thrown. As I say, as long as we're respectful, we can actually have a good engagement. Appreciate you guys. So here we have Dr. Haney with an objective cause of death.
Choose.
Hypovolemic shock sounds one of the most acceptable ways that our Lord had died from, especially that it fits the biblical accounts. In Psalm 22, I am poured out like water, and my bones are out of joint. My heart has turned to wax. It has melted away within me. My strength is dried up like a potsherd, and my tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth. You lay me in the dust of death. Clearly, signs of dehydration and melting of the heart. In Matthew 27, when they had mocked him, they took the robe off him, put his own cloth on him, and led him away to be crucified. By taking and replacing and taking out the robe, they are reopening the wounds of the flogging. Psalm 69. They also gave me gall for my food, and for my thirst they gave me vinegar to drink. And in Psalm 22, my tongue clings to my jaws. You have brought me to the dust of death. And in Luke 22, and being in agony, he prayed more earnestly, then his sweat became like great drops of blood falling down to the ground. These accounts clearly show hypovolemia.
Heart failure. So the insurance, sorry?
So Blaze was right.
Why'd they hate him so much?
Bro, we'll get into that in a minute. Yeah, Blaze was correct. Very well done. So the insurance check, the blow, the final blow, if you will. The major thing with this thing is, as he said in scripture, they came to Christ and realized that he was dead. Now, the issue being this person could have passed out from the pain. They may take this person down. They may wake up. They may start struggling even more. Like, it becomes a big problem if this guy who they thought was dead is not actually dead, right? They didn't break his legs. Fine. So they pierced his side. Now, the idea behind it is they pierced him between the 5th and 6th rib, which would be the location of pericardium, which is the base of the heart, or the lining of the heart, sorry, for normal heart. And then if you have an actual episode where it's a building up of fluid, the heart itself would, I believe it's recede, and then the lining of the heart would fill with fluid. Dr. Haney on the piercing. And I didn't get the damn number. Oh, boo. Did I? Hey, let's go. Perfect.
I would like to quote Saint Augustine. Adam foreshadowed Christ, and as Adam was a type of Christ, so too was the creation of Eve from the sleeping Adam, a prefiguration of the creation of the church from the side of the Lord as he slept. For as he suffered and died on the cross and was struck by a lance, the sacraments which form the church flowed forth from him. By Christ's sleeping, we also are to understand his passion. As Eve came from the side of the sleeping Adam, so the church was born from the side of the suffering Christ. In other words, our Lord was the second Adam. The first Adam slept in paradise, and Eve came from his side. And the second Adam, the Lord Jesus Christ, slept on the cross, and the church, his bride, came, depicted by the two sacraments, the water as baptism and the blood as communion. The blood and water continues to be a mystery, but it's not a mystery for the theologians. He is trying to give us life through his death, even if we cannot explain it well by medicine. I would like to...
Sorry, guys. All right. So a bonus slide, and this is something that I put together myself by Watson. So the piercing itself, a common misconception. Whenever we look at Jesus upon the cross, we always see him being pierced on his right-hand side. It's always on his right. You can see this image here, a graph from Google, pierced on the right-hand side. You can see this image here, rendering, of course, or drawing, cartoon, whatever. Here, where he's being pierced on the right-hand side. Now, even up to this diagram, and this is actually the inspiration for the slide, this was the diagram that was actually presented in the video that I was watching, and I'm like, wait a minute. This is the original, a picture of the original copy of the Shroud of Turin. And you guys know I've talked about this cloth before. This is the cloth, if you guys don't know, that's been investigated and checked out, and modern science can't explain. But this was the cloth, the image that was captured of Jesus at the resurrection point after he was laid to rest in the tomb. You can see here a crucifixion spot down on the right hand by the wrist, puncture spot. You can see literally the crown, where the crown would have been, the thorns. You can see the droplets of blood forming the vein that's exposed with the 3. But the thing that I want to note here is that it's the pickup of this, which again, this is blood on the wrist. This is blood on the hand, or the head, sorry. This is also a mixture of blood and plasma, the blood and water that was poured out when he was pierced. So if this is the original image off the Shroud of Turin, then the piercing would have been on the left-hand side, not the right. This is the true form of the image at the point of when he was resurrected, how he would have been pictured. So again, his piercing point was on the left, not the right. Shout out to Dyslow. Hope he's listening.
As we read from the first book of John, for there are three that bear witness in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit, and these three are one. And there are three that bear witness on earth, the Spirit, the water, and the blood, and these three agree as one. Jesus had full control over his own death. He answered Pilate by saying, "You could have no power at all against me unless it had been given to you from above." And bowing his head, he gave up his spirit. He bowed his head before he died, in contrast to normal death, where the reverse.
Just a write-up. This is my last slide. So this was written by William Edwards, medical doctor. Jesus of Nazareth underwent Jewish and Roman trials, was flogged, and was sentenced to death by crucifixion. The scourging produced deep stripe-like lacerations and appreciable blood loss, and it probably set the stage for hypovolemic shock, as evidenced by the fact that Jesus was too weakened to carry the crossbar, the patibulum, to Golgotha. At the site of crucifixion, his wrists were nailed to the patibulum, and after the patibulum was lifted onto the upright post stipes, his feet were nailed to the stipes. The major pathophysiological effect of crucifixion was an interference with normal respiration. According, death resulted primarily from hypovolemic shock and exhaustion asphyxia. Jesus' death was ensured by the thrust of a soldier's spear into his side. Modern medical interpretation of the historical evidence indicates that Jesus was dead when taken down from the cross. I thank you so very much for my friends for listening to my presentation. Thanks for being here. Questions, comments, concerns, please.
Thank you very much.
Yay.
It was really tough to watch the beginning.
Dude, I started reading and I'm like, oh crap. There was a couple spots where I was holding back a little bit of emotion, but frogs in my throat, if you will.
I was fixing some yogurt. I was going to get something to eat. And then, suddenly I'm not so hungry. it's so horrifying to know that he went through all that. But the thing for me, and I am glad a lot of people are in here too, that he came into this world preparing for his death, right? Because he made the word become real, and he walked it out perfectly. And he knew the scriptures. He knew what it said about his death, and he even washed some guy's feet, Judas, knowing that he was going to betray him. I can't even do anything without giving somebody an attitude if I do something nice for them or whatever, and then they give me attitude or something. It's just he was, to me, and I'll stop after this, but he was the first and last egoless person to ever walk this earth, right? So yeah. So thanks for
Well stated.
the presentation. Yeah.
Shout out to my mom and 8Cow over on YouTube watching. Appreciate you guys so very much for watching.
Hey, Mom.
Yeah.
You have a great son. You have a really great son. He's a nice person. He's so calm and he's very loving in the debates and stuff. Really well-rounded son you have there. Good job, Mom.
Thanks, Blaze. Appreciate it.
It's
She
true.
did a good job.
But Yeah, the big thing for me, what hits home so hard growing up in high school, 33 was my absolute favorite number. I didn't have a relationship. This is going to be obviously a personal testimony at this point. I grew up in the church, right? I was baptized in my first communion and all these things. I went to Easter every year. I went to church every Sunday, practically Saturday, whatever it was. But just listening to the word and hearing the stories, and I'm like, cool story, bro. Like, okay, there's this dude, and he walked around, and he did these things and whatnot. Okay, and I kind of paid attention, but I paid attention to the continual story of the passion. The passion is like the most important thing. So once I started realizing certain things with scripture, again, guys, I come back to Noah's Ark. Noah's Ark is my absolute jam. That's my thing because I enjoy looking at buildings and figuring out dimensions and sizes of things and stuff. So when I actually started breaking down like 300 cubits and I started realizing that, holy crap, like Noah had 120 something thousand square feet of floating space, all of a sudden, like the Bible became like really real. And then the idea of Jesus became like really real, so to speak. And everything kind of started falling into place. Now, when it comes to literally looking at the physiological torture that he went through, to think that these Romans, right, would beat you on your back and then put you on a plank of wood. Now, guys, they didn't plane wood. They didn't polish the wood. They didn't do all those things. They didn't even clean the damn wood after they were finished killing your ass. So this piece of wood could be riddled with blood, could be riddled with feces, could be riddled with anything, right? And this man was literally on the blows that he received from this Roman flagellum, whatever it's called, right? Leaded balls. I don't know about the bone. They say there was bone on there and glass and stuff that would cause the skin to tear. But just the idea, even if it was just lead balls, 3 lead balls attached to this thing. Now, these lead balls would cause the equivalency of 3rd-degree burn ruptures under the skin. This man's got 3rd-degree burn equivalency down his back, and he's going to go ride a plank of wood in order to breathe. And he's perfectly hung from 2 points that can withstand the structural load required for the human body, which is the points in his wrists. Like when you start to actually look at the tale of the crucifixion, it actually unpacks perfectly legitimately. And that is the part that sets me on my butt and like, wow. As Blaze said, he prepared to do all this stuff for us to be here. Like 2,000 years past, they say like we can identify that Pontius Pilate was the dude that put him to death. We can identify that he was in power at that time in, I guess, in Jerusalem. So he would have been the commanding officer. And then there's the rumor that he was buried with, or not buried, but he was placed in the cloth, Jesus, with a coin over his eye that had something maybe 29 AD on there. There's a conflict on the year. I've heard the year 33 AD based on the eclipse that took place because not apparently, but according to scripture, the sky went dark at 3 p.m. when he breathed his last. And even as far as China's recorded this event happening. So whether it was actually as per the lunar eclipse schedule or it was actually just a work of God himself. But yeah, we have all of these written things, and it's a question at this point. It literally is like it happened, and it's almost just whether or not you choose to take it on as it happening or not. We believe in a creator, we believe in a created realm, but then we fall short on realizing that he actually sent this vehicle, this man, to, as I like to say, a role model to break the matrix.
Mm-hmm.
And to show us how special and important we actually are. And realize that, oh no, the Father is legitimate. You're walking in his realm. You understand it. And it's like the when your grandfather tells you a tale and then he sees you understanding it and everything, and you get that much closer because he's realizing that he's creating in you, and you have that back and forth. Like, it develops and it enhances the relationship when you realize that. And I'll stop after this because I'm being extremely long in the tooth. When you realize the creator's creation, and you realize that the creator sent, again, this role model to break the matrix that did this passion, this display. It's an amazing thing. Thanks.
For sure. I'm so bummed. Some people missed the very beginning. Oh well. Maybe he'll do it again down in live stream too sometime or something. But yeah, it was good. I liked it a lot. Thank you.
Well, it'll also be on his YouTube, I think, huh? Killer?
Oh yeah.
No, I do. I am running on YouTube now. I'm actually just going to close out that show and say bye to the friends and my mom over on YouTube. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here, guys. I always appreciate it, as always.
I wish I could have saw the slides. I'm busy working in the attic, though. You know me.
Well, you have the video.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, it kind of sucks just being quiet for a while, not hearing nobody. All right, I'm back to mute.
Have a blessed evening, YouTube. Be well. Thanks for being here, guys. Be well.
What's the name of your YouTube channel?
Yeah, drop it.
Thanks so much. Give me a quick sec. Just closing out the episode. Bear with me. Thank you so much for asking.
Sorry I was late.
What is it? Killian Weeks? Is that what it is?
Yeah, man.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll watch the beginning tonight. I didn't catch the beginning. And I have to take off, but that was great. And Blaze, thanks for shooting me a message and let me know. I appreciate it.
Sure. Of course.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Yep. Take care, guys.
You too. So earlier, I forget who it was that asked, but somebody asked, why did they hate him so much? Why did they do this to him? That was pretty much it. He was a revolutionary, right? He was changing the way that people thought. He was empowering people. Literally, when I say, like, to break the matrix, like, literally just to change the way, splinter the mind, right? It's that type of
Do you think that? Do you think that he called out the religious people, and he was calling them out for their traditions?
He took away the rabbi power.
What's that?
He was taking away the rabbi's power.
Exactly, like religion, because he had one doctrine. There was one doctrine. So yeah, and they didn't like it. They didn't want a new system. Nope. Power.
He put his hand right in their pockets, and they didn't like it. And said, "You ain't supposed to have pockets, my friend. What you got in there?"
When he went into the temple and started throwing the merchants stuff everywhere, they were selling stuff in the temple. You're not supposed to do this stuff.
Exactly.
Eating on the Sabbath, they were not how many counts, but the one count where he was eating on the Sabbath, and he said man was designed for the Sabbath, not Sabbath for the man, or something to that effect. And it was just the idea that, like, if you're walking the land carrying the Lord's word and you need to nourish yourself, the Lord would rather you nourish yourself and keep carrying his word than honor the Sabbath and not eat on the Sabbath.
Wait, you can eat on the Sabbath? No, they were just picking some corn from the field. You can eat on the Sabbath.
Oh, what was? I'm so sorry. Then I apologize profusely for making that statement. Blaze, what was the issue with that then?
They were picking
corn
in the field. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, you can't work on the Sabbath. That's the whole thing, right?
Yeah, basically, it's like our creator built the Sabbath into creation. He knew that we would just keep working, and doing whatever it is that we want to do. He set a day apart to rest, maybe to reconnect with him, and reconnect with your family, and to read
Yeah.
the Torah. Yeah, but you could
Like the
definitely
way I see it, it's 52 holidays a year. You know what I mean? One
yeah.
holiday a week. Pretty dang cool.
Right. It is. And plus there's a blessing when you keep the Sabbath, whichever
Oh,
day,
okay.
you keep it. Yeah, there's a blessing for keeping the Sabbath. And lots of people have really good testimonies about it. But Killian, yeah, they were walking through the field, if I remember correctly, and the disciples were hungry, so you know, they weren't supposed to be like, you're supposed to really kind of have things prepared before the Sabbath so you can just chill out and be like in the moment, essentially.
Oh, it smells nice.
It's really nice. I just had mine on Wednesday because I'm trying to learn the biblical. Anyways, I look forward to the Sabbath. Like, no Discord for Blaze, no answering the phone. But yeah, I do. If like I have to answer something because it's not like I'm doing it. I'm guarding the Sabbath for my salvation because Messiah already did everything. He paid the price. I'm doing it because my Messiah did it. Messiah says, "If you love me, keep my commandments." And I mean, I resonate with the scriptures of the word. It makes sense to me to take. I mean, even the beavers take a break on the seventh day. I don't know when their seventh day is, but I heard beavers rest on the seventh day. But anyways, it's fantastic, and it's a learning curve. Because let me tell you something, it's not easy when you suddenly want to do the Sabbath because doing the things that you normally do and then not to do those things, like not participate in, buying the economy. That's interesting. That's good. I got that one down now, but it's just really interesting. And it's not one way fits everybody, right? And if you don't do it perfectly, whatever, you're not going to, Messiah, it's not for salvation, So I know we got some Sabbath keepers in here.
Yeah, I found the excerpt. I'm just posting in chat. It's from the NIV. One Sabbath, Jesus was going through the grain fields, and his disciples walked along, and they began to pick some heads of grain. The Pharisees said to him, "Look, why are they doing what is unlawful on the Sabbath?" He answered, "Have you never read what David did when he and his companies were hungry and in need? In the days of the Abiathar, the high priest, he entered the house of God and ate of the consecrated bread, which is lawful only for the priests to eat, and he also gave some to his companions. Then he said to them, the Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath. So the Son of Man is Lord even of the Sabbath." Apologies on that. Thanks again.
No, I don't get everything right, but we can eat. No,
Yay.
yeah.
I wanted to add to that the thing is that according to the law itself in Deuteronomy 23:25, you are allowed to pluck grain on Shabbat or on the Jubilee or on the Shemitah. You can actually pluck grains. And if you walk past a neighbor's field, you can even pluck his grain, right? But you got to use discretion. You can't harvest it with like harvest your whole field.
Fill a basket. Yeah, you can't fill a basket or anything like that.
It actually says, if you go into your neighbor's standing grain, you may pluck the ears with your hand, but you shall not put a sickle to your neighbor's standing grain.
Does it say that about the Sabbath?
Yeah, and it also talks about the Jubilee, year. You can pluck grain. You just can't harvest it. You can't put a sickle to your field. And the thing is, in Jesus' time, Messiah's time, the rabbinical authority of the time had usurped the Torah of Yahweh and have instead imposed traditions of men on the people, which the rabbinical law, the oral law, the Mishnah, the Gemara, the Talmud. But at that time, the Talmud wasn't compiled yet. But what made up the Talmud said that you can't pluck grain on the Sabbath. It was considered work.
That's
So,
where it is. Okay.
so there was a discrepancy in the understanding of the Pharisees because they were followers of the oral Torah, and that's what Messiah distinguishes between his father's law and the law of the Pharisees. But normally Christians kind of conflate the two. They don't know how to differentiate the two because they haven't actually studied the Torah.
Thanks for that line. Appreciate that, man. So Jesus was a carpenter. You guys think he knew about level?
Pretty sure.
Damn, tough crowd, tough crowd.
Yeah. People are muted. But you had a good crowd that came in.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm just obviously blessed that people would be here to listen.
He knew what horizontal was because he walked on it. Water.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Didn't curve.
Messiah did things that were illogical. He walked through walls. He walked on water. He resurrected the dead. He resurrected himself.
Bro.
You know, so
himself.
He left his imprint on cloth that modern science can't explain. They had time to vet it. They explained it, but they couldn't explain how it happened. Bro, that alone, like, it's literally a hostile witness. We get to take the Shroud of Turin every single time and say, y'all can't explain this. Therefore, we win like everything by landslide of domino observation. It's like it becomes an if this, then that the whole way through.
Huh. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to post up the excerpt from the write-up.
Oh, there's some other verses that say that God raised him.
Amazing.
Yeah, there's verses like that too that say that Elohim raised him, but there's also verses that say that he raised himself. I'm gonna have to find it, but that's not a really big contention for me, anyways. Theo couldn't hold him. It's interesting though, during those 3 days, or one day, if you believe it's one day, he went down to Sheol and preached to the spirits in Sheol, according to Peter.
Yep.
There's too much background noise. How do you have background noise in a video? You guys are done with the Bible thing, or you still going?
Open floor, open floor. Talk about containment.
Noise. I want to talk about the word noise. You know, sound, noise. Whoa, perfect timing. But like, you know, they say there's background noise and stuff when they look into space and all this other shit, and they're using the radio telescope, right? And they're supposedly just like, they're getting a visual, and then like, you know, you look out into the horizon and you have background noise. You can call that the same thing, right? Noise, sound, expansion. When they say we're listening to the noise or this or that, it reminds me of sound. Just a lot of stuff the scientists like. They, they say it's some. They say it's anything else, but it's like it's reverberating sound. Can sight and sound clash or be the same thing?
Well, I mean, do you guys want to talk about something else? We don't really want to have some dead air. Did you guys want to talk about the shape of the Earth, or what up? Who's this nihilistic guy? It's not in here. Hmm. Yeah, gravity. Okay, so did everybody have a nice day today? My day's kind of horrible.
It was long. I cut off all my hair today.
Did you really?
I did.
You cut it off? What?
Yeah.
That was probably long. Like how short?
It's all gone. It's like I only got like a couple inches left. It's like like I don't even know, maybe like an inch or two. It's short, like a pixie cut. Yeah.
What inspired that? Is it easier for you?
No. My hair was just doing something funky. It was thinning, and the ends were like breaking a lot and stuff. So, and I've been doing a lot of just like all natural stuff, and I stopped dyeing it a couple years ago. And so the old hair was just really unhealthy and thin and brittle and stuff. And so the new hair growing in was getting damaged by the old hair. Like it was splitting it up and not letting it come in properly.
Oh, yeah.
So I finally bit the bullet and I said, oh God, just cut it off. Just cut off all that bad hair.
Are you digging it? Are you liking it?
I don't know. I mean, I did this once years and years ago, kind of because of a similar reason. Actually, my hair started all falling out, and so I had no choice. And so I just and it grew back in very, very well. So, you know, I struggled with it when I had it last time too. I've always had long hair, so you know, I'm a girly girl, and it's not my favorite, but I know that it's going to look so much better in the long run that, you know,
That's a big move.
Yeah, looking back on it, it's like my hair looked so good after it grew in, you know, when I cut it all off the last time, that I said, let's do it again. You know, why not? Let's just one more time. I mean, that was probably almost like 20 years ago at this point, so once every 20 years is not too bad to cut off your hair, I guess.
Hair grows in quickly.
Yeah, it'll come back. It's only hair.
Great attitude.
Cool. Yeah, I hope it does. I bet you rock the shortcut too. So that's exciting. Healthy hair. You know, when you said splitting ends, I wondered, does splitting hair even make a sound? Is there something in life that doesn't make a sound, even if we can't hear it? Or does everything make a sound? Because I was thinking about what that guy was talking about, sound and stuff, and seeing. I don't know. Do you guys think splitting hairs make a noise?
I don't think so. But I mean, if you have, like a bunch of hair on a piece of paper, yep. But off your head, no.
All right, Blaze, let's do an experiment. Let's do.
This is what happens when you guys stop talking.
Show me
and then
the
you have
proof.
girls, you know, realtors that love people and talking.
We're talking about hair. We're going to start talking about makeup in a second, guys. Someone better jump in.
We're splitting hairs. Right.
We're going to start talking about lipstick shades. Be careful.
Gio, are you listening to this?
I'm gonna be bold. I'm gonna show you guys my hair.
Aw.
Does any guys have long hair?
Hey, Chetty.
You sure there's somebody? Hey, how you doing?
Super.
Oh, I'm not gonna be able to. Oh, I never gave Discord video permission. My bad.
Pretty sure there's some guy that has long hair. I mean, I have long hair.
Do you? How long?
I think this is like at least a foot hair.
Dang. Is that are you in a hot place for the summertime? Does it get hot?
I'm in New York, so in the summertime it is pretty hot.
You were in a man bun or ponytail?
No man bun, definitely no man bun. Just like a regular ponytail. I mean, I ain't got nothing against that, but it's just not my style. A regular ponytail. Yeah, my hair is like maybe a foot long.
I have joined the man bun crew. I never thought I would be part of one, but I'm a balding man bun crew member, unfortunately. I refuse to cut my hair, though. Forget that.
I had to cut mine to get rid of the split ends that they're talking about. Because, yeah, that's not good for your hair, right? Like, you're supposed to cut that off.
Yep.
Right. At least I'm doing something, right?
Yep.
Yeah, my hair's down to like my butt. What is that? I don't know.
That's how long it is now. You're
Probably
kind of going
from
in and out.
scalp.
Oh, you're going in and out. For me, anyway.
Oh, can you hear me better?
Yes.
Right there. It probably should be good right there. Oh, I should turn my Wi-Fi on. All right, I got Wissy on. That should be better. My hair is, yeah, it's like to the middle of my butt. It's like it's really thick. It's really long. It's really long.
Wow.
I mostly ignore it.
Beautiful.
I got a woman bun. I usually have a woman bun. Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Do you have pretty intense dreams?
For sure. I got super vivid dreams. Yeah.
Is that supposed to make us dream more?
Yeah, hair is like antenna.
Oh yeah. Is that an Indian thing? I heard that. I think I have heard that.
Yeah, so it makes sense. My hair's down my butt, so maybe that's why I'm such an ass. Hey.
You're not.
JK.
I told you earlier, tough crowd, tough crowd.
Yeah. For sure.
It is. Dang.
Everybody's like either eating or not paying attention or whatever. That happens. That's me 60% of the time I'm on Discord.
Yeah, I was gonna say, a lot of times people are not even near their computer or whatever.
Looks good, Jackie. Looks really good. You got curly hair?
Yeah, it's super curly, but it's a little too short. It's to the point they cut it so short that it can't even make a full curl, so it's like sticking out a little bit. That's what I don't like. It's been a little too short, like where that it can't even make a full curl, so pieces are sticking out a little bit. But once it grows, I know once it grows a little bit and it can do its thing, it'll be much better.
Oh yeah. I'm sure. But you're rocking it.
I guess. Thank you though. I appreciate it. I just gotta get used to it. That's all. It'll take time. Go wash it, style it myself. You know, when someone else does your hair, and you know, just it's not exactly you, right? You gotta play with it yourself.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So that just came from the salon a couple hours ago. So you know, it's still got her touch on it. I need to put mine on it.
New beginning.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. So I think it's just, you know, out for me. I'm having a big old purge, a big old out with the old, because I know all this new energy's coming in, and I'm making room for the new.
What do you
Getting
mean?
rid of all the old.
What do you mean? New?
Well, I'm looking for I'm looking to move. So out of New Jersey, and I'm looking for land to start my start the actual home base of Healing House and Home.
Oh
Which
yeah,
is
where are you
my
looking?
Discord. Yeah, huh?
What area?
Right now I'm in New Jersey. Right now I'm in Tennessee. I'm looking in Tennessee. That's where God has guided me to. It's not where I want it to go, but that's not for me to say, is it?
No, it's good you're being obedient. What's the land? What is it expensive or is it coming down a little bit?
It is coming down a little bit. So I mean, everything actually, everything is falling into place. This last week, I fasted and prayed and looked for direction, and because I wasn't really sure, and I got my answer, which was Tennessee, and I was like, yeah, but the prices in Tennessee when I checked a couple months ago were a little out of my price range, and then when I got confirmation after my fast that it's Tennessee, I said, okay, well then that means God's gonna provide. It doesn't matter how much it costs, right? Gotta just trust. So I went to check again, and the properties that I had liked were still available, and the prices had dropped significantly. So they're in my price range now, whereas before they were not. So, time to go check them out. So God always provides, always. Especially when it's his plan. He's like, who are you talking to? I got this. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but you're listening. So what are you gonna some kind of healing center?
It's going to be it's a nonprofit, so it's actually going to be a private membership church.
Oh.
Yeah, and it'll be a lot of different things. It'll be be a healing center, farm, gardens. I plan on growing food for the community, providing food to people on a regular basis, providing clothes and shelter if they need it, things like that. It's going to start small, and I really just want to help people. And I have a lot of different ways that I can help people. I have a lot of different knowledge. I've done so many different things, and I really think that I can point people in the right direction, and I'm really good at getting people together as well. So
they're doing a gardening presentation on Monday. I posted it in the chat. And
Oh, really?
I know like barbecue sauce, napalm, and Redford. So
who servers that in?
This one.
Oh.
I just
there
posted
you
it in the live stream in one, and I'm sure
Nice. Yeah, absolutely.
and platypus too. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's I want to build a community there, so I'm trying to get as big a piece of land as I can to start with,
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna need help. I know that, so that's why I started this. I think that God's gonna provide the help as well, and I have to put it out there in order for people to say, hey, I'd be interested in helping.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
There's a lot of farmers and ranchers who can't afford land, so you won't have a hard time finding people who can farm and ranch if you've got land.
Yeah, actually, if anybody knows of anyone in Tennessee that already has a farm or anything like that, or even maybe not in Tennessee, but as of right now, I know God's sending me to Tennessee for some reason, so I'll find out when I get there if it's for the land or not. But it could also just be for a connection to get to the land. I never say that that's final, right? Because I'm a human, and I can misinterpret, signs and signals and synchronicities and things like that as well. But I was looking possibly for someone who had something already set up that, they were maybe in the process of, losing or something like that, and, helping them save their place that might already be established, while if they were interested in joining forces in some type of way, I would be willing to do that as well. Something that's already established and going, and they need help, I need help, type of thing.
Tennessee has great water and a great climate for growing. So if I could move to Tennessee, I would love to move there for farming and ranching. I think you'll really enjoy it.
Nice, thanks. I've been there a couple of times. I've been to Nashville, and then went to like the Pigeon Forge area, and I really liked that area. It was really nice down there. I didn't like Nashville.
Yeah, I would get in the foothills or something and stay away from the big cities if you can, for sure.
Yeah, Nashville didn't feel very. I don't know. It didn't even feel friendly. It didn't even feel as friendly as the other the other places that we went in Tennessee. It was just like Nashville was, very city.
Yeah, Nashville's gone through the same. So I just moved to East Texas from Austin, and Nashville and Austin have kind of gone through the same sort of changes, and they've kind of just become extensions of like LA or San Francisco. That whole kind of vibe and culture.
It felt very much like that.
Yeah,
As a matter of fact, we drove out of Tennessee, out of Nashville to like Arkansas to go have some fun. That's what we did.
Yeah, Arkansas is that's another state that I would love to. I could live there, and it'd be amazing. There's so much great stuff in Arkansas, Missouri. There's so much amazing land out there that's cheap. And if you've got access to the internet now, and you can utilize it to grow a business or to even just work for somebody else, if you've got the freedom, I would definitely move to those kind of places. Just try to get some water on your land, and you'll be good.
Fingers crossed.
It is quiet in here.
It is.
I was watering chickens and doing the final chicken chores of the day, and I didn't realize that like no one was really talking. So I started trying to talk.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to do.
And you're finishing up your chores too?
Well, no, I mean, now I was gonna eat something, and then I watched the presentation and just not hungry anymore, and so I was trying to fill in the time. We're talking about hair.
Oh, I missed the hair talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I cut off all my hair. That's what we're talking about. We're about to start talking about makeup, but
Right.
we don't really want to put everybody to sleep.
I have a thing. Has anybody ever been to Burning Man?
I have not.
I have.
You have?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's quite. I thought it was because I have a friend that's going, and I was like, what? And I thought it was like a music festival, and then people are like, no, but they have music there and they have DJs there, and I was like, oh, and then so I started looking at some things. Oh my gosh, that's intense. Were you there the whole time? 7 days?
Yes, it is a huge heathen fest with some lots of partiers. But you don't necessarily have to go and drink. Like they even have AA meetings there. You know, it can be what you make it. It's like a mini city.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's intense.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
it's essentially a pop-up city where you leave no trace of you there, and you rough it. You strip like yourself from all kinds of materialistic things, essentially. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can take an RV.
Yeah.
People take RVs, and you know a lot of people actually go with camps. So like you can sign up to help if within a camp, you know, and sometimes the camp will provide like water or ice, you know, just like various things like that to make it easier on you. Yeah, it's just a lot of heathens though, you know, and it's basically hey, settle down. You know, it's a big burning man. It's literally Wicker Man. That's what it is. And then there's two huge burns. The one where they build the man, and then the temple burn. And I mean, it's amazing what people can build, and then they just set it on fire. But really, what are the origins of these things? It's like witchcraft, burning human beings. It's not pleasant. There is an evil side to it.
Yeah, how long ago did you go?
Oh man, how long has it been? 10 years? 11 years, maybe? How long has it been going on?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I don't know. A long time though. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that would really interest me at this point in my life.
You know what? I wasn't even a believer at the time, Blaze, and I had a terrible time. Just like my entire being was saying, you shouldn't be here. Stop taking drugs. Stop drinking. This isn't where you need to be. I literally had a terrible time.
Well, maybe you needed that time to be like, this isn't for me anymore. I'm tapping out.
Right. When I was there, I cut off all my dreads and buzzed my head.
What?
And it was a new leaf. Yeah, I turned over a new. That was the start of basically my sobriety journey and truth journey.
Wow. So do you think that was like a big facilitating factor?
I think maybe.
Because you got to
I don't know.
You got to see like, okay, this is hedonistic, but
you know what? I think you're right. It really clarified this is not the lifestyle I want to lead anymore. Because at that point I was searching, you know, how there's just something inside of us where we just like search all these different types of maybe lifestyles or whatever, or maybe it's the creator just leading us through. And I tested all of these different types of lifestyles, and everyone it was found wanting. The only one I ever feel fulfilled in, worthwhile, is the father. You know, sobriety, father. Whoa, dude, sheesh, you're okay. Anyway, yeah.
great. Wow. That was 10
Has
years
anybody
ago?
else here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say 10 or 11 years ago. Has anybody else been to Burning Man? Or like festivals and
Oh yeah.
Have
stuff
you
like
ever heard
that?
of Have you ever heard of Burns Zobra?
Nope.
So
Nope.
I'm pretty sure Burning Man is based off of Burns Zobra, which is a festival that takes place in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and it's a giant effigy that they burned. I mean, this has gone on for a long, long time, and it's the same thing. And I went to two of those. It's really weird because um, it looks like a sort of like a demon man. Like it's got a really creepy, like almost like a demonic clown sort of face. So it's like I think it's like 50 or 60 feet tall, and then they paint him, and people put like letters, taxes, divorce papers, like whatever. You can submit this stuff, I guess, to this organization, and they'll stuff Zobra with whatever it is you want to get rid of and burn. And there's a lot of crazy parts about it because there's like fire dancers and there's fireworks. Like as he's burning, there are fireworks attached to him that start going off in stages, and thousands and thousands of people fill this park in Santa Fe. Like it's a big deal. People come from all over to do Burns Zobra. But the part about it that's the craziest, that I thought, was they play a really loud recording through a PA system of him like screaming in agony. It's like this really loud, like roar, that kind of scream, and that goes on until it's completely burned down to nothing, until it just falls to a pile and burns. But we went to two of those. The first one
How long
was
did
when
that
I
take to burn it down?
it goes on for like 25 or 30 minutes, and it's a massive party, and it is like I don't know, it's very dark. New Mexico is like one of the most beautiful places I've ever been, and it's also got some of the darkest, strangest. I'm not like, I mean, I believe in energy and stuff, but I've never been one of those people that's like, oh, I went in the room and I could just feel this dark energy. New Mexico has dark energy. I don't know how else to describe it. I loved it there in terms of the beauty, and I love the outdoors, and I love to hunt, and I was a big public land hunter, and I did some amazing hunts and stuff there. But there's some really weird energy and things going on in New Mexico. So the first time I went, it was just my wife and I, and I just moved to Santa Fe. I took a job there and moved there, and I wasn't really a believer at all. I believed there was a creator, but I didn't believe anything I believe now. And we went and just partied, and we thought it was like the coolest, greatest time. And I'm pretty sure the history of it is that it is the precursor to Burning Man. Like the people who created Burning Man basically took that idea from Zozobra. But then the second time we went, I just kind of started getting into the truth, and it was very, very weird. There was all kinds of dark interactions that my wife and I kept having with people that never happened the first time. And now that I look back on it, I feel like it was, like sort of principalities of darkness stuff that I was coming up against that I didn't recognize it for that at the time. But
Well,
we've like never wanted to go back after that second time. Both of us were like, yeah, I'm good. We don't need to go back there. That, something about that last time we went. And now that I know what I know, I wouldn't go take part in it again.
like
But
you had the eyes to see the second time, right? You're just getting into truth, so you're like questioning things, like
yeah,
like
sort
on
of.
alert a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, like I think it was that my eyes were being opened, and I honestly feel like those, I don't know if disembodied spirits or whatever, knew that was the direction I was heading. Whereas the first time I was there, it was like eyes wide shut. I'm here for a good time. You know what I mean? So there's no reason for anything to come in resistance against me because I am bringing exactly what it wanted me to bring there.
Yeah.
Which was like, let's drink and party and watch this thing burn to the ground. And it is I don't know, there's a part of it that's really interesting culturally, but then when you realize like this is like a sacrificial thing. This is a sacrifice, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I mean, it is an energy thing, and then you're just like, not that the people are bad. You know, the people are bad, not bad. They're just not informed, right? They're just having a good time, like you said, and then there's the people that are waking up and going, you know, like okay, I serve. She was like, I'm not really belonging here, nor do I really want to be here anymore. So I bet you that happens to a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. The first time I went back to we have
What are you
here in
talking to us, Jackie?
Jersey, you know what Atlantic City is?
Wait,
Yeah.
Jackie, are you talking to us?
Oh, you can't hear me?
No, maybe go out and come back in, just very faintly. Hey, Essie, thanks for coming to the presentation.
This is a new mic.
Bummer.
Yeah, sorry, I was away from the mic. I missed most of it, to be honest with you. I caught the last part with the legs and the ribs.
Oh, the first part was just heart wrenching for me, anyways. But I just wanted you to see, you know, like what the breakdown of the. I just want you to be here, you know, really, because you're always so nice and listen to us and stuff.
Well,
But
thanks for the invite. I appreciate it. Yeah,
killing
I
it.
wish I would have caught the beginning.
Oh, don't worry, we have that for you. I'll get it for you. I'll message it to you. He videoed it on his YouTube channel, so I will go back and get it. Oh wait, I have it here. Okay, I got it. Incoming. Because it is kind of scientific when they break down the autopsy, kind of like what they were doing there. So I thought you might find it interesting.
Hello.
Hi.
Is it working now?
Sounds like it. Yep.
Okay.
Do it. You want to say it over what you were saying?
What I was saying is, I don't know if you guys know what Atlantic City is, but it's like the gambling spot in New Jersey. Like we have like a whole city boardwalk that's full of casinos and things like that. And it used to be one of my favorite places to go. Now
Oh
I go
yeah.
and hug it. Yeah. And I decided to go like the last time I went for my birthday. Um, I used to always go on my birthday because I'm born 7/7/77, you know,
Oh wow.
gambling sevens.
Wow. That's crazy.
So yeah. Um, the
Happy
last time I
belated
went,
birthday.
thank you. The last time I went was pretty freaky. Um, I went with a friend of mine who at the time she was actually pretty sick. We didn't think she was even gonna, make it. Thank God she has. She's made it this far, you know. This is a couple years ago. She had, found out she has cancer through her whole body, and and her birthday's actually only a week, before mine. So it was like my birthday, her birthday. My sister went. It was just the three of us, and we're walking around the casino, and I was just like not enjoying myself really, but I kept seeing this guy. He like he drew my attention when he walked past the first time. He didn't even look in our direction. He just walked past, and my eyes gravitated toward him, and I watched him. And I didn't understand why I was watching him, but he gave me the effing creeps, right? And I just saw him walk past, and then like an hour later, I noticed him again, and then I noticed him like following us, and I was like, "What's going on?" Like I kept walking, and then I kept like going weird ways, and my sister and my friend are like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, just follow me for a minute because I'm, like I'm testing a theory right now. They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, I think this guy is following us. I'm like, behind us, just keep walking, just follow me, right? So we made all these crazy turns, and so did he. And I was like, there's just something about this guy that really creeps me out. And finally, my sister, who is like, I'm gonna go tell somebody, you know, like she went walking away looking for a security guard, and he like literally stopped in the middle aisle, and he was like eyeballing me and my friend, and there was just this something came inside of me that was like stare him down, like stare back at him and let him know that he he can't, like, it was like it almost felt like a challenge, right? And then the security guard came and they said, "Oh, that's whatever, whoever he's here all the time." And we're just like, "So that's okay for him to just follow women around, like, like because he's here all the time or whatever." But as he looked back, he because when the security guard came, he moved to the side and he stayed looking at us. When he looked back, his eyes were black. I'm not joking. Like he completely changed, and I was like, I just saw a goddamn demon, like in the flesh, it like in the freaking thing. And I had a dream that same night, and basically, my angels came to me and told me like, yeah, like that was a demon. He wasn't coming for me. He was coming for my friend because she was weak, because she was sick and weak, and he wanted her. And I was
Oh.
like, whoa. And it was like but like just me standing there between us and staring him down. They said he would never be able to. He couldn't come near her with me. There was basically what I heard, and I was like, oh, okay, well, but
Interesting.
like that. After that, I was like, never going back there again. Like, never going back there again.
Yeah, the
And
creeps are out. But
yeah,
it's not
like
only men, it's women too. I posted something in the chat. Everybody should look at this if you have Instagram because, guys help women out all the time, right? Well, I mean, that a lot of times they do. And nowadays, these women are setting up the men, but this is just like I sent it to my brother, and the next day, and he sent it to me. He goes, "Oh, I'd have been dead. That could have been me." I was like, "Exactly." Then the next day, he sent me a message. He's like, "Oh my gosh, I can't. I'm still thinking about that poor guy. Do we know anything about it?" I go, "No, I looked in the comments and everything like that." Um, but we're living in a really creepy time right now, so we really need to pay attention to all of our surroundings, whether you're a guy or girl, whether you're big, muscular, even if you carry a gun, we still have to watch our backs.
it's sad. It's sad that you can't even you see someone in distress and you can't go help. Yeah, I mean, if I see someone
They
down, I'm running
faked
to
it.
help, and I'm
They
probably
faked it.
going out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably going out.
I mean,
I mean, I don't think that there's because I have that reactionary like spirit in me when I always say, "Oh my God, I'd be so scared. I'd run the other way." But the truth is that anytime anything, like uh, uh emergency has happened, I have not run the other way. I have run toward it. Like it's just an instinct. Like a person falls, like I worked places, everyone else is looking at the guy, he's bleeding on the ground. I'm over there, I'm picking him up, I'm holding him, I don't care about the blood, I don't care, and everyone's like, "Oh, you got," I'm like, like he's bleed, so what?
yeah, it
Like,
sounds like you're a warrior.
and I think I don't know why I think I can't, right? I always think, oh no, I'd be too scared, and then, but that's not true because I always run towards it, whatever it is, like I see a kid about to fall, I'm hauling ass, I'm screaming, get it! Like
Mhm.
help, like somebody pay attention, like I just that's just who I am. So they'd get me. I know they would.
I know, right? Sometimes we just got to bring awareness
Mm,
to people. Watch your surroundings, because as more time goes by, people are going to get more and more unscrupulous, and they're just going to be like robbing people, I think. Well, we have
same.
Jeremy in the house here. What's up, Jeremy? Probably can't talk.
There's a whole lot of people here and not a lot of voices.
Yeah, SE, if you want to bring up anything like the shape of the earth. You weren't here, so I was trying to fill the air, so somehow we got talking on the onto women's hair. So somebody better like start talking, because it's just gonna be a Friday night of like just
Next thing you know, you guys are gonna be talking about cakes or something, muffins or.
Oh no, we could talk about some bacon. Let's do
no,
it.
we were gonna be talking about lipstick colors or something.
We
Just
could talk
pulling your
about
legs.
No, that's what we were saying. Like, you guys got to come in.
I was threatening to start talk about lipstick shades if they didn't start talking. You know, they still stayed quiet.
Well, let me ask you this, Jackie. Do you talk about the shape of the earth in real life to your friends and family?
No, not usually, because they already think I'm a little bit out there. So I already some people know, some people don't. I kind of like live in the woo already, and they'd probably commit me, but it's all right. I mean, I do with certain people. There's the people, but they know that I think that way, but I just don't talk about it with them because it's just easier not to fight or not to, I know how they feel, they know how I feel, and so we don't discuss it. But I
Yeah.
have people that I can talk with it about. So, I've cultivated uh friends, and I have a couple family member who are like, I don't know. They've actually I think I have my cousin almost there. She's like 80% of the way. She started looking up her own stuff and sending me, so I think she's about ready to to admit that she believes it too. So I
Aw.
scored one.
Oh, that's great. Yeah,
Just
you just
one.
never know.
That's fine with me.
It's becoming easier.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, like when you're talking to somebody, and like I was showing this house to this rental to somebody, and we were talking on the phone for like 20 minutes trying to set up this appointment, and so I get to the appointment, and oh, how cute. And and so we were talking after I showed it to him and everything. I go, so like how far into the truth rabbit holes are you going? I said, have you gotten into the shape of the earth yet? And he was like, puts his arm out there, like the flat thing. And I was like, yeah, that was awesome. So it's becoming more acceptable. Initially,
Yeah,
people were
people are like, I think they're mulling the idea around, like they're not completely going, oh no, that's BS. I think it's because of the whole NASA thing. Like NASA is really, I think people are done with NASA. I think they just know that it's BS, and so that's helping a whole lot, right? You know, all
like,
this BS moon talk, I think if they should have just never even said that they were going to go back to the moon, because doing that made people look into the original moon landing. And I think a lot of people just forgot it, like forgot about it, forgot what it looked like and things like that. And they started talking about going back to the moon, and people started looking at that old school moon landing footage and going, so that don't look right.
and it doesn't hurt that the government or whatever's running the world right now, the principalities, whatever, are lying a lot about
Yeah, that
everything. So
too.
it's kind of making our job a little easier.
Absolutely. It sure is. 100%. Yeah. I still think there's a lot of people that are just, not ready to go there. Just you know, sometimes if you get to a certain place too fast, you can make yourself crazy, I think, you know? That
Oh, yeah.
sometimes you do have to take things step by step, right?
Yeah.
Just for your own mental stability, right?
I think the people in the truth are always going to be the minority until the end. I
Oh,
just feel like, yeah, people. I've gotten to the point just like you. I don't really say anything to anyone anymore. When I first woke up, I was like, the don't you
mhm.
see? Can't you see it? I
Mhm.
was that. I'm trying to help you, and I was just like
Yeah.
upsetting friends and family, and it was
Mhm.
like causing
Mhm.
these rifts in my relationships. And I was now I'm just like, yeah, whatever. I'll come to the barbecue, and I don't say a word, and they'll be talking about the news and whatever is fake that they believe, and they're on their fourth COVID shot, and I'm just like, oh, okay, right on. Well, good seeing everybody. I'm gonna head home now.
Yeah,
Pretty
exactly.
much, yeah.
I can't keep my mouth closed for very long. But I'm sure we all have had people like I had a message from my buddy today. He's like, I will, and he got vaccinated. And I warned him and warned him. Nothing happened to him, thank God. Thank you, yeah. Um, but he's like on the fast track and all this other stuff. And he's like, I will always listen to you from now on. He just sent it to me a couple hours ago. And I said, well, always do your research. Don't believe me. He goes, oh, I do. I mean, there's been a bunch of people, especially when I was going around opening my mouth about the DNC emails that
Mm-hmm. I
got released.
Mhm.
on that train for a while.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like I didn't care. Like I was like I didn't care. I was just talking to everybody about it because I'd already been through the 2008 of like 9/11 and all this other stuff. But you mess around with children, you know what? Nope. Oh, I mean, I was like, "Meow." And
Yeah.
I lost a friend of mine. I think I told you guys, some of you. I lost a really well, we'd been friends for like 20 years. And I was going around telling everybody. And she's like, uh, get over it. Everybody's been molested, Beeve. And I was like, what?
Wow.
This is like, I like, and then she still got mad at me. And like, all this stuff with like,
That makes it
the,
okay.
yeah, I was like, do you need to talk? I mean, like, what is, I mean, and she's still we tried to talk like a couple years ago, and I was like, "Please don't tell me that you got vaccinated." She's like, "I did." I was like, "Okay, well, here's what you should do to maybe like look into it and detox and you're just an overthinker and not everything is you're not always right about things." And I was just like, "All right." But, the whole thing with Epstein, you think I would get a call back from her about like, "Oh my gosh, that's so horrible. You were right." But, now that I'm
Mm-mm.
saying this out loud, maybe this is I never really thought about it like this since she said that to me. Maybe this is bringing up a lot of, um, like, monsters that people had hidden, like, a lot of abuse
Mhm.
that was, you know, n
Yep.
I guess it is so prevalent now, and so maybe it's
Yeah.
bringing things up that people have to deal with, and they don't wanna deal with it. I don't know, I never really thought about it like that until I just said it out loud to you guys.
100%. Because before I before I personally admitted it to anyone, I never wanted to talk about it, and people started talking about stuff like that, I would just walk away.
Oh,
Because it it makes you feel like I, disempowered almost because you're you're kind of living a lie, right? And so you're standing there listening to it to someone speak someone else's truth and you know it's yours too. And you don't want to hear it because you don't want to admit it. You don't want to admit it to yourself. You don't want to admit it to anyone else because you think you got over it. You think that's in the past. You think it's just something that happened to me and it doesn't matter anymore and it doesn't mean anything and it didn't do anything to me and I survived and it's okay and da, 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 and all these things. And if I talk about it, then it's just gonna make it you know, no one needs to know. It's my business. It's not anybody else's business, right?
Wow.
And it's a lot of things that come up in your mind when it happens, but until you can actually like voice it and be okay with
Confront
voicing
it.
it, yeah. Until you can say, this happened to me. It 100% happened to me. And whether you believe me or not, I don't care, you know? And but it was wrong, you know? And then after you can do that, then there's a whole nother rabbit hole you have to go down to, eventually find a way to forgive the person that did that to you, to truly heal from it. So it's not, it's not an easy road to take, because once you admit it, then the anger and the hate and that all that stuff comes up in you, right? And it's almost like, that once you open that door, there's gonna, all the skeletons are coming out that closet once you open that door, right? They're gonna fall on you, and you're gonna have to pick yourself up and dust yourself off one piece at a time.
That's
So some
horrible.
people just can't, they don't want to do it. They want to open that closet, just board it up, pretend
Hmm.
like it's not there.
I can't even imagine.
Well, and even the ones that hasn't happened to, like I know there's people in my family and friends that like they just genuinely don't want to believe. They can't believe they live in a world where the people in charge, quote unquote, like the people that they look to as like, okay, that person is on the city council or they're a mayor or they're a senator or they're whatever. So they have authority over me. Like they genuinely believe these people have authority over them and they willingly give it to them. They couldn't imagine that those people would ever do something like that because they've been programmed to look at them as an idol and an authority figure, you know? And you just, like, I've tried having very logical discussions with friends and family about political figures and people who are puppets. I mean, I just feel like most people, pretty much all of them, if they're in the media a lot, they're just someone else's pawn, you know? They get paid a lot of money. That's their payoff, I guess. They've sold their soul for some financial gain and a little bit of power, but they're slaves. I mean, whenever they are told to jump, they have to jump, and they have to keep jumping until they're told they can stop. And anyway, these people in our community, they've been programmed to idolize them and see them in a certain way, and they couldn't stand the idea that those people would be lying to them and that they actually live in a corrupt, fallen world. Like they just, or if they know it's fallen, it's like I have family members who are like, oh, if it weren't for the Republicans or if it weren't for the Democrats,
Oh gosh.
we would live in the. And I'm like, I cannot believe you believe this, you know. But they do. Or they're just. It's the only way they can cope with life. Like they have to have
Ignorance is
those
bliss.
things, yeah, to cope.
Ignorance is bliss, because if you pop the bubble on their perfect little world, what do they do then?
Right. They have to be
It's not
responsible
even
for
cope.
themselves.
It's not even
Right.
cope. They've
Yeah.
bought into the whole thing. I have family members like that. There's no way to reach these people. There's nothing you can tell them. If Oprah didn't tell them or the dude on CNN, they ain't believing it, no matter how you try.
I
So
can't believe. I'm really hoping that this Hawaii thing really wakes people up, because it's like you're just looking at that stuff. You're like, what are the odds that all of the average everyday people's land burned down, but all the rich people's land didn't get hurt at all? It's all perfectly fine. Oprah's house, Bezos' house, all there's like 15, 20 billionaires that have homes that they weren't even touched by the fires, but everybody else's shit burned to the ground, right? So convenient.
yeah, the media machine is too strong. Can you imagine a Canadian hating Trump? Like, why would a Canadian hate Trump, right?
Yeah.
But I know people that hate Trump. They hate his guts. Like, and I'm saying, what did the guy ever do to you? He's American. He never, like, why do you hate him for? Oh, because this and that. And yeah, it's crazy.
Hey, how are the fires in Canada? Yellowknife or something like that?
We still got some going, but not as bad as it was. Like, it was like, my God, it was like orange. Like, you'd look up and you'd see like orange skies, like red skies.
You could see it?
Oh yeah, I've taken pictures of the sun, and you can see sunspots without a filter. That's how
Wow.
bad it was. Yeah.
You know, fire never crossed my mind with these people at all. Not at all. It was more like, tsunamis, earthquakes,
Oh
hurricanes.
no, not
They're
me.
not
I knew
they're
the
not
fires were coming.
they're not messing around.
Nope. Uh-uh.
I mean, this is the kind of conversation that we had on Sunday, though. That's why Jeremy was like, "I got a new flashlight," which I can't wait to see.
You got a flashlight.
He said he texted me in the chat that he's got a new flashlight. He's gonna show us later, but he can't do it at the moment.
Oh, one of those 1,000,000 lumen things. Knowing him.
Yeah.
Or a survival one.
Yeah.
With a knife in the back and yeah.
A knife in the back, yeah. A zapper. I have a taser. I think it's a little one, and it's a strong. Oh, I should put that in my backpack. And it's a flashlight as well. But it's you have to charge it. So
Well, we were talking like bug out things and the other night, and Jeremy was pretty equipped.
yeah, it's impressive.
Yeah.
I liked it. Now if he only has a brother. I'm just kidding.
Well,
But you
with his
do.
game plan, he wouldn't have made it halfway out of the city, but I'm sure he's going to revise his methods now. No car.
No car.
Well, unless you make it out before the catastrophe, yeah, you stand no chance in a car.
Right. Like those people in Hawaii. They had to jump in the water. At least I have water near me if there's a fire. Yeah, we should have little plans together. I mean, since we are truth seekers, we should have a little bit of a plan set in motion. Don't you think? Everybody?
Yeah, it's a good idea. Well, he was thinking of going to the Adirondacks, if I'm not mistaken. That's a damn good idea, actually. But you got to get there. That's the thing.
Yeah, and have you noticed, at least over here in the States, that for I'd say probably the last 8 years or whatever, they've been adding the thick wiring on the interstate, like a fence. They have that like little metal fence, and then it has that thick wire rope. They don't want people turning around anymore on the interstate. Remember, you could just, at least here in the United States, you could just go in the middle of the
Yeah, they say
freeway.
that's for that way if someone starts to go off the road, they don't go into oncoming traffic.
Yeah.
That's what that's for.
I know. I mean, I hear what you're saying there. I mean, it's a good
I
idea.
mean, I don't know. I'm just saying that's the explanation.
Yeah. I know, but we know better. Like that's
Ha
what they tell
ha.
right? That's what they tell us. Oh, we're gonna save
They
lives.
won't get a thing.
Yeah.
No,
We're gonna have some.
because taking your car into the grass,
Oh,
that's not safe. Let's just hit this wire instead and leave you on the road. I
Right.
don't
Have
know.
these
I
100
think
cars that are veering off
exactly.
into the other lane.
Blaze,
Yeah,
where are you
exactly.
at? What state are you in?
Who, me?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm in Florida.
Florida? Nice.
You're
You know where
in
I'm at, huh?
Yeah, I remember. Oh, Louisiana? No.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow, I can't believe I remember that. Yay, the MCT oil is working.
Hey.
I had a couple friends in
Yeah, I've been
Florida.
doing a lot of Celtic sea salt. and matcha tea for energy.
That's good.
Yeah, I didn't do any today. That reminds me, I should go get some. I didn't really drink that much water.
What do y'all think about the whole borax thing?
Borax,
It
I haven't done
works.
that yet. I heard it's good for you,
Yep.
and I just haven't done it yet.
It's a
I
good
haven't found any
detox.
food grade. My whole issue.
How'd you prepare it?
What, ingesting it? Yeah, or taking a bath in it. Because I know if you take a bath in it too.
Ingesting it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You can just take a pinch. There is no food grade borax. You can do boron, which is pretty much the same thing. So you can take the like boron capsules. If you want like the vitamin version of it, but it just costs more money. But regular borax from the box, you just take a pinch with your fingers and you put it in a glass of water. That's it. It's exactly pretty much the exact same thing. There
Yeah,
is
it's
no
only
food grade
what,
version of it.
4 elements?
Yeah,
Boron,
there.
oxygen, hydrogen, something else. Something like that.
Yeah, so the borax, you just the same one that you use to clean and to wash yourself, wash your clothes, put it in your things. Yeah, you just I put it in a little jar, I have it on the counter, and then you just take a pinch and stick it in your water.
What does it do?
Detox and
Detox, helps with arthritis,
yes,
helps women with their
bones
hormones.
and
Oh, supposedly decalcify the third eye
pineal
thingy,
gland.
the pineal gland, or whatever. Helps detox
Yeah.
fluoride.
If you don't have enough boron in your system, in your body, calcium is being deposited in places that it's not supposed to be. It's just floating around in your blood with nowhere to go, right? So boron is like calcium's friend. So it goes through your body and it picks up calcium. It tracks the calcium, like it grabs onto calcium, and then it takes it to the bones and puts it where it belongs, in your bone, like that. It helps you to build back bone. If you don't, if which we none of us do, because they've depleted the boron from our soils, so everyone should be taking boron, and this is why people's everything's becoming decalcified. Not just your pineal gland. Everyone talks about your pineal gland being calcified, but our whole bodies are becoming calcified. Calcium is just floating through our arteries, all different parts of our body, in our muscles. That actually, when your muscles start to atrophy, they're becoming calcified. Like when you can't stretch them anymore and things like that, it's a calcification, and it's because we don't have enough boron to take the calcium and put it where it goes. It's just floating around, and then it gets caught where it gets caught, starts building up, and you start to get that crystallization in
It seems like that would
Wow.
lead.
whatever area you can get it in.
I've
So
heard
that's
of people
probably.
putting it. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that like heart disease and various disorders like that or diseases
Correct.
like that, that's just stiffness. It's become stiff. The muscle isn't pliable anymore. So I wonder
Absolutely.
if that would help.
Yes, I cured my high blood pressure, and I had cardiomyopathy, which is a heart disease, with boron and quinine.
Oh, quinine, interesting. I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
have to talk to you more about this because I've been having to go to the cardiologist a lot for me. And I've never
Oh,
had to go, but they think I might have POTS or something. I don't know if you've ever heard of POTS, but I'm trying to figure out like natural ways to deal with it. And I wonder if that would help.
oh yeah, I got some stuff for you.
Are you having
Here,
like
I'll
pains
post.
in your chest?
Occasionally, but I've had like multiple echocardiograms done and all sorts of stuff. And they can't, like, one doctor was like, "Oh, I think you have pre-heart disease." And then I went to which I was like, I mean, guys, I have like 2 young kids. So when he told me that, I was literally like in tears.
Oh.
I was like, "Oh my gosh, I'm 43. I have two young kids. Like, what is happening?" And then I go to another doctor and he's like, "Nah, that's ridiculous. That's a terrible diagnosis." but none of them can figure out what's wrong with me. I was like in the heart unit for a night. They just sent me home the next day and told me I was dehydrated. I was like, I'm not dehydrated. And then I finally had a doctor tell me that they think I have POTS, like postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. And sometimes it almost completely goes away, and then other times it's worse. This time of year it's worse. The heat makes it like, I mean, it was 106 today in Texas, and I'm farming. So I get like really dizzy, and I have to go sit down for a while inside, and my blood pressure will go crazy. It'll like shoot up, and
Dude,
then
if you're taking that blood pressure medicine, you'll definitely get dizzy. I have high blood
well, I
pressure as
don't take
well,
any.
and
I
I
don't
don't.
take any medicines. I don't
Okay,
take any.
well, what I'll tell you is that Celtic sea salt
I was just getting ready to
will
say that. Yep.
definitely help, dude. It has 3
Okay.
different forms of magnesium to help get water into your cells. And I
I'll
mean,
order it
Yeah.
I
tonight.
could tell you, dude, like I've noticed the difference. And I mean, I work in attic, so your farmland stuff ain't nothing compared to what I got to go through, brother.
The
Yeah, at
attics.
least I get a breeze.
Yeah, I mean, I love working outside. It's like air conditioning. But yeah, no, I mean, like
106 degrees and you guys work? You're kidding
I
me.
work in like 140 degrees.
Yeah, if you're working in an attic, that's tough work in the summer, man. That's really hard.
Yeah, but so I own my own AC company, so in the wintertime, I'll be hanging out with y'all a lot more, talking. But that's why I'm normally just listening in, muted, because I'm making so much noise, anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So have you guys heard about like taking cayenne pepper like for your heart instead of
I
like a
take
baby
that
aspirin?
too.
Yeah.
It thins your blood and also helps your blood clot.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't that strange? Does both.
Yeah, buddy.
So it does
Uh huh.
both. That's wild.
Does both. It's
It's
sick.
amazing. But get some of that Celtic salt too, or I guess they have the Redmonds. It's supposed to be really good as well.
Yeah, Celtic sea
Yeah,
salt's hard to find locally.
Celtic sea salt, or you got to get wild, like
Sea moss?
pink Himalayan. Yeah, there's like
Oh.
but you have to make sure that see, here's the problem with sea salt these days: the plastics in the ocean, right? So
Yeah, I don't like
Mm.
the
You're scaring me
Himalayan.
now.
yeah, so this is the problem with sea salts, like right now, and where they're taken from, because you don't know, right? And you don't know if the area that they're in is an area where the plastics have built up or are, and most of our ocean is full of a lot of plastics right now. So I do I can hold on, I can actually post a picture. I do the you got to get wild, which is crazy, right? It says it's called wild pink Himalayan salt, where they get it from deep inside the mountains where there's no contaminants, right?
That's
And then
awesome.
yeah, so and then I do they actually sell cell salts, which are if you look them up, cell salts, it has all of the same stuff in them that is in the pretty much the Celtic sea salts, right? The Celtic sea salts have a couple more, but the base minerals that you need for your body, there's 12 of them, and they sell, like, they'll sell a combination like of the 12 base cell salts, and I just take that. So I take that, and then I just pink Himalayan salt as an extra, and then
Are you talking about
I add
like the
certain
astrological
magnesiums,
tissue salts
cell
or
salts.
whatever?
Correct. Yeah.
Dude, can you link it to me? My name's Rex.
Sure.
Sorry.
Actually, I can I have it all posted in my Discord, in my server. I'll send you the link to that.
Yeah. Look for the dude with the stupid face. That's me.
Yeah, I was
I'm sorry.
just
What was your name? I apologize.
Rex.
Wrecked. Okay, wrecked.
Yes, ma'am.
I just had a consultation with Tom Cowan's new biology clinic doctor yesterday.
Yeah.
that was the first thing he prescribed me was cell salts. He had me order like from Alpha Vedic. He had me order like 5 different kinds of cells. Everything he gave me was
Yeah.
minerals. He was like, I want you to start taking this mineral
That's
Well, it's
it.
interesting.
mix.
It seems
These
like
cell salts.
Truth Prevails just posted it. Yep, that's the one.
it seems like let me grab that link, but it seems like that I'm starting to see that maybe like our body, once you give it all the minerals it needs, it can produce all the vitamins and proteins that it needs as well. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It
The
starts
okay,
to
I
heal
joined you.
itself. Yeah, how our body should, be
Unboxing
running,
there.
or it heals itself. Yeah.
Absolutely does. If you give your body what it needs, it will produce everything else on its own and its own healing, all of it. And I mean, I'm not totally not against, I'm against all natural herbs and things like this too, because like when you are in disease, you you your body does need these things to help come back up to homeostasis, right? But you got to give it what it base needs first. Those cell salts are like what it base needs first, right? That's what it needs to we need those to function just on a daily basis. So when we're not taking that, we're already every day slowly becoming further away from homeostasis if we don't have just these base things in our body. And so our body just starts to do what it can to survive on its own, and then it goes, okay, well, we don't need this. Let's put our energy here, and then move from this area and focus on this, because it doesn't have enough of that to take care of what it needs to over there. But if you give it everything all the time, it really is a freaking fine-tuned machine. uh I'm I have had so many medical issues over the course of my life. Since I was like 16 years old, I was a quote unquote sick person, and I'm no longer. You got to take control of your own health. That's another thing. You can't be afraid to. The doctors are experimenting with us themselves, and they don't even know anything about you and your body. You live in this every day. You have more knowledge about yourself than anyone else does. So
And people just give
you
that
know
power
what's right for
over
you.
to the trust to the doctor. Well, he's the one that has the education.
Yeah, he's looking on a little pad and he's giving you a pill that they give a million other people, and and he's not looking at you as an individual. He's going eeny meeny miny mo, let's see which one will maybe help you. That one. Let's
Yeah, but
try
who
this,
trained
and if
them,
this doesn't
right?
work, come back next week. Yeah,
That's what we
the
have to ask.
pharmaceutical companies train them, so
Exactly. The Rockefeller. Yeah.
exactly, yeah.
The
The
Yep.
pharmaceutical companies train them, and the doctors are just prescribing them. And when you tell people that, they look at you like, huh? Yeah, like, did you know that? Did you know that your doctor learned what he's doing from the pharmaceutical company? Like, they wrote their books.
Yeah.
Did you
And
know
then do
that?
you
Did
know
you know
that
that pharmaceutical wrote the medical books?
Yeah, and the cholesterol medicine is really bad for you. That whole cholesterol thing is a scam,
Oh,
apparently.
that's some bullshit. You
We
need
need the fat,
cholesterol.
the butter,
You actually
and
need cholesterol in your blood. Yes, you need the butter, you need all that stuff. It's the imitation stuff that they gave us that is giving everybody cancer and stuff, because it literally becomes plastics in your
oils.
body when you heat it up. Yep.
Yeah, the oils.
Margarine
Hey,
is
have
like
you
one of the worst
guys?
things you can ever eat. If anybody here is
Yeah.
eating margarine, dude, your body's full of plastics, and you better start detoxing.
Yeah. Have you guys ever heard of cellular health screening?
But I like the
No.
sound of it.
Right. This
No, but
lady
yeah, me too. I'm
was
like, no, but
at this health food store that I go to. She was all set up, and I took one of her little pamphlets, and you sit there and you hold 2 copper rods for about 5 minutes, and it sends like a pulse throughout your body. I forgot to ask her, like, what's the frequency and stuff like that. She says it's biofrequency, just frequency. But and then it'll tell you, like, it'll go throughout your body, and then the feedback it gives the machine will tell you how healthy your cells are. And you can do several different types, like a whole body scan. It'll tell you like how your organs are, because each organ supposedly has a frequency that it's supposed to function at. Anyway, it sounded really interesting. I was wondering if anybody heard of it, if it's like for real or if it's not.
Yeah.
I feel like Truth Prevails would probably know. She's probably in there tapping away. But yeah, it seems interesting.
So one thing that's
I've never heard of it, but yeah, does sound interesting. Go ahead, apologize.
no, that's all right. So one thing that's interesting about all this is if you trace the roots of modern farming and you start digging in, if you can find old literature, it's gotten a lot harder to find in the last couple of years. But a few years ago, I was easily able to find articles that were discussing modern agricultural practices and how they would affect the soil. And those companies were the companies
Mm-hmm.
that went on to become pharmaceutical companies as well. But they realized back then how they were binding minerals in the soil, and it's not necessarily that they're stripping all the minerals, although that is happening. A lot of times what they're doing is the chemicals they're adding to the soil bind minerals in the soil, and they don't allow for bacteria and fungus to break those minerals down or process those minerals in a way where they can transfer it to the plant, because plants don't typically take up nutrients.
Okay.
They use bacteria and fungus to do that. Usually there's different circumstances, but I'm convinced that they realized a long time ago as well, sort of a lot of what they did to the soil in turn did the same thing to the human body, because and that works, it works that way in my opinion because we're made from the soil. So I know that we're not soil, but
Mm.
if you start to study the process of soil and how it works almost like a physiology, it's very similar to the human body. And we started having a lot of the health problems we're having at the exact same time we started having the soil problems that we currently have, which really goes back to some of it is just agricultural practices like heavy tillage, but most of it is due to these chemicals, and it's the same companies. The companies that own those chemical ag companies also own pharmaceutical, or it's pharmaceutical that owns the chemical ag. They're all under umbrellas of each other. So I've just in the last couple of years as I've studied farming and thought about health, it's directly related. And the healthier the soil, the healthier the food, and then the healthier the person. And also in terms of all this climate change
The healthier
agenda,
your blood, it goes that way. So
yeah,
yeah,
and
for
you can affect
people, it's the
climate,
healthier your blood, the healthier you are. Yeah.
right? And ideally you would get everything you need from what you eat. But if what you eat isn't able to get what it needs, then you're not
Right.
getting it. So
Exactly.
having to supplement and
Yeah.
but yeah, and then they can also affect weather through these farming practices as well. You can create like regenerative farms they're seeing now will create microclimates. A regenerative farm that's been around for a long time gets more rainfall annually than land right next to it. It'll have cooler temperatures. It's it's pretty crazy, and it all just comes down to soil health and ecological health. And in my opinion, we're made from this place, so it makes sense that if the earth is unhealthy or the soil
Yeah.
itself is unhealthy, then so are we.
Yeah. Well, I can see what you're saying, because if we're ingesting those same chemicals, I mean, if it's not allowing the soil to do what it needs to do, it's probably not allowing our blood to do what it needs to do, right? Like you said, binding the minerals and, not allowing them to do their job, basically,
Uh-huh.
which is why detox is so important, right? Get that extra crap out of you so your body can do what it's supposed to do, and that shit doesn't get in the way.
Absolutely.
That's always number one. Number one, I tell people that's one of the first things you got to do is start a detox. Start a detox. and stick with it, because people think that, you know, a little bit of discomfort means, oh no, this isn't right for me, or oh no, this is wrong for me. A little rash, a little tummy ache, a little headache, those things are not bad. Those are the ways that your body is going, something's wrong, let me fix this, you know. Like you gotta push through the same way with you know, if you take a pill from the doctor, what do they say? You got to stay on it for 2 weeks before you see a difference, right? Or before you whatever. And we listen to the doctors, but you know, you might take something that's like, oh, like magnesium threonate, right? Is the only magnesium that passes the blood-brain barrier. And so it's the only magnesium that can actually help to decalcify your body. I mean, your pineal gland and your brain. And it also helps to kind of like give your brain a boost, and really does clean out the entire brain, not even just the pineal gland. And if you have depression, um, brain fog, anything like that, magnesium threonate is like a freaking gift from heaven. It really is. It has saved people. I've seen it like in serious depression. Uh, some magnesium, but they go, oh, everyone goes, "I'll take some magnesium," and then you go, well, they take a regular magnesium, or they take this magnesium threonate, it gives them a headache, and then they go, oh, but it gave me a headache. I don't want a headache, right? And so then they don't take it anymore. No, deal with that headache for 3 days, and after that headache goes away, like see what's on the other side, right? Push through, power through, like do what's right for yourself. Like let's stop being punks, right?
Don't think
I
all
don't
that
mean to say it, you know, that way, but
I just tuned
that's
in.
it.
Sorry, Celtic Tiger. I just listened to you there. You're talking about magnesium for health.
Right now I am. Yeah, I was just giving an example as magnesium. We're talking about a lot of different things. We're talking about overall,
Yeah.
you
So
know, body health with, you know, naturally get rid of doctors crap.
yeah, absolutely. So magnesium is good for the body. Yeah.
Magnesium is good for the body, yes, and your muscles and things like that, but there's lots of different forms of magnesium, and each form of magnesium works differently in your body. So there's one that just helps you go to the bathroom, and that's it. So if you take magnesium citrate and you're expecting it to affect your muscles or anything else, then it's not going to do that, right? So because that's just for your digestive tract. And then there's magnesium threonate that works for your brain, right? That's the one that goes to your brain. And then there's glycinate that goes to your muscles. There's a couple other ones too. Right now I'm not remembering all of them. But you
Okay.
know, I usually if I'm gonna I have to brush up if I'm gonna talk about each
Okay.
one. You know, like I have a lot of stuff in my head. There's
Are
a lot
you
of
a
different
doctor?
ones.
Are you a doctor or?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not a doctor.
Yeah,
No, I'm not a doctor. I just healed myself, and I do it for
that's
a lot
cool.
of other people as well.
Cool.
I have a really good intuition when it comes to
Mm.
these things as well. So I help
Yeah.
people when they can't figure it out themselves, or the doctors can't figure it out. You know, if they have something wrong with them, I do a lot of research, and
No,
normally there'll be a couple different things that could work, and my intuition tells me which one will work for them, and so I work like that.
yeah, I like that as well because I stay away from doctors as far as I can. You know, the medication is that I like natural things to cure me. You know,
Yep.
kind of thing.
I was on,
Not that,
I
not
can't
that
even
I'm
tell you how
sick.
many different pills
Uh,
off of everything.
uh, I'm
Even
Irish.
though
I'm Irish living in France, and I think it's. I'd say about 20 years I didn't see a doctor. I was healing myself.
Beautiful.
I never used
way we all
magnesium. You know, I use a good cup of tea, plenty of sugar, and a drop of whiskey for a cold. That's what it is.
The sugar's not good.
Yeah,
Especially white sugar.
but yesterday I said to
That's another
myself,
thing, everybody. Sugar.
yeah, go ahead.
I can tell you how. I can probably tell everybody how to fix a lot of their issues right now. Is stop eating sugar, like regular sugar, white sugars. If you're eating white sugar, throw it away. Like just toss it. It's like crack. Just throw it away.
But it helps the medicine go down
with coconut sugar. I'm giving you a. Yeah, I know. I'm giving you a. But here's the thing. I'm taking it away, and I'm giving you something that tastes just as good, and it's not all this fake crap or the plant version. I'm coconut, unrefined, organic coconut sugar. Purchase it. Try it. It tastes exactly like sugar. But it does not spike your glycemic index. It's all natural. Your body uses it exactly the way it's supposed to, so beautifully. I've had, just trust me, organic coconut sugar. You can bake with it too. Where's my friend at? You can bake with it, and it bakes beautifully. It sweetens everything. The only thing it does is if you're doing white cakes, it changes the color a little bit because it is brown. However, it is a 1-to-1 sugar replacement. 1 spoon of coconut sugar to 1 spoon of regular white sugar. I use it in my coffee, my tea, and everything like that. And
but just
you can completely eradicate and eliminate white sugar from your diet and not even blink an eyelid. You won't
but
know the difference.
the body needs sugar. Yeah, right.
Yes, but I'm telling you, your body needs natural sugar. Those bleached white sugars are no longer natural. They've taken anything that was good in there out of it, and they just left you with the crack, the addicting part, the part that messes your body up. Like you want.
I have
real
done
sugar.
the coconut sugar. Yeah, and it actually is really good. I almost didn't believe it. I said this is too good to be
Told
true.
you exactly.
But it is really good.
It is 1 for 1, and you do not know the difference. You can. I haven't met anybody who can taste the difference yet. So
I'm 55 years old. Always used to, eating sticker bars, 2 sugars in the cafe in the morning, the Irish thing, and did the test for diabetes the other day. Absolutely
I won't tell you
wonderful.
to change anything. Then listen,
I'm grand. My heart
fine.
is.
Then hey,
I'm
do
fine.
you?
Yeah, I'm good. I don't need sugar in my body, but sometimes I get a craving for sugar. I need sugar. I need to eat a Mars bar or something like that.
Eat a piece of fruit.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just that white sugar that is just so bad for you, really is. But like I said, listen, it sounds like you're doing everything else right, so
Yeah, I'm looking after
say,
myself.
right?
Yeah, I should be.
What can you say? But anyone has diabetes, if you have diabetes, if you have a weight problem, switch to the coconut sugar. Switch to the coconut sugar. It doesn't spike your glycemic index. It's very important for especially diabetics. Like for diabetics, especially the ones who really can't get away from sugar, who have that addiction to it, and they can't get away from it. This is the perfect substitute. It doesn't have no nasty aftertastes. It's not, it's not fake in any way, shape, or form. And I tried stevia and all that other stuff too. And none of it worked for me. I didn't like the taste of any of it, and I was so upset. And then when I found coconut sugar, I thought, oh my god, where has this stuff been my whole life?
Hey, well, isn't stevia been linked to what's it called? Not being fertile anymore?
Oh, probably. I don't even know because I tried it once and I
Yeah.
was like, this. my body just my instincts and my intuitions have always been right since I was a little kid. I would never drink diet sodas, anything like that. Like even I used to tell people, I'm like, this stuff tastes fake. It tastes disgusting. Like why are you taking it? Tastes like chemicals. Like like and it just and I did the same thing. The sweet and low and all the stuff over the years. When they came out with all the sugar replacements, every time I tasted them, I'm like, nope. I'm like, that's disgusting. I'm like, and to top it off, I know it's bad for you because I can taste it. And they're like, what? I'm like, I can taste that it's bad for you. Don't call me crazy. I've always been called crazy, but I'm like, I can taste that it's bad for you. That's worse for you than regular sugar. You might as well just eat sugar. Like, so
Hey,
and
crazy. Just you eat meat.
yeah.
You eat meat, yeah. You're carnivore.
I eat meat here and there. I don't eat meat all the time, like on a regular basis, but I do eat meat. But
Good barbecue.
when I feel like my body needs it. Yeah, when I feel like my body needs it.
And how do you
I give my
mean when
body
your
what it
body needs
asks for.
your body asks for meat? What does
Yeah,
that mean?
I get a craving for it, and then I know my body needs it.
And how do you eat
So
meat? Like
I'll
it's
have it.
red, medium, or
I
rare?
eat red meat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Medium usually. Medium. Yeah.
Mm.
Usually beef. I don't do chicken or anything else anymore. I think they put. I try to when I get the meat, try to get grass fed, organic, blah blah blah. But it's
Yeah.
hard. It's hard to get it, which is why I don't eat as much meat as I would probably eat if I
Yeah.
had grass fed, organic, readily available. Probably would eat more meat.
Hey, you're talking to the
But
guy.
because I
I'll
don't
I'll
have
mail it
that,
to you.
then I get my protein from eggs. Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, well, send me the information.
I've got corn and soy free, pasture raised chicken, all regenerative, grass fed beef, all
Ooh,
regenerative.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I want some. Hey, I was gonna
Okay. Yep.
barbecue. Do you
Me
know your
too.
blood type?
I
Because
don't.
it's
I
I'm
B
there's
minus.
right for your blood type. If you maybe you can, I don't know, I guess go
I'm O
donate blood.
negative.
I'm B
What are you?
minus.
Yeah,
O
I'm O
negative.
negative.
But you can go
Yeah.
on and take the test online, and you might be able to figure it out based on what you like. But so check it out. So I'm B blood type, and it said that eventually, I think like chicken and maybe it's turkey or something would eventually cause me a stroke for blood B types. So maybe are you eating a lot of chicken? Um, for your heart situation? Or
I actually don't eat a lot of chicken, but only because mostly what I raise, I sell, and I eat a lot of beef. I eat a lot of red meat for the most part.
okay.
But when I do eat chicken, we have. I mean, I know I'm the one raising it and growing it, but it's like the best chicken you can get. I really mean that, and it's only because we just do it the right way. That's all it really takes. You just do
Fair
it the
enough.
right way, and it tastes great. Anybody.
Yeah. Yeah, send me do you have a link? Do you have a website or something like that? Just
Right now, we just
okay.
do everything through Instagram right now, but I can send you my Instagram if you want, or just link it to the chat.
Yeah.
Do that.
Yeah.
No, yeah, link to Instagram.
Okay, yeah, cool. Because I definitely want to buy. Like I was actually thinking about I saw one online signing up for it, but I always feel like like you see something online, you're like, are they telling me the truth? I don't know. I wish I could I'd like to go, a place I knew and I could trust, local or something like that.
Hey, just
But
did you
it's
ever
always the
taste
Garden State. We have no farms left in this.
did you ever taste a three-legged chicken?
No, I've never tasted that.
Go with the
Me neither. I could never catch one. They run too fast.
I knew there was a joke in there somewhere.
So only Americans in here in this chat. Right awakens.
Well, there's a lot of other people. They're just very quiet tonight. Only
Yeah.
Americans are talking right now.
I'm from Dublin, but I live in France. I don't come often in here. You probably know about me. Good friend. You know SE, Montreal? Good friend of him.
Well, welcome back.
Ah.
Nope.
What's up, Gadget?
How's it going, SE? Well, my big pal.
Doing good. Heard your voice. What's up?
Great, and you?
Good stuff.
Did you get away this summer or what?
No, not really. No.
Mm. Taking cool away with the family.
Well, I had family come over here, so yeah, it was a good summer.
Mon ami de Canada.
Yeah.
Hein, on parle français, nous, hein?
Wait. Let's not bore the people with the Frenchy talk.
Frenchy talk. Good friend, me, SE. Horizontal is vertical. No, horizontal, vertical. Good man. Good friend. Good friend, SE. So what's the crack in this chat room? What's the story here? Talking about life?
A little bit of everything, Gadget.
Mm-hmm. How to cook a steak?
How to cook a steak? Yeah, I guess you could find somebody to talk about that.
Yeah. Just was talking about healthy food. Actually, it was actually interesting. Just that was lovely. Great.
I was interested in the ladies that were talking about the vitamins and the minerals, and that was pretty good.
Absolutely beautiful.
Jackie's having a presentation on her server. I think, what is it, Tuesday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to post a link for that too? Yeah,
Sure.
but she's got some great information.
Yeah, I
I
need
like
to
that
follow you.
cell salts. What did you call that? Cell salts?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I already bought some. I just bought it.
Yeah, I told the wife you got to go get some of that stuff. I want to try it. The minerals, huh? Yeah.
Is that sure? I see. Good stuff.
Cell salt. It's like a minerals, right? It's the essential minerals, like I understood it. Yeah.
Correct. It's the 12 building blocks of your body, basically.
And how do I consume that? Just
pop it in your mouth, it dissolves, and that's it.
yeah.
Yeah, you take 1 3 times a day, or you can take all 3 at once. Doesn't matter, just as long as you get it in.
And what does that do for my body?
It gives your body everything it needs to heal itself, basically. So it's the basic building blocks of your body. If we give our body these building blocks, it heals itself and produces its own vitamins, minerals, and all of these stuff. Between those cell salts and the food that you're eating, it works together in combination.
I just posted a picture in the chat, but yeah, it's basically the 12 tissue salt.
Nice.
Yeah. A lot of people use the chart as like, depending on when you're born, there's going to be you're probably going to need more of those. But everybody needs to 12 to start with, right? So you need all 12 are the basic building blocks of your body.
Well,
And
what's
then
crazy is
there's
like I
gonna be
heard.
everyone's gonna be,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Shut up.
everyone's body's going to be depleted of 1 or 2, sometimes up to 6, right? You can be depleted of up to 6 more than the other 12, right? So
Isn't
our
like
body
supposedly
starts with being
whenever someone's
depleted of the 12.
cremated that's what's left is the 12 salts. They're still there.
Correct. Yes.
Isn't that a trip, dude?
Yeah, that is
This world,
it is
Rex,
the
shut for a sec. Just explain it.
non-organic. Yeah, the non-organic part of us. It is the earth. The part of us that is earth. That you know how they say we are made of earth and you know spirit and all this stuff, like that's the part of us that is earth, at least 12 minerals. And that's what, like he just said, that is what is left after you die. That is what goes back into the earth.
That's some freaked out information. First time I hear that. Is
And
that true?
like I was saying, yeah,
Wow.
look it up. Look it up. Don't believe us, just look it up.
That's
No,
wild.
I'm liking this. I'm liking this.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, you don't take anything anybody says as, you know,
Yeah,
or,
of
you know,
course.
or
Yeah.
go and check it yourself, right? So yeah, this Dr. Carey, I think it is Carey, Dr. George Washington Carey, that's his name. He has a couple books out on this, and he went a little further and you know connects it to the astrological charts and things like that. And using his work, if you go by his work, he takes it a step further and says that depending on where you're born and what sign you were born under, you're going to be, your body uses more of
Salt.
because they line up each cell salt with an astrological sign. So if you're born in Aries, you know you need this certain cell salt more than the other 12, and so your body's going to be depleted of that more than the other 12. So
And actually, what it does
I
too is if you get more than enough of it, it makes you it makes what you're supposed to be the super version of that. So your body has the
yeah,
least
so
amount of it,
it
and it
you know, like,
responds
yeah, they can't
best
hurt
to it.
you, yeah.
It responds best to that in that same
Correct.
chart. So what happens is the vibrations that the minerals pick up on in the world are resonated from the stars to the ground, and it all works together, right? It's all resonant frequency. So those minerals that you're either strong in or weak in are part of your resonant frequency, and it's all part of helping you get to the balanced frequency. So if you need more calcium, you get that, right? But then you don't need as much iron as the next guy, or you know, whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So I tell everybody just start with the basic 12, right? And then that'll help you start feeling better, you know, and then and help your body to start to heal. And then you want to go into the 12 individuals. So you can purchase the 12 individual salts on their own, each one separately. So each 12 separately, and then you're going to supplement
You're breaking
on top
up.
of 12.
Is it just me or is everybody breaking up?
Was I breaking up?
Yes, for
Yeah.
me as well.
Just a question,
Okay.
just a question, is it from birth? You can start that like with the vitamins or the salts, or is it from later on? You can do that in life. For example, a baby.
I don't know if I would give it to a baby. I think a baby gets everything it needs, you know. Like wouldn't give it to children. I think maybe up
Especially if
until a
you're
certain.
breastfeeding.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
good question.
yeah,
Yeah, because
personally,
most of
yeah.
those tablets, actually, for the cell salts, they all have lactose in it because I think it's just how they make the pills.
because I can't find one that doesn't actually have lactose in it.
Really? I just found one.
Really? Can you send me the
Let me
link?
link it to you. It's
Because
certified
yeah.
vegan.
Ooh.
I'ma
Okay,
send
because I
it,
know there was
girl.
Highland was the only company that
Post it in
made them
chat.
for so long. And well, I don't know. I can't get them in Canada. Like it was so hard to even get them for actually it's been months. I haven't even been able to get them.
Beware of companies. Huh?
Well, yeah, but sometimes
Yeah.
how do you get certain things, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But that's why it's kind of
Mm-hmm.
tough because you're trying to find ones that don't have fillers, right? That's what I was trying to do. But it
Yeah.
seemed that for something,
Yeah, I
for
don't have
some
a problem
reason,
with
they had to
lactose,
have it
so
in
yeah,
there.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I
but when
don't
there's
think I think the
lactose
other
in
ones.
something, I'm like, that's a weird little additive. I kind of want to know why, right? That's not something they usually add. So then I looked into it. Okay, let's check that out.
Yeah, of course. We got to get away
I've
from
never heard
the
of that brand.
mainstream
Yeah.
media medication.
Oh, that salt is so
But actually,
bad.
for anybody, I don't know, there's a really good book. I don't know if you guys were talking about it, but George Carey and Inez Perez. What is it called? The Salts of Salvation or something like that. I'll have to get the name.
So come here, guys.
I think you're right. Yeah.
So, sorry to cut in there, but you guys are all about salt for the body. Is that it?
Oh, sorry. It's called The Zodiac and the Salts of Salvation by
Yeah.
George Carey and Inez Perez. And it's actually really interesting because he takes the 12 cell salts and he equates them to the zodiacs. And he tells you what your ailments could potentially be. So it's interesting to see what you're actually deficient in and how he explains in that book how it does affect your body. And he has actually other books that are kind of interesting on just the body in general. So if anybody's interested, it's public domain, I believe. So you can get the PDF free by just searching for it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it really is actually.
So, what does salt do for the body? Question.
It depends on this. Well, it's the mineral salts. It's not salt itself.
Mhm.
It's the minerals that are in certain salts. So, Celtic salt or pink Himalayan salt has the most of them present. So if you can't like these are the cell tissue salts, but cell salt pink Himalayan salt has a lot of those already in them, which is why it's the best. They are better to drink and better to have. Regular that white salt is bleached and no good for you.
But human beings, we need salt.
Yeah, I heard of
You need the
the
minerals
table
that come
salt
from. Yeah.
is like a third salt, a third sand, a third glass. Why it cuts up your arteries for cholesterol to come and plug them up.
I didn't hear that.
No one heard me.
Yeah, I know. You weren't coming in clear. Can you say it again, please?
Table salts, supposedly what, like a third sand, a third glass, and a third salt. That's why it cuts up your arteries.
It cuts up the arteries, yeah, so they say. I
Because it doesn't
always
dissolve. Yeah, it doesn't dissolve in your system as it travels through your body. Yeah, correct.
salt. We need salt as a human being, I think. My opinion.
Hey, what's your guys' opinion on mineral waters, specifically from Italy?
Why Italy?
Like
Does it
what
come in plastic?
yeah. Yeah.
Don't drink it.
No, I don't. Right? Actually, I don't buy the plastic bottles. I buy the glass bottles.
No.
But
Okay.
this lady has she said she was diagnosed with malaria, and she said that she would drink whenever it was acting up or whatever, she would drink high mineral content mineral water. I forget the name of it. And it was from Italy, and the Quercetin, it starts with a Q. I forget the mineral name, but she said that would help her.
Quercetin.
All
Quercetin,
mineral,
yeah.
all mineral water,
Quercetin, yeah. Quercetin.
all mineral water,
take that
c'est un
as well.
product.
Yeah.
All mineral water, c'est un product for the masses.
Quercetin is really good for your heart too. That's
No.
like a supplemental if you can't make the quinine, by the way.
Yeah, it just you get a good you buy what you call it shit, what you call it, you can put water in the out of your tap into you can put the mineral water, and you can the filter, you can filter water 2 liters a day into your filter, and you put it in your fridge. Filter your water out of your tap, and that's good for you. All the mineral water.
Oh, filters. No.
Yeah, the
Oh, like
filter.
a Brita or something like
Yeah,
that?
no. You got to get way
That'd be-
better than that.
Yeah, but as far as mineral water, like natural spring water, like artesian wells and stuff like that are, I think, the best water. Like locally is probably better for you if you have access to it. I know personally when I drink like more local, like natural water, it just it makes you feel better, like more energy almost. It's really interesting.
I filter my water. I put good filters. I change twice a month, and filter water out of the tap. Beautiful water.
Yeah, because those
When it's
filters are supposed to specifically take out the
all the
bad,
chemicals
the
to
bad
get
things.
out of the
No, but
tap.
you're in France though, right? And
Yeah.
so their quality of water is probably different.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's probably better, or I guess it would depend. I don't know what it's like if you're
Maybe
sitting
where
in
they
the
are.
water.
Yeah.
Yeah, like well, depends. Yeah.
They're probably trying to kill us with the water. We know that in the water they kill us. That's how they're killing us. That's how they're taking us out at the moment with the water. We die younger. I suggest everybody filters water at the moment. Buy filter water. But buy a filter to filter your water. If you don't have it, that's the way they're going to kill us.
You know, you have a good point, because even in the Bible, when people were living a long time, there's all about where wells were dug. You know,
Mm-hmm.
go and get in your water. Messiah, go into the well to meet the women. I mean,
Never drink
it's
tap
a lot.
water.
Yeah.
Filter it. You're going to die.
That water's full of all the minerals you need. The ones
Absolutely.
that come from the wells, because it comes straight from the ground, deep in the ground, where what our body is made of, right?
Look at the Romans
Just saying.
years ago. Look at the Romans years ago. They never drank water, only the wine. Then they went to war. And the Celtic, the Irish boys, they were drinking beer and shit like that. They never drink pure water. They always were pissed, drunk out of their heads, and they went to war. For nothing. Killed everybody for nothing. Drunk out of their head.
They didn't drink enough water. That was their problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Always drunk. And when you see the battlefields in the film, it's like Braveheart. The boys, they're at the battlefield.
Well, guys, it was really nice talking to everyone, but I'm going to call it a night.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
Bless. Good night. Thanks for talking.
Have a good night. Take care.
No problem. I'll see you guys around, and I'm always around. And you guys have my my server, and if anyone ever needs help with anything, that's what it's there for. So you ping me, direct message me, you can ask me questions. If I don't know anything about what's wrong with you, I will do the research. I will come up with some stuff, and I will help as best I can and as much as I can. That
Thank
is
you.
my promise.
Excellent.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Have a good night, everyone.
You too.
Good night.
Bye.
Night. Nice meeting you.
You too.
So the guys on the battlefield, the Irish guys on the battlefield against the English, they're holding their swords, and the English are holding they're holding their tanks, or whatever. No, tanks didn't exist, but they're holding everything. And everybody charges. Everybody's seen the film. What's it called? Braveheart. Everybody charges like that. Did that exist? I doubt it did. Hello? Hello?
I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. Charging?
Yeah, you know the battlefields we see in Braveheart, the film and shit like that, you know? Or even other films. You know, the people marching like that and they got shot down. Did that actually exist?
I think so.
No, I don't think so.
What do you think happened instead?
The film. What? You see the films on the telly. You see the guys marching with their bayonets and shit like that. The red coast, the blue coast. And they're walking like that, and they get shot down. Do you think that actually existed?
Yeah, I
Marching,
actually think so. I mean, soldiers are trained to do what their superiors say, so
marching for the Queen.
just marching like that, I think that really did happen. Yes. I mean, I definitely could be wrong. I wasn't there, so who knows?
No cameras, no video. They deleted that to our kids, our youngest kids, that the Queen Victoria did that. You know, the back in the Reds, they did that. You know, the soldiers marching and they got gunned down for the royalty. No, no way did that happen. If people were shooting at me, you would duck and dive. Marching straight, that never happened. What's that film? That big film? Oh shit, I can't remember. But no, nobody took it. You know, nobody marched in a straight line. No way, no way. That never happened. I think humanity. You know. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm having a few drinks tonight. Don't bother about me. I see. France. Look at France.
Hey, Charm has a question. How is something accelerating when it isn't moving? Maybe. Tell how is that a thing? People believe that?
Yeah.
How tell me how something accelerated when it isn't moving?
Yeah, sorry, I was away from the mic there, Gadget. Yeah, that is a thing. People actually believe, and they were saying it to me, as a matter of fact, that something can accelerate without moving. Now, don't ask me why or how. They just think it. Yeah.
I'm
So
new
their
to this.
thoughts?
I'm new to this channel. Did you get ballers in here? Actually, asking questions or whatever.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Sorry, see.
Oh, no worries. No worries, bro.
See, you know,
Yeah,
I'm going to lay back because I know everything now. I know everything now. You know me now. I'm fucking. You can't. I can't. It's finished. You know, I'm getting tired now. You know what I mean? It's just all fucked up, isn't it?
what do you mean, Gadget? You're tired? You had a few?
No, it's just you know, the confrontation, the fights and shit like that. You know, flat earth, ball earth, and all that shit. We have everything. We have all the proof and shit like that. I just kind of lay back now and just, you know, I don't give a shit anymore. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, a lot of people are fed up. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm getting tired.
Can't blame you.
I'm getting tired. But a new thing is I'm going to be interested on the new moon landings, CGI shit and everything. What are they going to do? It will be very interesting. Question for the group here, everybody. What do you think? Are we going to go to the moon? Are we going to? What's the moon? What is the moon? I see. What is the moon for you?
I don't know, Gadget. I have no clue, bro.
Me either. What is the moon? We see it every night. We can zoom in. We only see one face. What is the moon?
I don't know. I was trying to see it before. It was too late. It's 6% right now.
Yeah, I know you zoom in. I'm subscribed to your channel. I see everything you do. You zoom in. What is it? You haven't a fucking clue, do you?
No clue, Gadget. No clue.
Yeah. But you know there's water in front of us before the moon. You know that?
There's water?
Yeah, I think there's water in front of us.
Could be. Still drawing, Gadget?
Yeah, still drawing.
Gadget is a master drawer. Believe it or not, he can freaking draw anything. Post some of your stuff, bro. Post some of your stuff so they can see your work.
I'll try. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, just put a team in here. Just whatever. For everybody, I know I'm a artist. I know perspective. Right? I see.
Oh,
I
you
know
sure do, bro.
drones and shit like that. I don't know if they can put in here.
I couldn't draw like you if my life depended on it.
Je vais essayer pour le drone avec Booster. On va faire un dessin avec Booster. Son prochain vidéo. T'as entendu?
Ouais.
Yeah. We're going to do next drone, next Booster video. I can't remember the drone. You know, with your man, with the logic. I'm gonna draw that lad. En charcoal. SE en charcoal.
Yeah, charcoal. Yeah, you got a talent, man. You really do.
That guy in chat, is that Jeremy? Jeremy from Brandon's? What the fuck happened to Brandon's SE? I can't remember.
Brandon's gone.
Yeah, what happened to him?
Nobody knows?
Jeremy should know.
Just disappeared.
Why? He paid off? Because
Not really. No, he didn't just disappear. I talked to him before. He had some personal matters to attend to. I'll just leave it at that.
Oh,
So-
I wasn't aware. Okay.
Yeah. No, when he left, he let me know and everything. So, however, I did think he'd be back sooner. So, yeah, I haven't heard from him in quite a while. Like it was kind of sounded like it was going to, sort of a bit of a break to take care of some personal things, as it were, in that way. And I did chat with him about all that, but I guess I thought he would be back sooner. So I don't know whether it's just kind of an extended hiatus. But you remember he did this on Brandon's server, when we were all there. He that time, I think he kind of vanished and didn't tell anyone. And then he was gone that time for 8-9 months. A lot of people were asking about him every day. And then he came back and it was just all was great. And there, so when he came back, I'm just saying it was like he never left. So maybe it's just kind of, the cycle he's in. But like I said, I do know that there's sort of a personal events, as it were, that he did have to attend to. But yeah, I suppose we'll see.
Hey, come here. Can you just shut the fuck up for a moment? I I was I gave
What was that? What was
no,
that?
I gave money to that channel, and then it just went off.
Yeah, but
What
why'd you
happened?
tell him to shut up for?
No, because he's just talking about shit. I gave money to that channel. I was a patron to that channel.
Gadget, you know that Geo, that's the guy that owns this channel, right? Just
Yeah.
letting you know, just like that, in case
Okay,
you were
okay.
wondering.
I didn't know. I didn't know. Sorry, man. Sorry, man. All my excuses. Sorry.
Yeah, that was pretty rude.
It was rude. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Gio.
That's
Love
all
you.
right. I mean, I was just sort of updating about bandsaw. I mean,
I love you, Gio.
I mean, yeah, no worries.
Did you say bandsaw?
Bandsaw.
We were talking about. We weren't talking about bandsaw.
No, I was talking about bandsaw. Yeah, I thought that's who you guys. Yeah.
No, Brandon.
We were talking about
Oh.
Brandon. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, Brandon had disappeared in a different way. Okay, that's a different. Okay, I was talking about bandsaw. Bandsaw.
No, Brandon. I'm talking Brandon.
Okay. All right. Well, then that's a different story.
Hey, Gio, get into the groove, man. Fuck's sake. So what happened to Brandon? What's your man, the English guy's name? SE, help me, quick.
I have no clue, bro. The only thing I've heard from Brandon is some people spoke to him on Twitter. I think that's the only thing I've heard about Brandon.
Yeah, as far as I know on the Brandon story, he basically just, as far as I know, completely just abandoned his server and YouTube channel. You know, pretty abruptly.
Ranty gave the server to Brandon, Ranty, and then Ranty turned baller. What the fuck's going on? Okay, this time last year, 2 years ago, Ranty was earning millions, not millions. Good server. Then he handed over his server to Brandon. Brandon was going well, great channel, blah blah blah, and then Brandon went poof. What happened?
Well, Gio was in the middle of trying to explain something until you cut him off again.
I sorry, I'm crazy. Gio, go ahead. Sorry.
No, with Brandon. No, I mean, yeah, he basically just kind of, pretty much just abandoned the server. Yeah, which Ranty did give to him, but I think he just left the YouTube, his server, everything for what was that, about a year that no one had heard from him, and then people did at least hear from him a bit, and I think he went on to Gem Panda's VC, or I don't know if he spoke on there, but he was in there maybe 6 months ago, and then I think like Brian Leakey has messaged with him a few times, so. As far as I know, he's okay in those ways, but I guess I can't speak for him. But I guess he just decided to, not be involved any longer, or whatever the story may be. I don't know any further details really, other than that.
But Gio,
yeah, Brian has said he spoke. That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, Brian said he spoke to him and he's okay. Yeah, that's right.
But Gio, if you ever hear from him, give us a link, please. He didn't get that, did he?
No, I didn't.
Gio, if you ever hear from Brandon again, give us a link, please.
Give you the link?
Yeah. If you ever hear from Brandon again, give us a link how to contact him.
Okay.
He
Cheers.
reminds me of somebody. Who does he remind me of? Gadget
Me?
Inspector. He reminds me of that one guy who's always.
I'm the Irish guy that developed Apollo 18.
You developed it, huh? And you destroyed that technology?
I gave it to SE Montreal.
Gadget Inspector reminds me of somebody. Who's that guy?
SE Montreal hid it under his cushion. So if you ever want to go back to space, go to Canada, Montreal. By the way, Gio, thanks very much for letting me in. I don't come in here often. Cheers, mate.
Yeah, man, for sure. Cheers.
Where are you, Bess? In the world. Where are you living?
I'm in Northern California.
Northern California. Cool. I'm in Southwest France. Irish guy living there.
I do remember you. Yeah, you are that guy. The Irish guy from France. Yeah, we spoke before.
Who are you? Who's that?
Some call me Hank, but I am Larry.
I remember Hank. Yeah, Larry. You're a cool guy.
Feelings mutual, bro. I think I'm cool too.
Oh,
Yeah, it's good to hear your voice, bro. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, cool. Right, earning plenty of money. Looking forward to the retirement. I am.
And where are you gonna go? You going to the city of London? You gonna live on the south side?
My bollocks. I'm going south to the sun. I'm going south to the sun. I'm going to buy myself a boat. I'm going to go sailing down to the south. Okay, right. What are you going to do in retirement? I won't lie about my age. I'm 55. I've been another 9 years, I think. What about you guys? Come on. Boom, boom. Many more years. I have 7 years left on my house. I started early.
Well, I am in Texas. I've been here my whole life.
Yeah.
I've seen a few other states, but
Did you come here, Texas? Did you ever see the sea?
yes, I've been to the ocean.
Ocean.
Yeah, at Georgia, Florida, and Texas. Wait, no, just Georgia and Texas. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks.
But you don't see it often.
No, I don't see it often.
Okay. Hey man, you have to see the ocean. I live 5 kilometers from the ocean, 2 miles from the ocean, 3 miles from the ocean, if you like. The other side, eh? It's a bitch, but Gio, you know all that shit, don't you? Gio, where are you?
He said North California.
Gio's American, is he?
Well, he lives in California, so it's kind of debatable.
He's Pacific Ocean. Oh shit, yeah. I know Jamie. SE, good buddy.
You know, I take it back. I hear that Northern California isn't that bad.
And we all know that level is
It
horizontal.
doesn't say now entering the United California.
And we all know that horizontal is perpendicular to horizontal.
Vertical.
Level is horizontal to vertical. We all know that, don't we? Drunk as a fuck. I'm not a clue. I'm on a vacation.
That's okay. Get to
Who are
it,
you?
partner. Drink it up.
Sun Wako.
Sun Wukong.
Sun Wako. How are you, buddy?
This is the king of the monkeys. I'm the king of the monkeys.
Where are you?
How am I? I'm wonderful. I'm really good.
Where are you, in America?
Yes, I'm in America.
Good man. Just you. Whereabouts?
Huh?
Whereabouts?
One more time.
Whereabouts?
Whereabouts? Just America. We'll just leave it there.
Right, yeah, young guy.
40.
I'm talking to you from the old country, Europe.
Yeah, that is older than America.
The old country.
Indeed. What'd you drink tonight?
Whiskey.
Nice. Are you
He's
Irish? I don't know.
I'm on holidays. Look, fuck. I'm talking to you guys pissed. Look, yeah, you probably say I'm pissed.
That's okay.
Yeah. Son of a, are you a baller or a flat earther?
The Earth is
Or
not a globe. How's that?
Huh?
The Earth is not a globe.
There you go.
There you go.
It's not flat either.
I'm just saying, whenever anybody asks that question, the Earth is not a globe. That's
It's
my
not flat
answer.
either.
I don't know anything past that. I don't know. Is it? I don't know.
It's not. Yeah,
See, the
I
problem
know.
with
It's
making claims is you got to back it up.
Yeah,
I
the
can
model.
back up that there's no globe because we
model.
don't live. Reality doesn't present itself in the way that the current accepted globe mathematics want us to.
Yeah.
So that's
So
the big
go,
difference.
good man.
Yes,
You
sir.
you don't have the model, like me. Like SE Montreal, we don't have the model.
Oh, the model. We don't have a model. That's
We
right.
don't have a model. We don't have a model.
Well,
model.
actually, to accurately get a model of this place, you'd have to leave it from afar and study it for a long time. You know, but they don't get that. They're like, "Whoa, no, we can do it from the ground." It's okay.
And look at the stars in the sky. No.
It's like this. It's like an anthill.
Uh,
You know, do you think the anthill knows about the rest of the world? Thinks it can map it? I don't know.
yeah, son, man, you're awake. Good man. Cheers. I love you.
I love you too, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, you're awake. Yeah, we can't do that. Stars in the sky. Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah, man. However interesting, you know, I like the sky stuff, and the sky stuff doesn't help the globes either. By the way, but it's all about Earth curvature. That we cannot seem to locate it. I've been up in over 100 flights, gliders, helicopters, gyrocopters, crop dusters, private jets, the Concorde. You know, I've been in the air.
Are you a pilot?
Nope, but my family has pilots in it. Yep. And there's no evidence of any kind of bend, no matter where I've gone. And I can see for miles and miles, thousands of miles from up there, man. Get out of here.
Did you do it?
I've done it, yeah. I've been up in the air a lot.
I with my friend, he's English, living over here in France.
Yeah.
And I went up with him with a Cessna one day. You cage your altitude meter on the ground.
The altitude meter.
Yeah, that's your altitude meter.
Altimeter. Oh,
Yeah.
attitude meter. Got it.
Yeah. So you're on the runway. I was watching, I was watching everything. So your altitude meter is the nose is up. You know, your plane it's at 45 degrees.
Yeah.
And you gauge your altitude meter to 0 before you take off. Then you run, then you have the plane, and then that's your altitude meter for everything.
Yeah.
And you fly and everything, you know where you are, and you can do it like that. And then he took me up, and crazy shit. We did. We flew around. We went to a restaurant and everything. We took off. We landed and shit and everything. But your altitude meter, it knows whatever your altitude is. You know wherever you know your wings and shit like that. You know where you are on the line of the horizon. You see the thing in the cockpit. You know.
Now, which part? The attitude?
Altitude meter.
Yeah.
The gyroscope. You spin it before you go with the earth.
Oh, of course. Yeah, every pilot I've ever talked to, we get to talking about it, and a lot of them are nonchalant. Commercial pilots, private pilots, pilots. Just a lot of them don't even like if you ask them the quote unquote flat Earth question, right? And they're you know, they don't really even seem to give a shit about the topic. They're like, oh yeah, no, it's not curved out there. Like really? No, there's no curve. We don't fly over a curve. We don't have to adjust for any kind of curve or whatever.
You don't adjust. It's fucking flat. You don't adjust.
He's like, I said, so you don't dip your nose down at all. It's a common thing that people are saying you might have to do if there was Earth curve. He said, oh no, in fact, we keep the nose tilted up just a little bit so that we can ride those thermals. Okay.
And my friend, he's flying 777s. He's going across the Atlantic there. And now, he used to go, you know, Europe, Air France. And every time I ask the question, he just goes, he just puts his finger in front of the mouth and says, shut up, Dave. That's all. That's it. He knows. He knows that I know. He doesn't know, but he knows. Because I know if your plane is flying at 500 miles an hour, you need the dip, and he doesn't dip. I asked, his name is David. Est-ce que, je parle en français, hein? I asked him, do you dip your nose every second? He says, no. There you go. You're flying across a flat plane. He doesn't.
Yeah. Yep.
He doesn't. But he's young. He came into Air France. He's late. He's elder. He's 38 years old. He doesn't want to say it yet. But he put his finger in front of my mouth and says, shut up. He knows it. He knows it.
Yeah. Well, what are you going to do?
No, I'm not going to shit all. And I'm going to shit all. Like, he can't say it. He can't say it. But he knows.
Yeah.
He's a good friend of mine, and he knows. And he says, every time when you go barbecue in the house and shit like that, he just says, shut up, David. I know. Yeah. I don't go anywhere else.
You're that guy. That's awesome. They get people actually, thinking about their world instead of keeping up with the Joneses.
He's a pilot, Air France. He's a Air France pilot.
Air France. Okay, there you go. So he knows for sure.
And I knew
all
him.
over the emotions.
I knew him as he was a barman. He was an air steward, and then he got his pilot license. Good friend.
Mm-hmm.
Now he tells me to shut up, Dave. Just shut up.
Well, I mean, can you blame him? His whole, I'll bet he talks to his kids about space and all kinds of nonsense, right?
No, he doesn't have kids. He doesn't have kids.
All right. He just doesn't want to fucking deal with the pushback from people.
He's plenty of money buying boats and big cars and shit like that. And he just says, shut up. Do you know what he said to me? You're right. I'll tell you about it later. He's fucking, yeah.
That's
Of course
funny.
it is. Yeah.
Well,
Sure.
it'd be interesting to go up on a lengthy flight, and hang out with the pilot the whole time, and as a researcher, truth researcher, and the pilot, as long as they're comfortable with it, talk about that kind of thing, and
But
see what they say, see what they think about it, whether or not, you know what I mean. Like just have a nice little interview when you're flying from Boston to Atlanta. You know what I mean?
I did it with him in a Cessna.
Yeah.
Easy. Yeah.
That's
You
cool.
know, yeah.
Well, but a
said
Cessna's only what? Only so high, so slow, so fast.
4,000 meters. Come
Yeah.
on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, hey, I'll put it to you this way: you shouldn't be able to see anywhere near as far as you are seeing up there at 4,000 meters.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
but you're flying with a big screen in the Cessna. You see your horizontal.
Yeah.
And shit like that. Your gyroscope is fucking doing the thing. You're flying. I did that thing. I flew it back from.
You flew the Cessna?
Yeah.
That's
because
good. That's cool.
Just my guy, my friend.
Did he
best
let
friend.
it? So he took off, and then you switched seats.
He rang me one day and he said, "Hey, come on, David, come on, let's go for eats. Let's go to the restaurant." He says, "Let's go to Royon." I said, "Fucking Royon is like 200 miles away." He said, "Yeah, meet me at the airport." So we took off with the Cessna and shit like that. We took off and we landed in the airport and shit like that. We had shit. He
That's
drove
great.
to. Then on the way back, we flew up 4,000 meters. And La Rochelle, I live in La Rochelle in France. But coming down, I was up, and he says, "David, take the controls." I had headphones and shit, the speakers and crap like that. And the minute he gave me the controls, what was my thing? I dove like that. I dove like that. And then I brought it up like that. It's fucking crazy. But the gyroscope, it was fucking brilliant. You look at the gyroscope, you bring it up, the gyroscope is like that. And that was your attitude meter from the minute you took off. That was your plane. I could do everything. I could do left, right, and up and down. That was my attitude meter.
As long as you matched it up, you're good to go.
Oh yeah. You cage it. You cage it before you go.
Mm-hmm.
You cage your attitude meter, and the wings know that and shit like that. And then when he came into the Rochelle for landing, he didn't tell me because he's gonna do a touch and go. So he took off again.
Wait a sec. You did the touch and go?
No, he did.
Oh,
My friend, he did the touch and go and everything. It was brilliant. Yeah,
that's nice.
He,
Dude.
went,
That's
he
cool.
went
It's a lot
down
of
like a
fun doing that.
bomber.
You ever ridden in a glider?
Yeah, no, a glider would be fucking magnifique as well.
So they take the glider and they attach it to a Cessna, and the Cessna pulls it off the runway. And you got people back in the glider steering and what they need to, and then you got people pulling like a tugboat situation. And then after they're up at the right height, the Cessna plane detaches and flies away, lands, and scrapes the line on the ground when it hits the runway, and then you're up in the glider, just seeing how long you can just ride the thermals slowly down. But I mean, you could get going fast, and you can stay up there for a long time if you wanted to.
But before taking off, tu prends ton gyroscope, ton altimeter, tu le prends. Sorry.
I wasn't paying attention to it when I was probably,
sorry, I'm speaking in French.
10 years old.
But no, you take it. The minute your wings, before you take off, your wings, you spin the gyroscope this gyroscope, and your wings are there. That's your position, and then you take off. You have to spin that gyroscope.
Yep. My one of my family friends, he built a gyrocopter. So it was like a helicopter, but you sat in the middle, and it was like this ball. It was small, way smaller than a helicopter, and it was very small. He called it the gyrocopter. It was really crazy. He wouldn't let my mom wouldn't let him fly me in it because it was like this crazy contraption, but it flew and it worked. And he's a handyman that ran the airport where my stepdad used to keep all his stuff. He could build you anything. Because he used to put airplanes together and build. He used to build inside and outside airplanes. So he just built this fucking crazy. So it had 3 blades instead of 2 blades like a helicopter.
I look at the blades. Look at the blades today. The drones. So when you buy a drone,
I didn't buy one. I don't have one.
Yeah, when you buy a drone, you have to connect to the internet. Okay, what you pay? I did it. Okay, you buy a drone today. You have to connect to the internet. You connect to the towers around you. Okay? It's nothing to do with fucking internet, anything. You connect to the towers around you. Everything. Up and down, around the row. Everything. All the towers.
I lost you on that last part there, partner.
When you buy drones, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Up and around, up and down. You can do everything. Everything. But out and see, because I sell boats for a job. But you see, 12 miles out, you can't do it. Drones, you can't do it.
You can't do what? 12 miles out?
Drones.
You can't fly one 12 miles out.
Off the coast.
Off the coast.
Yeah, because the towers don't pick up the internet.
Oh. Do they have height restrictions there in France for you on the drones?
No, because the internet they pick up high quality Cat K. I sell boats for a living.
Well, hold on. So in America, we have restrictions on how high we can fly the drones. Do you have that?
No.
Wow. You sure?
Yeah.
So like in the city, we can only go like maybe 400 feet a lot of times, something like that. It's not very high.
12 miles off the coast, no connection.
That's not what I mean.
All towers.
But I get what you're saying. Yeah, all the towers are cut off at 12 miles. Yep. From the shore.
So I sell boats, so we have to do them close to the shore. Like, you know what I mean?
Yes. Yes, I do. And, well, so I think what you mean is so they call them satellite phones, but even those don't get good reception or any reception a certain amount of distance from the shore.
No, because a normal boat, he has a right to go 12 miles offshore, 24 miles offshore, and then you have the buoys. The buoys, you call that in French, floaters, with satellite connectors, they call them. But then you have towers, like towers in what we have in the city. Cables. Have cables. I've seen cables floating in the fucking sea. Five miles off, I've seen cables floating in the sea.
Yeah, that's what I hear, man. It's mostly cables. Hey, man, I got to run. It's good talking to you. You drink some coffee and water and get some rest, yeah?
Fuck off. I'm on the piss.
Yeah, you should smoke that cigarette and take that piss and sleep for 10 hours, okay?
Marijuana, man. Hey, up there. Thank man.
Yes,
Good
sir.
man.
Take care, brother.
Hey, ciao. Nobody is talking. I see. You well? Hey, Jeremy, are you there? Oh my God, yeah.
Jeremy's on vacation, Gadget.
I'd like to talk to him one day. Ask about Brandon. This place dead. Anybody want to talk about anything? Gio, I love you. Horizontal is level. I think most of them gone to bed. I see. What you think? I see. What you think? Most of them gone to bed.
Yeah, it's bedtime for a lot of people.
How you keeping?
It's kind of late for me too.
What time is it in Canada? Jesus, 4 o'clock in the morning here.
10 to 11.
10 to 11. It's 5 o'clock in France. Hey, come here. I see. Did you get a summer in Canada or what?
Not really this year. It was pretty bad.
Yeah. Well, you didn't get the sunshine.
It was a pretty crappy summer. A lot of rain.
Peut-être tu vas prendre un arrière sommaire. Un été indien, comme on dit. Joe, you here? Gio, you here? Yes.
Hmm.
Hello, Beacon.
Hmm.
What's wrong with you? Him, what's your problem? Hello? Vas-y, tu vois les conneries, ils postent dans la chat. Ah si, tu vois les conneries, ils postent dans la chat. Laisse tomber. Bien.
Hi.
Toslo, you there, man? Really wanted to holler at you, Toslo. Me. I was watching Nathan Oakley show from earlier today, and I heard Toslo like make a couple comments that got brushed over, but then they went to talk to him later on, and I was wondering if you got a chance to talk to them guys in the after show. The way they talk to people, it's like it's almost impossible to hang around to have a chat, but I still enjoy it when somebody who knows what they're talking about tries to talk to them and shit, you know, to present a good argument, you know. And I know you're one of them guys, man. That's why I was hoping you could pipe up. I had a couple questions. Had a flash of like all the people in the room like just sitting there with drool out the side of their mouth and their earphones still in, dude, and their phone like hanging off their belly and shit, half asleep. Everybody, no, I'm just kidding. They said that the ether, you know, like I'm always open-minded to things like that, but they said that the Mickelson Morley is they repeated it. They said it's the Mickelson Morley didn't prove shit. It's parlor tricks. And I was just thinking, damn, dude, why are they so against this shit? Like, I'm open-minded just because from what I've researched, if they can show it to be real, like it kills the globe almost single-handedly. And so the possibility of something like that, I'm automatically rooting for it, whether I believe in it or not, you know. And they're against it. It's like, dude, having trouble getting it, missing something.
What's up, everybody?
What's up, Platypus?
Just chilling, man. Just got home. Just having an early night.
You sound kind of young, man. I would say, yeah, it is definitely early night.
I don't really get up to much.
The cheapest way to be nowadays, man.
That's true.
But man, it's so hot, dude, right now, dude. We went about 2 weeks without rain. Every summer you can depend on afternoon shower clouds every day. It'll be real hot, high 90s, but then the clouds all day, and then afternoon showers pretty much all over town, just spurts every day when it gets this hot. And then we went like 2 weeks without rain, bro, and it's fucking brutal. Like they were text alerting on the phone, and it's brutal, bro. That's when everybody calls and wants work, dude. It's like, man, I about fell out one day, man. Bear got me. But everything went all right after that. But boy, it's brutally hot around here in Florida.
Jeez. Well, I'm over here in Los Angeles, and I got a fucking hurricane warning on my phone for Sunday. I've lived here for over 20 years. That's never happened. So I don't know what the fuck's that about.
That's crazy.
Yeah, dude, I looked at it on the radar, and looking like something's gonna hit like San Diego and LA probably around Sunday morning.
Is there like a predominant pattern for storm systems in the summer over there? Like here, it's predominant winter coming from the northeast, and then in the summer coming from the southeast. You know, just pretty much clockwork. Is it anything like that over there?
I mean, we have El Nino, which is like every couple of years, but I don't remember the last time. I honestly cannot say that I've ever remembered having a hurricane in Los Angeles. But it was weird too. Like, dude, the way I found out is I doing my maps to get home, and like usually it'll just tell me like how long it takes to get home. But like this time it was like how long it takes to get somewhere. Oh, and by the way, there's like a hurricane watch. And then I went onto my weather app and I was like, would you look at that?
I thought they're cyclones or some shit, or what are they called? I thought they were
Tropical
called something
storms.
No, in the Pacific Ocean, I thought they called them something different. I didn't know in California they still called them hurricanes. You just taught me something if that's the case.
Here, let me. I'll take a screenshot real quick. I'll show you what it says. Let's just say I'm gonna go.
I certainly ain't doubting you. I'm just I just learned something new.
It says severe weather warning. Okay. Tropical storm warning, hurricane local statement. Surrounding areas may be affected by hurricane local statement issued by the National Weather Service. This is a little while ago. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go buy some. Maybe go buy some candles.
Yeah,
beef jerky in
that's
case the power
smart.
goes out. I
Be
guess.
prepared, man. Be prepared, but dude, the hurricanes around here, it's basically just coastal. That takes a long time ago when I was young, I'd be like nervous and shit. But I mean, after year, it's like it's basically just the bad damage is 5 miles, like right on the coast and just a little bit inland. And as long as you have a good house, I want to say, if you have a solid house and you ain't got much to worry about, not knock on wood, but it's always overrated, dude. Like they'll show you shit on the news. They'll find one gas station where the top fell down. They'll show that on the news, and where the rest of the world looks like a disaster, and it ain't near as bad. But then again, there are some they've showed me have hit coastlines that I heard it's a storm surge that's like the worst damage creator. You know, the tidal surge and shit, and it'll fuck some shit up. But as long as you ain't right on the coast, I don't think. Just being prepared is good enough. Evacuating ain't necessary. I don't think. In my opinion.
Well, you'd think that, right? Because you're from Florida and you guys are used to fucking this kind of weather. But people from California are not used to this shit at all. They're probably going to try and drive around in it and like do all kinds of dumb stuff. There's people who are going to try and surf it. Shit, if I was in better shape, I probably would too.
I've literally done what you just said, but not lately. Let's say that. And I surfed Hugo, how about drowning that bitch, dude? The waves were literally, it was not quite the top of the pier, but the spray off the waves. A west wind came in right behind Hugo, dude, and the waves were so big, dude. It was like, you never get that big here with form. And, bro, just getting out was a freaking nightmare. But before the west wind hit, I tried to paddle out, and it was so rough, and I barely made it out to the next last break and got crashed on, dude, and about drowned. My surfboard wound up like 3 miles down the beach, dude. I was laying on the shore just happy I made it to dry land is a myth. Like, I was just get me to fucking the shore. Oh my god, it's so far, bro. Just getting pounded on. I was in tip top shape, but I'm still here. Obviously, I made it, but learned my lesson.
Oh, for sure, dude. I had my own close calls out in Bali. I had a couple close calls in Malibu, but nothing like what happened to me out there. There was like some like 15-footer waves that couple of weeks I was there.
So I'm like, how do these fuckers make it out, dude? Like I was in, like I said, tip-top shape, bro. I mean, really, really good shape, bro. And there's quite a few people out there, you know, the diehard surfers, man, live for that shit. And I found out afterwards that they jumped off the pier, and then they didn't have much further to go at all, you know. And I'm like, oh no shit. I didn't even think of that, man. They just literally paid a few bucks, dude, to turn his head, and they just paid, I think it was like $1.50 or something to get on the pier, and can't tell them what you're gonna do, but they knew what the fuck they were gonna do. They just kind of turn their head in a situation like that, and they walk down to the end, throw their board off and jump in and shit. So at that time, I didn't know that trick.
Damn.
But yeah, then that west wind hit, man. Later that day, I think it was, and it was. I'd never seen it like that before or after.
It's called Hurricane Hillary. Hillary's gonna fuck us up, dude. This is gonna be funny. So Sunday, it's gonna hit us on Sunday night. Is what it's saying. Hurricane Hillary could dump a year's worth of rain on parts of the Southwest.
Dump what?
1 year's worth of rain. That's what they're saying.
Yeah. Hurricane Zanuck.
I don't know if we're gonna get there. Hurricane Hillary. There's a lot of potential for memes there.
That's
Does Southern California have like information on the Clintons or something? I'm confused. Somebody in SoCal's got dirt on the Clintons, obviously.
I wouldn't know, man. I have no idea.
Is it over Baja yet?
Oh, dude, that's crazy, man.
It's gonna make landfall in Baja like at 7 a.m. tomorrow.
Weren't them fires a couple years back in Baja or something?
I don't know. But you got wildfires in Hawaii and hurricanes in California, so that's kind of weird.
Dude, I seen a thing where a red laser came down and it sparked a fire right next to a tank, and the tank exploded, and it was like a DW, like a type of little short video. And the freaking and they showed the Mountain Dew flavors, the new flavors, Baja Blast and Maui fucking like Maui Surge or some shit. And I was like, damn, that's blatant. If that's really what's going on, you know, shit. You know, maybe it is, but I'm like, it's possible. With them, the way them fires burned was pretty crazy. But I'm thinking that's blatant. Rub it right in their face and name the Mountain Dew Baja Blast after attacking them with it, and then Maui fucking Surge or whatever. I'm like, that's crazy blatant.
Oh damn, that is crazy blatant. I never thought of that. I was never a big soda drinker.
Yeah, I never would have knew about it if I didn't if I didn't see the video. Yeah, I was hoping Doslow would pipe up, man. He was trying to talk to Nathan earlier, and he actually had downward bias, you know, and he was trying to talk about relative density disequilibrium, and Nathan pinned him down. Went down? You say down? What about helium balloons? The guy's like, well, don't they go down? Because in a vacuum chamber or whatever, and that was it. The guy never really got to say anything else after that until he admitted he was trying to tell Nathan, you know, he's a flat earther, and Nathan had him married to the earther, and Doslow tried to pipe in, but Nathan told him to, you know, shut up and muted him, and then when it calmed down, they wanted to ask Doslow a couple things, and Doslow's pretty knowledgeable on the subject, and you know. And that's why I like listening to him. And but he was at work. But I don't know if he joined in. I wanted to find out if he talked to him at all after show. Because if he didn't, I'm not even going to go bother to watch it when it comes out. But if he did, and that guy they were talking to, Nathan slamming him, calling him a weak, a dumbass, and all this. The guy's trying to get out that he don't believe in the electrostatic, the dielectric, like he wasn't even guys. Dude. Nathan berating him. I'm like, fucking crazy, dude. Crazy.
I don't really know Nathan. I don't watch his stuff, but sounds like crazy. Yeah, like you said.
Got a pretty big sphere of influence in the. I mean, not that big. It used to be, but he used to have a really good show, dude. That's why I always hold out hope, you know.
You mean like he got really popular and then he became like really sort of like unpalatable to like normal people?
Yeah, he consolidated the arguments down to where he stumps. There's no argument to be made, and won't let anybody who comes to argue anything. He's flat earther. They come to propose a different convention than materialism, like Adams. He'll call him a dumbass and you're idiot, fucking like and then start promoting like double slit experiment and all this other shit. And
sounds like a weirdo.
Yeah,
I don't know,
it's crazy,
but
man, his show was that good, dude. Like back in the day, it was that good because he'd berate the asshole flat earthers, like the ones with attitudes like Rumpus and Brenda, you know, people like that might actually deserve it, even though I still want to hear their arguments and shit. But then all my buddies and shit, it's like, man, that's fuck, dude, that ain't no fun, dude. What the fuck?
I don't know if you get like famous from debating Rumpus and Brenda. I don't even know what that is. Is that real fame, like, or is that just weird?
I'm just saying it was Zanuck and I mean all the names, dude. Blue Marble Science, Bob the Science Guy.
The thing is, dude, Discord and like YouTube is a very small sample of how many flat earthers there actually are.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know.
But most of the veterans, you know, and the most studied, of course, that's not going to hold true. But I think YouTube is still the home of, and Discord is the home of the veteran, you know, most studied flat earthers, in my opinion. Although there's some up and comers, man, you know, some forces to be reckoned with. But there's the old school anti-flat earthers, man. And some of them are assholes. A lot of them. Not all of them, man. And he'd tear them a new one, dude. He'd pin them down to their argument. Got worse and worse as time went by. To where he'll just he'll cut every argument off at the toes. Like he cut them off at like the waist or the hip. Started cutting it off at the ankles. Now he cuts it off at the toenail. Like you say one wrong, you got to be very careful what you say, and you might get to make 3 sentences in your point if you're very, very careful. Like if you come in and you say, like if you ask about why denser things go down, like you might get one more sentence out. But if you try and mention a vector, you're done. You're never going to get one more sentence out, period. He'll he'll lead you until you admit a helium balloon doesn't go down. When nobody argues that shit. You know, the dude had a make about the relative density that I was really wanting to hear. And I figured he might eventually get it out, the point he's trying to make, but Nate thought he was arguing, and he never did. But I hold out hope. I still watch it every now and then. Man, he treated Dyslow like shit. Treated Austin like shit. Treated me like shit, which I didn't care much about that. But I was more upset watching him treat buddies like. Debating anybody else, you know, they're debating ballers or anything. You know, we're all going to rally behind. But there's like different factions now, man. Around here, it's mostly open-minded, you know. And I'm sure people have their ideas that they go with the most, but mostly around here is people who will hear you out. You know, let's hear it. Why I agree, why I don't. It's okay that you believe that, and I might even entertain it. And that's why I like it around here.
Yeah, it's pretty chill. I don't really like hearing the negative stuff. I think we can all exchange our opinions on what we think the world is and present evidence without getting all crazy.
That's why I did that presentation on Globebusters, man. Like I'm just gonna take all, because I'm hearing all these different arguments, and people are strawmanning each other. Like I've argued for every one of these at one point in time or another. Like even the upward acceleration. Like I was Rumpus. I was in Blue Marble Science, and Rumpus was talking about this downward acceleration, and this is like years ago. And I was like, wait a minute, dude. He was trying to use a helium balloon in the van, and I was like, wait a minute. If it goes forward when you take off, that means it's going with the acceleration. So if anything, wouldn't that mean there's an upward acceleration? So I even argued that, dude. Worked pretty well, actually, arguing against the globe with the argument, but it was just circumstantial. But then I hear new people showing demonstrations and all that, and then I hear people calling them retarded and shit, and these are like Rachy and Dell. I'm like, these people ain't retarded. They believe something. They've got evidence. I might not believe it, but I wanted to make sure everybody had each other's arguments right, and then like Dell and them need to know the electrostatic actual argument. How are you going to know if you're going to agree with something when everybody's strawmanning each other? So I just represented each one of them, gave a definition, and then demonstrations, because there's supporting evidence for each. And in a crazy world, it could be all of them combined. Like I was like, you know, I mentioned that. I was like, I very highly doubt it, but you know, there's a small chance to be all of these put together, and we're fucking calling each other stupid in the community and arguing like it could be an acceleration of some sort. Obvious relative density in the main effect. Go acceleration accompanied with it, and then electrostatics and what it does to change the rates, you know. And I don't think that. I'm just there's a chance. It's no matter how small it is, and I'm thinking that small chance, all these, and everybody's arguing against each other. So I wanted to throw it out, steel man every fucking position, and so we at least don't consider everybody else stupid. It worked for some, but some others are just carrying on with calling people retarded and shit. I don't like it. Like if I could ever hit 1,000 subs, man, I got ideas and stuff on some live shows. It's like so slow. I've got like 300 videos, dude. And then I put up a video on TikTok, up not many. And in 5 minutes, I got like almost 1,000 views. I'm like, what the fuck? I got like 60 subscribers or something, or followers they're called over there. In 5 minutes, I got like almost 1,000 views. I'm like, and here it is on YouTube, where I've been putting all these videos out, and I'm lucky to get 400 or 500 views. You know, I usually just get a couple or a few hundred, and I'm just trickling up, dude. I just passed 800 subs after like years of making content. So slow.
Yeah, can be.
What was that? I think somebody was trying to come in.
Oh, I just said, yeah, it's slow. It can be.
What happened to Trouble? And like he said, he might disappear for, and I thought maybe it had turned around. Whatever it was, I didn't pry in his business. You know, he said whatever they're accusing him of is bullshit. You know, but still, you never know. And now, like I ain't heard from him in a week, and I'm wondering, man, I'm like praying for the best. You know, hopefully him and his family are all right, man. He made it sound like he might do a time or something, like a year or something, maybe a couple even, maybe, over some bullshit. And I'm hoping that ain't the case, man.
Did you say doing time?
Yeah, I mean, he said that he was accused of. He said, you know, if you wanted to find out, go to like Telegram and on one of them chats and everything, and a lot of people knew. I just didn't want to pry, but he, you know, he said what it is they're accusing me of is horse shit, but it is what it is, and he said it you know, it could go either way. He said it, but it trying to give him a couple years. He said, so if he disappears, he said his old lady might pick up on some of the streams here and there, maybe. But he said, so if I do disappear, you know, he said he wasn't gonna cry about it. If he has to, he's just gonna do his time and see you here later. And man, I'm really hoping that ain't the case, man. But I hadn't heard from him in a few days. Hopefully somebody has. If somebody has actually and listening, please speak up or text chat or something. I was worried. I like him, man.
Do you know what it's even related to, like at all, or?
Man, I really don't. I
Yeah.
really don't, man.
I mean, that's ultimately it's his private business, but yeah, I mean, I didn't. Yeah, if it's only on telegrams and stuff, if it's not like public info, but you just don't hear about that often necessarily. I mean, maybe that has happened to people in the community, but I just, you know, it's not every day you hear that.
They fucked with me a couple times, bro. But they nowadays they can just about if they want to criminalize you, they can usually find a way. You know, nowadays. Like everybody's guilty of something almost nowadays. Like even if you want to get technical, even like my grandma, like not paying taxes, like when you sell, like a garage sale or a certain. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there as a hypothetical, but it's like they could damn near make a criminal out of everybody for something or another with all these laws nowadays. Now I'm really wishing I would have looked into it though, man. But he wasn't on Thursday's Global Tech, and I don't think he did his. I seen Troubling Tribune pop up on the YouTube feed, but it was TMZ Radio. Troubling Tribune repeat like a prior debate. When I seen it, I got excited, and I was like, "Oh fuck, that ain't him." Did I do a decent job representing each of the other day, Gio?
What's
I
that?
tried to be fair. I do a decent enough job, Steelman, and all the different arguments for what causes weight or whatever it is. I was just trying to do my best to represent them each fairly, you know.
On here?
And no, on Globebusters.
Oh, yeah, I had
you
heard you
must
went
have
on there, but I didn't. I haven't heard that. I didn't watch that one. I don't really
Yeah,
tend
man.
to watch the Globebusters these days. Actually, I used to every week back in the day for years, but just don't really watch them these days. So, but I did hear that you were on there. How'd that
Yeah, it's
go?
pretty good, man. It's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. I opened a few eyes up. There's still a lot of the people who are just like, you're clarify some of the arguments where people had been mistaken other people's arguments with each and every one of them, like not just the upward acceleration, but like the electrostatic. I heard some straw men coming from different places, and with the even with the buoyancy density and all that, I'd heard some straw men on that. You know, I just did my best to represent each one of them as to the best of my ability and steelman them, and I did two main videos of where I defined them all. Well, not me, but I clipped out other people who I thought did it well, and then I demonstration of each of the arguments, you know, to show that none of them are without merit. They all have. Nobody's a dumbass for believing in any one of them. What I was trying to push. You know, it's just other people's opinions. You know, I'm up in the air. I try to keep an open mind these days, and I just was doing anything I could to bridge the gap, and might have helped. Who knows? Interesting topic.
Yeah, that sounds good. By the way, your mic was kind of clipping in and out. I think I heard most of it, but you were kind of every other word it was going out. Just I don't know if it was your connection or just like the sensitivity on the mic or something.
Let me check.
But yeah, sounds like a good thing to do to kind of summarize all the different perspectives on it.
Is that any better, man? I might have to drop and rejoin. I don't know if that's any better, but
So far, so good.
Okay, good. Yeah, that you got the gist of it. I just was trying to represent them all as good as I could. There's two main videos, kind of three, but one describing it and defining it, letting people I thought did a good job of defining each. I clipped them out, and then the second one was demonstrations from each one, you know, and to show that each one of them aren't without their merits of some backup, you know, some demonstration, you know. And then I was gonna do a little more and show. I did also the third video. I showed people arguing Globers with each one, like a brief, like a few minutes of Nate or Austin arguing against a Glober, Flatzoid arguing against a Glober, and what you call it. But I didn't quite get to finish it, and I didn't want to get too long-winded because I didn't want to take over the whole show, you know. But I wanted to get the point across. So it was pretty good, man. I was nervous as fuck at first, but it got better.
Nice. Sounds good.
Like I already feel like I knew Zach and Arwen. Like heard my voice over the years here at different places, and I feel like I knew them, you know. But it was still something meeting them, you know, and for, you know, just in voice chat directly. It was pretty cool, you know, because I've been a fan of theirs for so long, dude. It was pretty neat, man.
Yeah, nice. Had you gone on there before, or?
Well, Bob was gonna let me on, and he got sick. With something similar, you know, I was going to discuss my, you know, what I felt about the arguments, like right when I kind of first opened up the possibility of the argument, you know, and I was going to give them, you know, my kind of like what I did, but with just that, and tell them, you know, the pros and cons, and then he got sick, man, and I never mentioned it to any of the other guys, but Bob gave, you know, we talked back and forth a couple times. He gave me his number and all that, and he fell off. And then so Jaron, I ran that idea by Jaron. He's like, yeah, we're going to do it on his show. And it got late, so he said, let's do it on Glowbusters tomorrow. I'm like, hell yeah, dude. And then I mentioned that Bob was actually going to have me on for something similar. He's like, okay, good, man. He's like, so it worked out. But no, that was my first time on there, man.
Cool.
And I might have said Arwen. I meant to say,
Yeah.
oh my God,
Iru?
what's his name?
Iru?
Iru, yeah.
Yeah.
Iru. Dude, oh, Geo. It was in here a couple times a long time ago, and even at Brandon's, I'd made the argument where I seen videos. I was questioning Globers about the dunce astronauts who get caught upside down on wires and all that stuff and hitting buttons and stuff. But I couldn't never find it, man. It sounded good, but I couldn't back it up, right? And I couldn't find it for the life of me, dude. And I just the other day, the Flat Earth Sun Moon Zodiac, like David Weiss Clock App channel, played it. It's an old Iru video, and it showed Mark Kelly, and then the dude with the guitar guy. It showed them literally getting caught upside down, like trying to do a flip, and they're just sitting there like dunces, dude. And while their faces turn red and shit, dude. And dude, it's one of the. I mean, it was one of the convincing videos I seen that like about wires and them getting tangled up, and it was all Iru's compilations, man. Whoever he got them from, but man, I need to clip it out, dude, and do something with it and post it in here. It's a good one, dude. Like. It's to me one of the best showing the NASA bullshittery.
Nice, yeah. He's got a lot of good stuff in that category for sure.
It's a trip how some of great fucking content slips away. Like most of it gets recycled, but and that's what I've been doing the last couple weeks. Is off and on is looking back, and I want to make sure none of it gets lost in the cracks, man, because like that one just opened my eyes. Like, man, that's such a good one, dude. I can't believe that we haven't, you know, nobody clipped some of that stuff out. A little bit of it had been clipped out, but to me, like the biggest parts just about fell in between the cracks, man. So, you know, I'm gonna try and keep it going, you know, some of these older, like real good points, you know, and that being one of them. then I watched the Oakley Aaron debate. It's like I mean, I see where they're both coming from. They're both basically at one point agreed. Like Jaron's saying, yeah, you know, you prove the hypothesis, but as far as anything practical, 100%, you know, that's what he was saying, and Nathan was saying, you know, he wouldn't budge off of just you're going to not either validate or invalidate the hypothesis, and so they went back and forth, you know, and they didn't gain no ground. They probably left on worse terms than they joined the little. But
Was there a main thing you tried to push home as a topic, Brian? Like the main thing?
say again?
Was there a main topic out of like the different ones you discussed? Like, or was it all just one thing lumped together? Like, was
Yeah,
there a main thing?
back, and I'd heard Dell like misrepresenting electrostatics, you know, and not really in a fuck off kind of way, but like I just heard little misrepresentations, and I've just felt like there's some name brand channels, and not just them. There's several others who are just misrepresenting, whether you agree with them or not. I figured I'd represent them all to the best of my ability, so everybody at least knows the true argument and doesn't go on repeating straw men and maybe bridge the gap in some places, and just show that each of them had its merits as far as demonstrations go, and all of them really have very good arguments against the globe. Like each one of them had its effectiveness against the globe debate, and so I was trying to point that out, you know, and so you know I felt like it was. I wasn't gonna pick a side, man. That wasn't really the goal. I try to keep an open mind and just like show that, you know, nobody knows anything for sure. We could be pretty certain, you know. And I'm not talking about science proving things. I'm just saying this whole movement. Like I don't think we should get bogged down with dogma this early, man. We keep open mind and respect each other's demonstrations and shit and theories, whatever. At this point in the race, that's what I think would be the best. But you know, just trying to bridge some gaps, basically.
Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense. Try to get everybody on the same page if you can.
Yeah, at least know what you're arguing against, you know.
Yeah, sometimes that's hard to do. It is hard to do sometimes. Sometimes you're not even arguing against the physical things. You're arguing against the idea of what's going on with the physicality. So yeah, it's hard.
So I mean, I do have my beliefs. Like I probably would favor one or two, maybe. But like I said, I was pretty careful not to throw in any backhanded shots at any one of them. You know, I was trying to be careful not to, because that wasn't the case. You know, that wasn't my goal.
All you can do is just point out reality, and I don't think you're really backhanding anybody, right?
Right. Exactly, and just show the demonstration, to show that look, each one of these arguments ain't just out of thin air. Technically we can run them all through the method. As far as natural science, we can, as far as what causes weight, or why do dense objects go down, or whatever you want to, however you want to name it, we can vary each one of them and show an effect, whether you agree with it 100% or not. I'll leave that up to everybody to decide. But I could raise an argument for every one of them. So I figured I'd do just that.
Yeah, they're all kind of each other, but just a different explanation in a way, right?
Yeah, and I've been in this shit so long and everything. It's like, man, if people see me, neutral, maybe it'll maybe calm things down with some people, and it actually has with a few people, and then some people, probably will never change, man. And it's like, if you're so certain of something, that's fine too, man. But that doesn't give you the right to insult and call the other people stupid, for their belief, their little theory, their demonstrations. If anything, we're all stupid.
Well, I mean, that's the way you think. Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. I think we're all stupid to a point. Like, there's things we think we know, there's things we see and can, like, fucking understand for ourselves, but even to explain them to some other people to get them to understand that, or for them to do the same to me or you, sometimes we just get, like, a little gap of translation lost, right? But, like I said, man, all you can do is point out whatever you think density, whatever your idea, whatever it is, because at the end of the day, everybody's got a lot of stuff. The next new science guy is going to come out with new science tomorrow. Yeah, and he's going to make up new words for us to have to swallow, and it's going to be the same physics that happened thousands of years ago till today, but it's going to be a new way to word it, and then we're all going to be more stupid. Yeah.
We could all be partially right. We could all be all wrong. There could be some shit we don't even know. I would agree with that, but oh man, I had a point I was gonna make, man. I brain party, but I'll think of it in a minute. I'm gonna say, dude, we are the modern day skeptics. We are the type who are like, dude, not only do I believe in these probes and these pictures you're showing me, and not only do I not believe in all this other shit, I don't even believe that we live on a damn ball. You're gonna have to prove that to me. Like, we're the pure skeptics, starting at ground zero, denying everything and then believing what we can prove. We're the modern day true skeptics, in my opinion. Flat earthers are. Or globe skeptics, whatever you want to call. Healthy. Without people going against the grain, dude. That's when shit gets mucked up.
Right. It's always another way to look at stuff. You know what I mean? That's why I think it's weird about the energy thing, the electricity, the electron, like all these different things, all different categories. I mean, some things should definitely be set categories away from other things. Like, but I don't know, man. It's like they give you too many fucking things that are all just one thing. They're just different ways to describe the same thing. So really, when people have the different ways to describe it, how can any of them be wrong when they're saying what they're saying and that they believe?
Yeah, and it's like this, like the buoyancy density, the density, like no matter what's going on, that's an obvious fact of life, It's and so I don't think anybody could discount that. No matter what's causing the shit, that's definitely playing a role. And I think the same thing with electrostatics, whether that's the cause of any kind of bias or anything, it's an obvious force in nature. It's something that rears its head, whether you force it or not. It's just a fact of reality, whether it's the cause or not. I just think these things are worth listening to, man. And worth. And as much as I've been fighting, like I even said on the show, like this is the hardest one to even represent because I literally been arguing against motion for since I joined this, But if I'm being honest, I'm going to demonstrate it all the same that I can technically replicate shit. Whether I buy it or not, it's demonstratable, so it's worth consideration. It's worth talking about and experimenting, to prove it or disprove it. I think that's the one. That is actually one where we could do some experiments for cheap. Like even simple shit like underwater scales, like just try constant motion underwater to see if we can put weight on a scale. Just try like elevator, see what the weight does. I mean, just simple little shit, dude, that we could do to disprove it or not.
100%.
You're doing the good work, Brian.
Thank you, man.
Actually, Demont, I'll say the same about you too, man, because you do the same. Well, you don't do the same as Brian, but you try to demonstrate your shit sometimes too, man. It's good.
Oh man, just imagine me in paint class.
I've imagined you in paint class for years now, dude. But hey, but for what sort of stuff are you gonna do, Brian? I guess where do you stand on this? Do you think that? So I guess okay. So let me ask you a question. Because obviously you guys think that the Earth is a plane, right? So is the question? Did this question come up about the Earth moving because it's difficult to answer the question? Why do things compel downward? You know what I mean? Why is there a constant downward acceleration? Is that the question that persists?
That's the one I least like, but that's actually the one that matches the physics and probably easiest to demonstrate, but also maybe the easiest one to disprove if it ain't true. I think it's interesting, just the fact that it's so easy to show, and to me, it opens up a door for this. So if some people are interested in it and willing to consider it, like it could potentially. And I made this point, like certain people could use it to help make a flat Earth model. Like it's not easy modeling the heavens, that might be the one thing, like maybe a 1 year fucking gradual circle. I know this, I'm not trying to sound crazy. I'm just saying for modeling's sake, to match the math and the and shit, and maybe to even help match what's going on in the skies and shit. Just some people might be able to find an idea that could model reality better than we've done so far. Just it's interesting to me, man. It's thought provoking, but it's the toughest one for me to represent in all truth. But the easiest to physically represent and the cheapest probably. But relative density worked for a long time for me. I think Karen B said it best, man. She, she didn't say much, but the episode before, but when she did, she's right to the point. She's like, it did work for a long time, but there was just something missing. Like the relative density.
Yeah.
Does work good. I can make the argument that nothing's moving unless you add energy and all that, but still, there's a fucking up and a down, damn it, and it's always nagging at me, So I'm just trying to dive in deeper,
What do you think about Whitsett's crusade with the atmospheric, the current in the atmosphere, and that there's a downward current? And he argues. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm shocked we haven't modeled it yet. Like, what do we need? Like 238 newtons. Like, I'm really surprised that nobody's took the incoherent dielectric aspect of it, like to match gravity or close to it. You know, just to get the effect of the 9.8 meter average, you know, like just to fit it in the math, you know, it wouldn't be that hard to come up with a constant, like a incoherent constant that's separate from the positive negative charge in Coulomb's law, you know, to come up with ain't it like 238 newtons for 1 meter or what is it? You know what I'm saying? It should have already been modeled.
I'll tell you this much though, incoherence is a good word for whatever you guys do come up with. I would keep that in there. Whatever it is you guys do come up with, make sure that incoherence in the term.
Yeah, because it's different than you can't because like it could and there's a demonstration for it. Like you take all the magnets, you jumble them together, and it's attractive only. So that gets rid of the main argument against that is that it would be repulsive too. But yeah, when you add the incoherency, it eliminates that main argument of the attractive and repulsive. So, and it would weaken it too. Literally he demonstrated that it weakens it, and gravity, just saying that for number's sake, for value's sake, is weaker. So it should be pretty easy enough to model.
Do you mean incoherency at rest? I mean, what do you mean by that, Coach? So exactly.
Like coherent.
Like when you said no, he said incoherently, and I thought he was making a joke.
No.
It seemed like he's not making a joke.
Let me fill you in, man. I didn't understand this at first either. So like coherent light would be like a laser. So just a few watts would be so strong, right? And a coherent magnetic or a magnet would be like all the poles lined up, north south, and you know, properly. But incoherent means like just jumbled all
Yeah, but that
together.
doesn't make any sense.
Well,
That
he
doesn't. No,
demonstrated
that.
by taking. You could take a bunch of magnets. In fact, it was in my presentation where he took a bunch of magnets and he just balled them all up, and there's no more repulsion. Like he can push it up to another magnet, and not only that, it loses a lot of its force. So, and gravity's a lot weaker. You know, and like I said, I'm not saying gravity is like space time shit. I'm just saying like the numerical value part of it that does add up to 9.8 meters, like the newtons and all that shit. And so there's an argument to be had, bro. It could be modeled, if not, you know, maybe.
Right, but listen, hold on. Incoherent what though is? I mean, I want Kosho to answer that if he can.
Oh, sorry.
Coherent.
I was getting beer. I made that joke, and then Brian went over his head, and then
I know. I
I
was
wanted to get beer,
too. I was
so
like,
I know, Demark. I heard you. You're like,
I
what the
fucking knew
fuck?
it was a joke. Damn it, I get it every time. Listen, he was joking, man. I told you that, Brian. He said incoherency. He means not understandable.
Yeah. Because listen. Hold on, though. I mean, let me give Brian. Let me give Brian some credit because I do know that one of the arguments was that incoherent magnetism. I know now they're saying incoherent dielectric, you know, whatever. But originally the argument was incoherent magnetism, which, you know, if you have like, you know, those like little magnetic balls, like you have like the big collection of magnetic balls, you clump it together. What happens is the magnetic fields of all those balls are like kind of randomly, you know, they have random vectors, and so what you end up with is a clump of incoherent magnetism because it's got magnetic attraction. It's very weak, but it basically attracts everywhere. And yeah.
I'll tell you, this is why I don't like that argument. Okay, even if it's like one of the likely ones and able to model it and shit and fit it in with our current reality, I don't like it because because if I was a glober, I could just agree right with it and say, "Yep, that's what gravity is." You know what I'm saying? Like,
No,
yeah, you explained
no.
it. It doesn't help. It doesn't do much to argue against. If I were to match the Newton, bro, with incoherency, you know, using the charges and back it up with demonstration, then it'd be so easy for a glober just to. I can't believe they don't already do that. Like, just say, you know, yeah, that you just prove what gravity is. It's you know, fucking incoherent.
No, but no, okay. But here's the problem with that argument. Like I'll give you the same example of the balls, randomly vectored and all that kind of shit, and then you get the incoherent magnetism. Thing is, if that were happening on Earth or anywhere that's happening, it's easy to test. It's easy to actually test that it's actually not a consistent field acting, towards the magnet. As a matter of fact, if you had like a detector that was like you had some sort of magnetic detector, and you were going all around one of those clumps of balls, you would see that these vectors are pointed all over the place, and they're not pointed straight down. As like on Earth, you get a plumb bob, you go anywhere, and it's always pointed straight down. It's kind of consistently pointing down. Whereas that wouldn't be the case in the incoherent magnetism. It would be. It's only incoherent magnetism because the vectors are incoherent. So if you had something precise enough to go all around it, you would see that they're pointed in all different directions.
That's just one small part of it, bro. You have the potential, like the demonstratable, electric potential, right, or the electrostatic potential, like it goes up massively. And think about this, Kosho. Like, if you're talking about the field, like if you're trying to say, we should be able to float phones and all that. So you're talking just like if you columnize it, like just one little teeny millimeter size cylinder that goes all the way up like 50 miles or whatever, and you're talking about millions of volts in that one teeny little speck of a fucking field, and now you join the whole rest of everything around it. You're talking about a massive force when you look at it at a big picture, man. In my opinion, it could be rationalized anyway. But yeah, it might break down. It'd have some explaining to do, like as far as like planets and all that other shit. But as far as just here on in reality and what we can demonstrate, you could argue a fair argument for it, man, and model it.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm at Taco Bell right now, man. Hold up a second.
But what I did is, and I just let Zach his demonstrations and his explanation, because I thought he worded it well, and then I used Austin to do the arguing against Glover for that particular. For that one, for the electrostatics, I did because Bryant Myers is a professor, and everything he said was wrong, dude. Even about relative density. Like if you go back and watch it, like literally everything he said was wrong. Like he was new to the shit, and I'm not saying you'd have made the same mistake, Kosho, but it was eye-opening seeing a professor just get one thing after another wrong about the new arguments and shit, and it was eye-opening, man. So I used Austin against Professor Myers, Bryant Myers.
Yeah, I heard part of that debate. Yeah, I did hear part.
He literally said, like, if it were buoyancy and density, things would fall faster at higher elevation, higher altitudes due to less air pressure and shit. And I just showed a clip of Felix Baumgartner like trying to break the speed of sound in a free fall. Like wow, dude, that is exactly what happens, bro. I mean, I can't.
Yeah, he said that. What exactly did he say?
He said if it was buoyancy and density, he said would be easily provable. He said or disprovable because we would fall. He said if that were the case, if we went up higher in altitude, we'd fall faster due to less resistance, less wind resistance.
Yeah, but of course you do.
Here's what he said. He said, but gravity's weaker up there, so we fall slower. And I was like, okay,
Oh well, thank you so much, man. Sorry, man. I was talking about God, but yeah, that's funny. Yeah, he must have been talking before he was before he had time to, look at the numbers because obviously the atmosphere.
He lived in
You know what?
He lived down in a fucking presentation. It's written like and
Oh wow.
Worse than that, dude. His first one was hold on, let me remember for real quick. Sorry for interrupting.
No, you're good. You're good. I interrupted you, but yeah, yeah. So he must have been, like I say, he must have really. Well, I guess if he fucking wrote it down for a presentation, I guess he wasn't thinking too hard because, yeah, the atmosphere, dissipates to next to nothing way before, it dissipates quicker than the force of gravity weakens. You know what I mean? So. I don't know, on top of my head, I don't know what it is at 20 miles, but I know at 250 miles, it's like 90%. On top of my head, I don't know what it is at 20 miles, but I'm sure that, it's, way, the fact that there's less atmosphere there. Like, I saw Felix Baumgartner do that, and, he was spinning around real wildly at first, but, yeah, his only hope to break the sound barrier, or basically break the sound barrier, would have been, when he's outside the atmosphere. Of course, the speed of sound's much different up there, but yeah, that was his only chance to actually get that speed.
Here's what he said. He said he had a cue ball and a lead. And he went up on a ladder and dropped them. And he said every time they fell at the same rate. Bro, I got a lead ball. I couldn't find my cue ball. I was going to show it live. They literally don't fall at the same rate, dude. Some things do. But when you get something heavy like that, like a golf ball and a ping pong ball or a lead ball and a cue ball, shit like that, like I've literally done that. And lead falls faster than anything I've tried it against. Of course, I hadn't tried it against like cobalt or nothing like that. But yeah, the heavier shit, whether you want to say it cuts through the air faster, like, bro, I literally can show you wrong, but I just showed me dropping the ping pong ball and the golf ball to show that the denser things, whatever the air resistance it's cutting through, they're supposed to be the same size, would be my argument. And if it's just air resistance, there's obviously something else going on because they're the same size and should have the same air resistance, but obviously the heavier, denser one falls faster, and it's easy to demonstrate. When you're at the ground and you drop something, but it's hard to show. But when you go up high, it becomes very apparent. Especially with lead.
What's the drag on top? What's the drag equation? I forget what it is.
The drag equation for things to fall at the same rate?
I don't know.
There wouldn't be if it's the same rate that they fall, like a feather and a hammer, because they're not even the same shape. They don't have the same idea of resistance themselves either. But they claim, what I mean, and then they, but that's in a vacuum. So
Guess it would be the velocity over the fucking. I mean, wouldn't the medium have to be in that? The friction of the medium.
I can't remember the parameters.
Oh, that's what I was going to say, Coach. You just that question. I'm an idiot. Like that, you rung a bell. Like I can already tell. Like that's what I said in the presentation. I said, this is what happens when somebody's just dealing with math. Like if somebody is arguing off the mathematics alone, then they're not going to realize that. Yeah, they're going to look at the math and say gravity's weaker up higher, and yeah, something's going to have a smaller attractive force and fall slower. But in reality, that things fall faster because of reasons, the resistance, and he's just looking at the math and not looking at the full all the variables. You know what I'm saying? And that was his problem in the whole thing. Is just looking at the math is going to get you killed until you learn these arguments.
Yes, I'm looking at it now. It's 1/2 the density of the fluid, and then the square of the velocity, the drag coefficient, and the surface area. And that's what I'm trying to remember. Because I know, like, if you have a golf ball, let's say you had a perfectly round golf ball, or a perfectly round lead ball, and a ping pong ball. Technically, I mean, I guess, yeah, the terminal velocity, they'd reach terminal velocity at the same time, right? And then they both would fall at the same rate, supposedly. Unless
Yeah,
I'm
they're
unless
supposed to. They don't. But they don't. In fact, I literally have the same ping pong ball and golf ball that I filed to show live on Jose's, which I show a lot. Just a clip of me up on the roof. It's one of my first videos because it's not. It's if you could tell if you like 8 foot high or something, you'd think it's falling at the same rate. But there hits that point at about 12 feet, and then the last couple feet till it hits the ground where the golf ball starts pulling away pretty apparently.
Well, golf ball's a real bad example, though.
No, I filed
Sorry.
the dimples, bro. I filed the dimples because they already
okay.
said it's aerodynamic. So I was like, yeah, as much as that sounds like dumb shit, it may be because it is made to be aerodynamic. So, and it was a little bit bigger, so I filed it to get rid of the dimples and make it the same size. Didn't affect it. Not a noticeable amount anyway. It could be because it was bigger that offset the dimples. Dimples might have had an effect, but the fact it was a little bit bigger might have been a little more air resistance. So it just probably offset if there was any effect of it cutting.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting test. That'd be an interesting test to redo because I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't be happy with the results of that test just on the fact of it seems like there's some little iffy like that. It wasn't a perfect test. Like it's a cool demonstration, but like I said, I wouldn't be settled with the results just because like it is counter to how I think it should work. So, but I would be interested in like another example of that test. But if you really had two like equally sized balls, and one was a ping pong ball, and the other was like a perfectly round, whatever. It could be a lead ball or just marble or whatever that's the same size. Okay.
Just so happens I got a lead ball now. My smaller ones in the Cavendish, I made 2 new littler ones, and it's about the same size as the golf ball and the ping pong ball, man. So the next time I climb up there, I did it like 5 times, dude, and I could have stopped it too, bro. I just put them on a thing with a lever. So when I pulled the lever, the bottom dropped out from underneath both of them, where I couldn't be biased for either because I was doing an honest test, and so I just pulled the little lever and I did it like I think 5 or 6 times, dude. It was about the same amount every time, dude. The golf ball starts pulling away a little past halfway down, man. Like I said, if you did it from 6 or 8 feet, you might not even notice. But it starts pulling away at about, I'm gonna say about 10 feet, maybe somewhere around in there, just as an approximation. But every time, not sometimes or most time, every single time. But I didn't do it with the lead ball. I had a bigger lead ball, which I think I still have that, and it fell faster than everything.
I wonder if you have do you have a similar like sort of ping pong ball the same size of that lead ball you have?
I'll show you. Hold on, let me grab them. All right, here's my ping. All right. Oh, this ain't the golf ball I filed, dude. Damn. I have to refile this bitch. But look, I'll turn my camera on. There's the ping pong ball. And
oh wow.
I thought that was the golf ball that I filed, but it ain't. But look, let me get my my lead ball. I'll show you. I'm gonna turn this camera off for 1 second, but watch. This one.
Where's the lead ball? Actually, to be honest with you, that would be an interesting test, even though they're different sizes, because technically, I have to predict that the lead ball would actually fall slower, that the ping pong ball would gain more speed, right? And I guess you would kind of predict the opposite. Huh?
Yeah, it's bigger. It should have more resistance. But let me find my little lead balls, man. I got 2 of them, man. Because the ones I had for the Cavendish thing were like they're too big, you know. They're like about a eighth of the size of the big balls, and I was like, dude, Cavendish has had a bigger gap. You know, its smaller ones were way smaller than the bigger ones. So I made 2 new ones. There they are. Yeah, look at this. Hold on. Oh man, I got the damn the line tied to them from when I set up the Cavendish test, the little preliminary. But look, I'm gonna show you.
I didn't know you did Cavendish.
Yeah, I did a video. I just did a little. I didn't do any of the math or anything like that, but so I got the screws. See them? I got them right next to the ping pong ball and the golf balls. But I got screws tied to them with strings tied to that. And I was just checking the effect, and yeah, sure enough, there's an effect there. And I have the big ones hooked to an arm, and I mean the little ones right here to the fucking arms, and I just set the big ones in place on chairs, and it did. I mean, it was definitely you know, you could tell there was definitely an effect there. But when I do that test, I want to go all in, and I want to test a bunch of different types of stuff and try and prove or disprove something. I'm not trying to just replicate the fuck. But since I made the balls and all the other shit, I at least wanted to see the fucking effect real quick, you know, before I put it away. And so that's all I did at the time. So I just got to take them screws out, and I could drop all 3 of these. But yeah, and you know what's even funnier? The lead ball is maybe just a tiny bit bigger than the golf ball. No, yeah, maybe just a teeny bit bigger than the golf ball. So no, it's about the same. Come on, bitch. Can you see that, Kosho?
He's not in here anymore for some reason. I don't know. I
No.
don't know when he left.
Well, anyway, I have it right here. See it next time. But yeah, the lead is going to fall faster. I mean, you do it a few times, you know what's going to happen. But even though I've never done these particular 3 together, I'll bet anything the lead's going to. Whoa! If I don't break my fucking toe first, but the lead's going to fall first if you're high enough. You know, at least 12 to 15 feet at least, and then the golf ball's going to be second, and the ping pong ball third. I'd bet anything.
I'm just jumping into this conversation, but isn't the argument in a vacuum? Are you saying you've done it in a vacuum or whatever?
Done it what?
Wouldn't the argument be that it should be done in a vacuum, and then they'll fall at the same pace?
Well, here's the argument. Mathematics for drag and whatnot, like he just went over it, and for the drop. So if you're just looking at the math, it's doesn't tell the whole story. It's going to tell you that the shit's going to fall at the same rate. Like it's going to put them at term time. I believe Coach just said, and so you'd think. Like so, Professor Myers' argument that higher up, you know, shit falls slower was wrong. the math might have said that, but in reality, the less wind resistance, he didn't factor in all the variables, man. Denser shit falls faster, man. But if you're going to do all these close to the ground, when you're writing formulas, you might get a false impression and think, and yeah, and maybe they do mean in a vacuum, but no, because they are referring to the medium and the equation for drag. So I don't know.
So Brian, I'm telling you, whatever lead ball you have, I don't know how big it is, but if it's bigger than the ping pong ball, that would actually be an interesting test because it would settle the dispute that currently, currently what you're saying I disagree with about, the denser things should fall faster, lower to the ground they do or whatever. And I know that you did that test where it seemed to show to be the case for the ping pong with the golf ball, but I think that, yeah, if you had like an actual, like a very smooth, like a one that you didn't have to file down, like one that was actually around just like the other one, and it was bigger. If it was bigger, it's definitely bigger and it's definitely more massive. So the fact that it's more massive would tell you that it's going to fall faster, and the fact that it's bigger would tell me that it's probably going to fall slower. So that'd be an interesting test.
Can you see Kojo?
Do you share your screen or you posted something?
I'm gonna show you real quick. Look. There's the ping pong ball. The golf ball's a smidge bigger than the ping pong ball, and the lead ball's a smidge bigger than the golf ball. And I'm telling you.
Still though, I don't know. I'd still say, I'd still say that the dimples in it are questionable, even though they're not. It's roughly smooth. But
I'd have to file them off, dude. I got a grinder. It'd take but a minute. I ain't doing it right now. I'll do it tomorrow.
well, I thought you said you had a lead ball.
I do. You see the one in the middle?
I thought that was a ping pong ball.
Are you looking, bro?
He's got all three. Kojo.
There's my two lead balls, my golf ball in the middle, and my ping pong ball all the way to the right. All four of them.
Oh, four.
Yeah, I got two lead balls that I was mentioning about the Cavendish that are a little bit bigger than the golf ball. And then the golf ball's a little bit bigger than the ping pong ball. You see that now, Kojo?
Right up in his screen icon. In his screen. Look at his screen. Flat-earth screen.
No, yeah, but why is the lead ball like kind of lumpy looking?
Ain't that lumpy?
I don't know, man. I would say it'd be cool if it was like, smooth or something. But I don't know.
What do you?
Yeah, but I mean, like
what are you supposed to show?
like
Hold on, what are you supposed to show
like a
them?
billiard ball, like a cue ball.
Right. What's the result you want him to show with him, Kojo?
Well, we have a difference in opinion on what would happen because if he has, like, let's say he had a cue ball and he had a ping pong ball, and he dropped both those balls, I think Brian's arguing that the heavier objects or more dense objects will actually fall faster in the atmosphere, in the lower atmosphere even, and technically, if they're the same size, even though it's more dense, they should fall at the same rate. However, if it's a cue ball and a ping pong ball, I'd say that the cue ball, since it's bigger, it's actually going to fall slower than the ping pong ball, and so we would have a difference, in predictions because he would think it would fall faster, I would think it would fall slower, and we could see.
This is the lead ball that I dropped with the cue ball. It's a little bit bigger than the cue ball. I gotta find the cue ball. I can't find the bitch nowhere. But that's the lead ball that I dropped with the cue ball. Well, fucking dumb, dude. And I I said, I didn't do all 3 of these yet. I do want to smooth these lead balls out a little bit, but I mean, they're pretty fucking round, but yeah, they are a little lumpy. I can smooth them in probably 10 minutes. And here's my big balls, dude. Let me turn my light up. This is the, like I said, I redid the small balls. I'm trying to turn this fucking light on. But anyway, there's my big one, one of my big ones down there. Just to show you how big it is. There's my foot. It's about 50 pounds or something. And but this small one that I did use, this one here that I dropped with the cue ball, like it was too big. It's about, like I said, about an eighth of the size of the big ball. So I made some smaller ones to try and get more.
What's the release mechanism to drop them at the exact same time?
I just made a platform, dude. I just made a platform with a little lever, and where I pulled, I just overlapped I overlapped 2 sheets of plastic, and when I pulled, actually a piece of wood and a piece of plastic, and I just pulled the lever, and just the bottom dropped out from both of them at the same time, like it didn't have no choice. As I pulled it real quick, and so basically they're just sitting there with nothing supporting them next to each other, about 5 inches apart maybe. I'd have to make a new mechanism, but
Right. I was just wondering what you use. Some people use their hands. You know what I mean? They just let them go. Some people use other. It just depends. Yeah.
yeah, no, I made a little mechanism, man. It was pretty simple and basic, but it was did the trick.
Yeah. Yeah. It would make more sense to do it like that than use your hand, because at any time, like a magician, you could just hesitate a second, and then that would make a difference in the whole experiment itself.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have
So
trusted my.
what height were you going to drop it from?
Man, I think it was about 14 foot or something like that. I think the roof's about 10 foot, and then I'd say about 15 foot. Let's say right about there. I didn't put actual tape measure on it, but
Yeah, that's fine.
And I'm
up about 15
the roof, holding it about chest high.
And then, like, okay, so Kosho thinks that they're going to fall at the same rate and both hit the ground at the same exact time. And, well, it's okay. It's okay. He could be wrong or right, and you're saying they're not, that oh, no, actually, I'm sorry. He said the lighter one's going to hit the ground first, right?
Yeah. If it's smaller, yeah. If it's cue ball and a ping pong ball, I would think that the ping pong ball would hit the ground first. Yeah.
Those divots do scare me, because when I picture a ping pong ball being shot by water and held up in the air as it spins versus like a smooth ball, I don't know. You never know. You never know. Either way.
Well, I've done it so many times, dude. I've done it half a dozen times. I'd bet everything I own against $500. But I mean, I'm not gonna try and take somebody's money because did this shit so many times. But I can't say I've did it with the.
And what do you record it with, Brian? How do you is it just your phone sitting there recording it from the ground view, or?
I think I used the camera, but then I wound up recording it from my phone to the camera. I'm not sure if I used my phone or the camera. I have to look at the footage.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I was just wondering, how you recorded it.
In fact, I'll post a video, dude. It's real short. It's just me dropping the motherfuckers, and I just slowed it down to show. Like I said, they don't start separating until, a little past halfway. So if you were just like maybe on a little ladder or something, yeah, you'd think they fell at the same rate. You'd probably think that 100 times in a row. But I was up high enough where it's very apparent. But I'll post a short video in case somebody wants to watch it.
And every time the heavier object fell first.
Yeah, every time the golf ball fell first.
So the lighter object fell first every time.
Same amount, and same result every time.
Oh, hold on. Which thing hit the ground first? The lead ball or the
golf ball and the ping pong ball?
Oh, okay, and then the ping pong ball didn't hit the ground first.
Right. Let me post this and
Okay, I got you now. I got you now. I was just making sure the lead ball wasn't involved. I just want to get confused. So it was the ping pong ball versus the golf ball. I got you, 100%. And then, Coach, so you think the ping pong ball is gonna drop faster?
In a cue ball. But I'm going to have to, because if Brian wants to talk about betting money on this dude, I'm willing to put some money down. If
Oh,
it's done right.
okay. He is willing to bet some money, Brian. He said he's willing to give you some money or take it or whatever. You know how, whatever the case is, whatever the outcome may be. I haven't done the experiment. I couldn't tell you either.
and then I'll tell you if I want to bet or not. I mean, if you want to just bet the golf ball and the ping pong ball, I'll bet that now. But if you want to bet all three, I want to test it first before I bet.
Right, right. That makes sense. But I mean, that doesn't seem like an unfair wager. You know, a little wager on which one's going to hit the ground first.
Yeah, of course. I'm sure though that actually I'll be honest with you. If he's going to test it first, I'm not gonna make the bet after that because either he's not going to make the bet because he's going to realize that the ping pong ball will hit before the cue ball, or he's going to test it and he's going to already see that he didn't that the cue ball is going to. So of course he'll make the bet. Yeah.
I put it in you know, I've been surprised before, so you know, I was just joking. Like I'm not gonna do it over and over and then and still bet you, bro. I'm talking shit. I'm being honest.
Okay. Yeah.
But
Fair enough.
I do want to see though because stranger things have happened. I do know
Yes.
what's gonna happen with the golf ball and the ping pong ball, but you know, the lead ball, put that in the mix. If I had the mechanism, I'd do it right now, bro. But I could make one, man. I might.
Hard to say because there have been weird ass things that happen, or like the idea of the exception to what you would think to be the rule, you know. And once you hit that exception, it's over with after that.
I put it in live text, man. It's like a 1 minute and 10-second video, and you could pretty much noticeably. I mean, you could see that it's literally accelerating away from the. Like I slowed it down to show it. It literally starts going faster the lower it gets to the ground. It's pretty apparent. They fall right together for the first, you know, halfway down. Yeah, I mean, just look at it. It's worth a fucking minute of your time to look at.
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
Give me a second. I'm trying to do some bullshit. Hold on. Oh, by the way, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. And actually, if I'm gonna do
Checking
it,
the
I'll
mic.
do it right. I've got to do it tomorrow,
Yeah.
dude. And it'd be too loud right now. And I'll grind the lead balls perfectly round.
Hey, you guys still impressed by that one taboo conspiracy video with the airplane?
I mean, I almost made a video mocking because, like, dude, like, it literally Taboo shows just over 3,000 miles on Google Earth, and like Bob cuts it down in between the two cities, and I'm like, why did he even do that, dude? And then he's like hiding the like I'm trying to look at the right ascension and all that stuff, and it's like it almost seemed like he was blocking that shit intentionally with his head and shit. So I was gonna double check it and all that.
But Bob?
The to look into it, man. But I could see his argument, but the way he presented it was a little bit deceptive, in my opinion. I'd have to look into it, man.
Okay, I have a better one than Bob's. I mean, yeah, because I know what Taboo Conspiracy did wrong. I guess Bob probably addressed it too. Did he address that he didn't even do the time lapse on the Google Earth? He just did it in like a single moment.
Before Bob said that,
Okay.
you know, this is just moving in one direction. So I noticed that before Bob said it. So I knew he was going to say that. But it's still the direction. I mean, I could make a flat Earth argument because if you look at the flat Earth, if you went down over them cities, then you'd have to curve off a little bit to the west. So when I heard people wondering how to explain it on a flat Earth, that's where our side was scratching their head. Like even on a flat Earth, it should drop. But no, on a flat Earth, you go almost straight down like southwest. But then to get to South America, you'd have to jog over to the west, like right when you got past that city, which you'd have 1,000 miles left to go just about straight west. Past that last city where Bob had cut it off at. So it would match a flat Earth perfect, but it might match a globe too. I need to look into it a little more. But the globe didn't have that turn. It could, I guess, but I don't see why it would.
What turn?
The westerly turn, like
Oh.
that westerly turn justifies the stars not coming up. Like if on a flat Earth you're making, when you get past that last city by Spain or whatever, you make that westerly turn, and you're basically just kind of keeping up with them, right? On a globe, there is no westerly turn. It's pretty much a great circle, straight shot. In between the cities are them landmarks.
I posted a video. That a buddy of mine, Mr. Green, he'd made. He simply did the same thing that Taboo Conspiracy did in Google Earth. He actually used Google Earth, but he put in the actual flight path. He got the data from the flight path and put it in Google Earth, and then also did a time lapse. So the sky's moving with the plane, right? So I mean with the time, where it's not doing a Taboo's video. So you'll notice in Mr. Green's video, it matches the footage the stars do. So I think that's interesting. It's a big portion of it, I think.
Like that was our problem in my circles, like with Shane and Alan and everybody, and looking at it, and it's like, you know, fuck a globe. Like, how could this work on a flat Earth? I just listened to them, and I was, you know, scratching my head with them and looking it over and seeing where Bob kind of didn't do a very good job of replicating it, you know, in my opinion. But I do need to look at it more. But I kind of got lazy. I was working on other shit, but you know, like I said, in my opinion, it works better on a flat Earth because it makes that westerly turn the last 1,000 miles. But I don't see how. I mean, I guess it could work on a globe, but you'd have to show me that turn.
Hey, NASA's in here, and I saw him say something to you in the chat about you know, the ping pong ball's too light for this test, and so I wondered maybe if he wants to talk to you about the test.
What do you mean?
I don't know if he wants to.
That's the whole point.
You picked something that the air resistance is too high on, so you purposely skewed the test. You purposely skewed the test. You purposely skewed the test to get the results you want.
What do you mean? Yeah, I had a feeling that was going to happen, and that's my
Well,
argument.
no shit. If you drop a feather in an iron ball, you'll get the same thing. Why don't you just drop a parachute or something?
Like, yeah, I dropped a light ping pong ball. I didn't lie and say it was a fucking gumball or something. My argument is it's fucking lighter, and if wind resistance is the only factor, if they're both the same medium, and they should have mathematically they should have the same terminal velocity, they should fall at the same rate. And I had a feeling that they wouldn't, and so I climbed up the fucking roof, dropped them. Then they bitched about the dimples, so I came down, did it live on Jose's, grinded the fucking dimples, redid it a few times, and I got the same results every time. So that's my argument. The wind resistance doesn't.
Why didn't you just drop a feather? Why didn't you just drop a feather and an iron ball and say, "Hey, look, the iron ball hit before the feather."
They're different sizes. I wanted to use something similar in size.
But it's the same thing. You pick something that the air resistance would be overwhelming on versus something the air resistance will be minimal on. You purposely skewed the test.
Way, bro. How about that? You do it your way.
Well, I know, but you purposely skewed the test so that the atmosphere would get in the way of your test. And now you're going to crow and say that you suddenly disproved Galileo, so that you're the brightest guy on the whole freaking physics planet right now, right?
You're such a troll, dude. You're such a
I'm a
troll.
troll.
I'm not. I'm not.
I'm a
I'm
troll.
not claiming. Ping pong ball ain't lighter. Okay. Now, if I'm wrong, and the math it says something else, like from what I was told the day I did the test by Blue and everybody there, that they're going to fall at the same rate because they have the same wind resistance. And after I did it, then Blue said, the golf ball's denser, so it fell faster. Well, that wasn't
No,
what I was
Blue
told
didn't say that.
when I
Blue
first
knows
did.
better than that. The problem is that you picked a very light, that the air resistance would hold. You might as well have dropped a parachute.
Really? So what?
Yeah.
So the density, right, of the objects.
Well, unfortunately for us, we have an atmosphere here, which means we can hear you talk and you can breathe. And that's what
I agree,
held
bro.
up your light. That's what held up the ping pong ball. Now, if you get
This
something,
question still stands, Paid. So the determining factor was that the ping pong ball is less dense, less heavy, whatever you want to call it, right?
that has a minimal effect here, because if you would do this in a vacuum chamber, tell me what you come up with, huh? Try that.
Question still stands on my roof, though. Why are you
Because the
having
ping
such
pong
problems
ball is.
answering this?
Again, you might as well have
If
dropped a feather. Why didn't you drop a parachute?
Okay, well then why won't you answer this simple question? Because if I'm doing something wrong,
I've
I'd
tried.
like to know.
I've
So
tried to tell
what's
you
the
what you're doing
reason that
wrong.
the golf ball? What is the reason the golf ball fell faster?
Because the ping pong ball is so much lighter, it's being held up by the atmosphere.
Very good. Welcome to Flat Earth.
That's not flat Earth. That's you skewing the test. That's you doing the test and saying, "Oh, look, we have an atmosphere." Well, everyone knows we have an atmosphere. Everyone knows that parachutes fall slower than lead balls in the atmosphere. That's all you've proved, that there's an atmosphere. Congratulations. Now do it in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, well, I proved it. So that's not the so.
You didn't
In
prove
other words,
anything.
so objects don't fall at the same rate in the atmosphere. Then.
Well, no.
All right.
If they're
There
close
you
enough in
go.
weight
Guess
that
what?
if
I'm
they're
the only
close,
one to make the
if
claim.
they're close,
That day on
God,
Jose's, I was
everybody
the
knows
only
that
one.
parachutes fall slower than lead balls. Yeah.
Yeah, I would. What do you mean
Wow.
parachute?
Congratulations.
Now you're gonna just lie, bro? You're gonna say parachute, bro? The ping pong ball is the same size as the golf ball, and I'm the only one who made that prediction, and I didn't know what was gonna happen. They all said they're gonna fall at the same rate because they're the same
Well, nobody
size with
thought.
the same air resistance.
Nobody.
Whether you believe who
No,
said it or not, that's irrelevant, bro.
nobody thought that you would use something as light as a ping pong ball. I mean, obviously, a ping pong ball is going to fall slower because of it's very, very light in the atmosphere.
Well, that's right. So, but it's not a parachute, right? It's the same
Well,
size.
it might as well be.
Might as well it be? Should it be a parachute, or is it the same size? So
Why,
I made
why
sure
don't you
I
try?
used same
Why
size
don't you get
objects.
Why don't you get like a ball of styrofoam? Make a styrofoam ball about the same size
do
and
it?
see what happens.
Why don't you do it?
No, because I know what's going to happen. See, what you're
Yeah,
picking
that's what
stuff
they
that is
said that
too.
day
You're
too.
picking stuff. You're picking stuff that is so light that the atmosphere has a major effect on it. You're
Well,
purposely
which
skewing this test. And then what you're gonna. So what are you accounting this to? Are you saying that this proves that what? What does this show?
No, I didn't say it proved anything. But now you're
Why
going to
did you
complain
do
that
it
the
then?
lead ball. Now you're going to say the golf ball might as well be a parachute compared to the lead ball. Bro, are
Oh
they
no! At
supposed to
that
fall at the
point,
same rate, or
at
are
that
they
point,
not?
did you
which
do that
two
test?
special objects does he need?
Did you do that test? Did you drop the golf ball and the lead ball at the same time?
I haven't.
Oh well, okay. Why don't you do that? And I bet they hit the ground pretty much the same time.
Okay, see now this is the same thing that happened that day, and I'll predict the opposite. Okay, and just you want to just argue, tell me your excuses now? Well, the golf ball might as well have been a parachute, bro. The lead ball is obviously denser and heavier. That's basically what you're doing, bro. That's not fair to me.
There's a point where you pick something so light that the atmosphere holds it up.
Yeah, but why was the rule made, or why was the suggestion made that things are falling at the same rate
In a
if
vacuum.
well, where can we demonstrate this?
In a vacuum.
Yeah, but the last vacuum chamber I saw, the feather fell first.
No, the feathers and the lead ball fell at the same rate if you look at the video.
It was a feather and a hammer, if I'm not mistaken,
They
and the
both fell
feather hit
at
the
the same
ground
rate.
first.
The one I saw was at the tallest vacuum chamber. It's in what, in Ohio? It was done on BBC, I think, and the feathers and the iron ball hit at the same time.
No, I'm pretty sure it was a feather and a hammer, I think.
Oh, feather and
And
hammer,
the
that was the guy at the moon. Yeah, they hit the same time
yeah,
too.
yeah.
Yeah, they hit at the same time too.
Well, supposedly they do.
Yeah.
But from what I recall, what I thought I remember seeing was that the feather touched the platform and crank, just like went crank, and then the other thing hit. So the feather actually hit
Well, the
first.
feather was a little bit longer because but if you look at the center of
I
mass,
can
they fell at the same
automatically
time.
because I could use a helium balloon and a lead ball, and I'm telling you, when you draw a vacuum and you get close down to a fair vacuum where there's barely any wind resistance to speak of, the balloon it just drops at a reasonable rate. It doesn't free fall drop. It'll
The
No
never
free
feather,
fall drop.
it'll never fall at the same rate as a lead ball,
Yeah, it
no
will.
matter how
The helium
strong.
balloon will
No, it
drop at
won't.
the same rate as the lead ball in a vacuum.
I've showed it on my channel, bro. I've showed how fast it'll
Brian,
drop.
did you hear what he said?
Another thing
Brian,
is,
you don't have to argue with him. You don't have to argue. Listen to what he said. He agreed the feather hit first.
No, the feather will not hit first unless it's longer.
What's longer mean? Longer than what? The feather
Longer
they
means
used?
if you look carefully at the picture, the feather hangs below the ball on the one that they showed on BBC.
What about the hammer? Wouldn't you say
The
that
hammer
feather and the
and the
hammer?
feather hit the same rate. They fell at the same rate.
No.
Yes.
No, the feather hit first.
No.
The only one I saw was the hammer and the feather.
Well, that was the guy on the moon, and they hit the same time.
No, it was Brian Cox.
Brian Cox was a feather and a ball, wasn't it? Or is it a different guy?
Pretty sure he did a
Brian
hammer.
Cox was a ball, but they didn't show the whole. They showed like clips of it and shit. I didn't like that. And plus, if I'm gonna
They
do it, I'm
showed the
gonna use
whole
shit.
drop.
If I use it, I'm gonna do shit the same size, you know. And one I'm gonna do one way lighter, you know, because that's my argument. Well, I'm
Well,
gonna drop two things the same weight.
right. The reference was a hammer to begin with. It's a hammer and a feather is what the main things they used to do it with. But yeah, yeah, he had bowling balls. They had different people have done a lot of different ways. But the main thing was a hammer and a feather and a vacuum, right? I mean, that's what I always heard when they were like, if you drop a feather and a hammer, that was always the two things that were used in
That's what they use on the
conjunction.
moon. That's what they use on the moon, I think.
Right, right. So that was the reference frame that, I had as a kid and I still use. I just use
Well, it's
that because
100%
that's,
true.
but I had with my own eyes or my own like slowed down photography, I don't know yet. Still, it's still a toss up. Because like you said, when Brian Cox dropped the bowling ball and the feathers, it was a it was a it was a lot of feathers, right? It wasn't just one, right? It wasn't it a couple feathers? Or am I mistaken?
Yeah, it
Wasn't it
actually
a
was.
couple
It
feathers?
actually was a group of feathers.
So does that mean in the vacuum we drop a rocket and a feather and they're both gonna fall at the same rate?
Yep.
It's good to know. It's real good to know. So is the Earth rising or falling in 9.8 itself, or is it rising at 4.5? I mean, what do you got to cut the math in half now, since the object is falling to the Earth and the Earth's rising to the object? I want to drop a ball in a vacuum, like a good size one, like at least like a little globe one with stuff on it. And in the vacuum, you should see all the stuff like that's on it. When you drop it, it should stay on it, right? Shouldn't leave it. So if you drop a ball in space with objects around it, they won't be able to leave away from it. I wonder how the little scales would work, or the precession of a little ball that you spun and dropped it in a vacuum with a little plumb bob on it. How do you rise a thing? Shouldn't you use a balloon in a vacuum too, of some sort? You need an object to rise in a vacuum, right? How would a globe rise in a vacuum? That'd be a conundrum for me. A rising globe in a vacuum? Kosho, do you think the Earth is rising? Or do you think that rising is any other direction other than vertically up? Like, do you think the rising could be left or right or down? Or is the globe falling? Surely they got to be moving in space, right? Incoherent acceleration.
You ever thought about how the icons in Egypt weren't an icon? Um, like to know what an icon is, it's like a picture means 1,000 words. It's like that icon can mean so much. Like who directed them on what this icon can mean fully. It's like a whole secret language, an icon. You had to be directed and taught what each little thing meant, like all kinds of weird ways and forms. And yeah, and then the icon, to see the icon and understand what it is, you would first have to have been taught a language to understand the icon. Like Coca-Cola, they got to go worldwide for the world to know about them and to know that icon. You have to see it enough, know it, or hear it once or twice. So now instead of saying a company that's real rich and all this, whatever soda, you just see Coca-Cola and it says all. It says all of it. So like it reminds me of mathematical ways or formulas or scientific ways to communicate. That way the layman who doesn't understand the hieroglyphic at all would never know in any way what they meant.